Thank you very much, and good morning to all the committee members. The committee shall now come to order. We are meeting today to consider 14 bills. All have been properly noticed and circulated electronically, along with copies of timely filed amendments, and will be available on the committee repository at docs.house.gov. Late amendments are also circulated electronically. Pursuant to committee rules, members of the committee may submit written opening statements for the record. I ask that members may revise and extend the remarks on the bill to be considered at this markup and have those remarks included in the record. Without objection, so ordered. Without objection, the chair may also declare a recess subject to the call of the chair. Pursuant to Committee Rule 3I and House Rule 11, Clause 2, I announce that I may postpone further proceedings today on the question of approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment on which a recorded vote or the ayes and nays are ordered. Documents, amendments, or motion must be submitted to the HNRC docs email from a House-maintained email address. Pursuant to Committee Rule 3L and the latest guidance from the attendant physician, anyone present at the hearing room today must wear a mask covering their mouth and nose if they are not fully vaccinated or if they are uncomfortable with disclosing their vaccination status. Please note that as within our in-person meetings, members are responsible for their own microphones. Members can be muted by staff only to avoid inadvertent background noise. I strongly recommend that members use the grid view and pin the timer so it remains visible. Members experiencing technical problems should immediately inform the committee. And 2 points of privilege, if I may. First, I want to acknowledge that the committee considered voting on the Viejas Recovery and Redevelopment Act today. However, the bipartisan lead sponsors felt, and as staff recommended, there are still some opportunities remaining to expand the support for the bill even more before moving forward. I congratulate them on the bipartisan effort and have already gathered that has already been gathered, and I appreciate their continued effort to build on the success. The piece of legislation which seeks to compensate the residents of Viejas for military testing on the island continues to be a priority of the committee, and I expect we will be able to vote on it at the next subsequent markup meeting. Finally, I want to express my deepest sympathies to Ranking Member Westerman, who is unable to join us today because of unexpected loss in his family. I know everyone here today joins me in extending condolences and wishing comfort for him and his loved ones in such a difficult time. Representative Graves is serving as ranking member today. I appreciate him taking up the responsibility, as I'm sure Ranking Member Westerman does as well. Let me now call up the first item for consideration, HR 3764, offered by myself, the Ocean-Based Climate Solutions Act. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize myself to speak on the legislation. The Ocean-Based Climate Solutions Act of 2021 is an essential piece of legislation that would help us harness the ocean in our fight against climate change. The ocean produces over half of the oxygen we breathe, provides a home for most of our biodiversity, and regulates our climate. For too long, the ocean has been ignored in our search for climate change solutions. This bill is a culmination of thousands of comments from a diverse range of stakeholders. We also listened to comments of our colleagues during our hearing last month and have included many of their ideas in an amendment in the nature of a substitute. This bill modernizes fishing fleets to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, supports renewable energy and development, and promotes sustainable employment for the American people through fishing jobs, wind jobs, and coastal restoration jobs. More importantly, the bill advances our commitment to environmental justice by prioritizing projects that help the communities already devastated by climate change and facing some dire choices. We have seen several amendments from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle on the section of the bill dealing with the so-called blue carbon, specifically, and it relates to the map. Blue carbon is what we call ocean and coastal ecosystems such as seagrass, mangroves, salt marshes that capture carbon. We have long talked about trees being able to capture carbon, but it's important to note that blue carbon ecosystems can sequester carbon 10 times faster than mature forests and store up to 5 times more carbon than forests. We need to know where these blue carbon ecosystems are located, where they have been lost, and where they can be restored. The key to doing that is a map. We need to act now. The ocean was recently on fire. Our cities are flooding, freezing, and catching fire. The planet is in a crisis. Restoring blue carbon ecosystems is a good in addressing climate, good for species, and creates employment. In 2020 alone, we suffered 22 disasters with a price tag of over $1 billion in the United States. Acting on climate change is essential to avoid spending billions, if not trillions, of dollars in mitigation down the road. Reducing and protecting ecosystems and reducing further climate changes should be appealing to everyone here today. I look forward to our discussion and urge you all to support the legislation. Thank you, and I yield back. Before we consider any other member wish to be recognized on the bill, before we consider any amendments, let's recognize any member that wishes to be recognized on the legislation. Anyone wish to?
Mr. Chairman, this is Rep. Levin. I ask you to be recognized.
Representative Levin, you're recognized, sir.
Well, thank you, Chair Grijalva, and thank you for including the Ocean-Based Climate Solutions Act on the agenda for today's markup. I'm proud to co-sponsor this important legislation. My constituents who live in communities along our 50 miles of coastline in San Diego and in Orange counties are already feeling the impacts of climate change, and in particular, those impacts associated with our coasts and our oceans. I'm pleased that this bill would ensure that the federal government has a pivotal role to play in addressing those particular climate impacts, while also recognizing that our coasts and oceans can and must be a significant part of the effort to reduce emissions and sequester carbon. The Coastal Resiliency and Adaptation title of this bill is particularly urgent. Funding for living shoreline and coastal restoration projects is key to mitigating coastal flooding and erosion, while protecting infrastructure and reducing the hazards for those whose livelihoods and way of life depend on the coast. In my district, we've seen that coastal protection and restoration projects safeguard our existing economy and stimulate further economic growth. As I've worked with my constituents to advance these types of projects, I've found that the federal resources available are significantly less than what our nation needs. I'm pleased that the Ocean-Based Climate Solutions Act would change that fact. Ultimately, we must get to the issue at the heart of the climate crisis and reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. We need to end offshore oil and gas leasing in the Pacific, Atlantic, and Eastern Gulf as envisioned under this bill. With that in mind, I've introduced the American Coasts and Oceans Protection Act to prohibit any new leasing along the Southern California coast. Our colleagues Chair Lowenthal and Chair Huffman have also spearheaded the effort to address offshore drilling in this committee. At the same time, we must instead deploy clean energy technologies like offshore wind, which is why I support the provisions of the bill that set a national offshore wind goal and reduce barriers to project development. These policies go hand in hand with the Biden administration's efforts, as well as the efforts of states like mine in California. Again, I'd like to thank Chairman Grijalva for bringing this important effort before the committee today. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Thank you, Representative Levin, and thank you for your numerous and significant contributions to the legislation before us today. And with that, is there anybody else who wishes to be recognized to comment on the legislation?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
It's Congresswoman Harrell from New Mexico. I'd like to be recognized.
Thank you. Somebody can be overheard complaining, and maybe they should turn down the mic or mute their mic. Excuse me, Representative Harold, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And unfortunately, I rise in opposition to this legislation. It is yet another example of the seemingly never-ending cycle of bills considered by this committee that are designed to stifle energy development, eliminate good-paying jobs, and make our country less competitive. For example, included in this bill is yet another attack on our domestic energy producers by this committee, as this bill includes a ban on all new oil and gas development in the outer continental shelf, with the exception of the western and central Gulf of Mexico. Cutting off future development on certain parts of the OCS is putting additional regulatory burdens on other parts will jeopardize states' revenues at conservation and coastal restoration programs and future good-paying jobs. In addition, even though this bill purports to be strictly about ocean-based climate solutions, it will have a negative impact in my district, which is nowhere near an ocean, as the bill unfairly targets upstream infrastructure assets like dams, dikes, and levees as threats to blue carbon sequestration without taking into account the great benefits that these assets have to the communities that surround them, as I will discuss later during the amendment debate. The legislation also would create more red tape for federal agencies on top of the extensive environmental regulations that we already have in place. This new red tape would target offshore energy producers, the fishing industry, and would no doubt have upstream impacts as well. In fact, during the hearing the committee had on this bill last month, we heard from a representative from the Family Farm Alliance about instances where existing NOAA regulations have unfairly and unnecessarily hamstrung water storage products and agricultural operations. The legislation would also authorize billions of dollars in new spending at a time when inflation is increasing at rates not seen in over a decade due to the massive increase in government spending that has taken place over the last 6 months. Instead of focusing on the partisan bill that has no chance of becoming law this Congress, I ask my colleagues to focus on legislation that will address the pressing issues under this committee's jurisdiction, bills that should address catastrophic wildfires, increase in water storage, and modernization of the Endangered Species Act. I ask my colleagues to join me in opposing this legislation, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady from New Mexico yields back. And anyone else wish to be recognized on the legislation?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Graves, sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first of all, I don't think there's anyone that disagrees with the overall goals of the bill, which is to improve our oceans and to improve our climate. I think that where we disagree is how to get there. Mr. Chairman, I think if you go back and you look at facts and you look at evidence, you're going to walk away. You can't walk away without recognizing that the way that the United States has led the world in reducing emissions, has led the world in clean energy solutions, is because of our innovators. It's not, Mr. Chairman, as you well know, because of Congress stepping in and mandating solutions. That's not how we've gotten there in leading the world in reducing emissions. Unfortunately, this legislation fails to take into account those facts and that evidence, and it moves in the opposite direction. Rather than continuing to have an environment that fosters innovation, that fosters American ingenuity and new inventions, this legislation actually restricts or bans, as Ms. Harrell just noted. It actually prevents America from using our energy resources. And I guarantee you, Mr. Chairman, this legislation will further contribute to the flawed strategies that this Biden administration has carried out that has resulted in some of the highest increases in energy and gasoline prices than we have seen in modern history. This is going to result in greater dependence on foreign energy sources. Mr. Chairman, as you well know, and we talked about in one of our recent hearings, we have actually gone from being entirely dependent nearly on OPEC and the OPEC cartel and the Middle Eastern nations for our energy resources to, in November of last year, becoming entirely energy independent, using American workforce, American jobs, American resources to power our nation's economy, and, Mr. Chairman, to export that innovation and those resources to dozens of countries around the world, strengthening economic ties with our allies and ensuring that we're having economic activity in the United States, not exporting those jobs and those dollars to other countries. Unfortunately, this legislation fails to recognize those facts. It fails to recognize that evidence. This legislation, I'm concerned, Mr. Chairman, is actually going to result in greater dependence upon foreign energy, greater greenhouse gas emissions, as has been testified before our committee in the past. And it is actually going to, I think, contribute to the bureaucracy and delays that we've seen in trying to carry out projects for drought solutions, carry out projects for managing our forests, which are the real solutions that we need to be focused upon, Mr. Chairman. We already have the Endangered Species Act and the National Environmental Policy Act. This lays another layer of bureaucracy on top of that and effectively makes NOAA a super agency with de facto veto authority, as was testified to Mr. Tiffany's question at our hearing on this legislation, Mr. Chairman. They're going to have jurisdiction over Minnesota under the auspices of protecting our oceans. So, Mr. Chairman, look, I want to say that I believe that we do largely agree on the objectives. It's just how we're getting there. I think that it's a flawed approach. I'd be happy to work with you, as I know Mr. Westerman would, in trying to come up with a bipartisan solution here, because I believe that we could do that. We've got to follow the facts. We've got to follow the science. We've got to follow the evidence that has resulted in the United States leading the world in reducing emissions, in clean energy strategies moving forward, and in having some of the best balance of environmental and economic policies in the world. So again, I understand the goals of the majority, but we disagree on the means to get there, as opposed to a top-down approach, adding more federal regulations, having higher energy prices, more dependence upon foreign energy sources, and potentially impacting private property owners and our inland water and hydropower infrastructure. We need to reduce carbon output by improving the management of our forests, fostering more hydropower, conserving and not banning our domestic resources, and encouraging innovation. That's how we've led the world. That's not what this Blue New Deal bill does. I reluctantly oppose it, but I do look forward, Mr. Chairman, to supporting some amendments aimed at making the bill less worse. And I want to thank you for working with us on a few of those. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and Mr. Graves had the advantage. The timer got stuck, so we'll never really know how long he spoke, but appreciate your comments, sir. Anyone else wish to be recognized on the legislation?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Congresswoman Velasquez.
Ms. Velasquez, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, I rise in support of H.R. 3764, the Ocean-Based Climate Solutions Act of 2021. This legislation includes my bill, H.R. 3228, the National Coastal Resilience Data and Services Act, which builds upon Congress' efforts to address current and future flooding risks, develop innovative and science-based solutions to combat the climate crisis, and create an interagency subcommittee on coastal flooding and sea level rise. Since 1950, sea levels have emerged 6.5 inches higher, and half of that, or 3 inches, happened in the last 2 decades. Such a rise means more flooding during high tides and big storms. Just over the past decade, many of our districts, including mine in New York City, have suffered the consequences of rising sea levels and flooding. My bill seeks to address this issue by creating a reliable and consistent centralized database that will be used to inform frontline coastal communities on how climate change is uniquely impacting their areas and ultimately advance their preparedness for future natural disasters. While NOAA's Office of Coastal Management already deploys public tools to track some digital coast data, national and local stakeholders agree that there is a need to combine and improve our collection of maps, observations, and rising sea level in order to better address the threats of climate change in our coastal communities. This improvement includes identifying data gaps and needs of stakeholders and developing new data products to help coastal communities address current and future flooding risks. In doing so, my bill requires NOAA to engage with end users, with particular attention to historically underserved and at-risk environmental justice communities and populations. Additionally, we will establish the first interagency subcommittee on coastal flooding and sea level rise, and will include NOAA, FEMA, DHS, USGS, the Corps, and others. This subcommittee will facilitate interagency cooperation and alignment to improve the United States' ability to prepare for, mitigate, and recover from potentially devastating impacts of sea level rise. Simply put, HR 3228 is an ocean-based climate solution that will help coastal communities prepare for future natural disaster through data analysis and product development, protect our coastal infrastructure, and position the U.S. as a leader in disaster preparation and mitigation. Mr. Chairman, thank you for including my bill in your Ocean-Based Climate Solutions Act of 2021. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Thank you very much, and thank you, Representative Velasquez, for your very important contribution to the overall legislation before us. Thank you. Anyone else wish to be recognized?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Congressman Benz here.
Congressman Benz, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I oppose this legislation. HR 3764 would be disastrous for taxpayers and impact everything from agriculture to responsible energy production nationwide. However, you don't have to take this opposition just from me. You can take it from Dan Joyce, County Judge of Malheur County, Oregon, who says HR 3746 will add new regulations to our agricultural producers, putting them out of business while jeopardizing access to natural resources needed to grow our economy. It also targets Western water supplies at a time when our communities are in a terrible drought, a record heat wave, and facing an ever-increasing threat from catastrophic wildfire. Laws and regulations impacting our access to food, fuel, and water must be based on best available science. This legislation creates far more problems than it will solve, end quote. Mr. Chair, I have several additional statements and letters opposing HR 3764 in addition to Judge Joyce's comments. They include statements from the Family Farm Alliance, the Panachey Water District in California, the American Petroleum Institute, and many more. We shall listen to these stakeholders and oppose this bill. Mr. Chair, I request unanimous consent to submit these 10 letters and statements for the record.
Without objection, so ordered, sir.
Thank you. I yield back.
Else wish to be recognized on the legislation?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Costa, sir, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for this hearing and this important piece of legislation. As a view a moderate, I think I was very interested in the comments from our colleague, the gentleman from Louisiana, in terms of overall goals, in terms of wanting to deal with climate change and clean up our oceans and the other stated goals that he noted. I don't want to parse into words, but I just have difficulty saying that, I mean, this legislation I view, and I'm going to support it. I don't know how I'm going to do on some of the amendments, but is a work in progress, like every piece of legislation that we do. The fact of the matter is that I just have a real difficulty with determining, and I agree that America has led in terms of energy efficiency and efforts to reduce carbon footprints and clean our water. But we've done this as a partnership. We've done this as a result of a change that has evolved over the last 20 years by Americans wanting to have clean drinking water, Americans wanting to have clean air, and Americans understanding better the science in terms of the impacts that 200 years ago with 1.7 billion people on the planet, and today with 7 billion people on the planet, and our own growth throughout the country has had an impact. It's had an impact on our environment. It's undeniable. We can debate the solutions and the merits of any piece of legislation, but I think history has taught us that it's always been a partnership. It's been an evolution between the private sector and the public sector. All legislation that we carry, is not bad. All legislation that we carry is not all good. It's a work in progress. Some things we do better than others. And hopefully we have the foresight and the hindsight when we look at the experience and the impacts to make corrective action. And I think that's what in the spirit that I'm going to listen to this hearing today and vote on the amendments and the legislation before us. I applaud the chairman for his continued focus and effort along with other members. I think we need to have more conversation about how we maintain the support of the public and this public-private partnership in terms of what works and what doesn't work as well. And I think that ought to be what we keep in mind. But stated goals that, it's all one way or it's all the other way is just not, the facts don't reflect that in my view. So let's try to maintain some spirit in terms of how we can work through this legislation as it is a work in progress. It will be amended inevitably if it continues to move forward. It goes to the Senate. And I look forward to working with the chair and other members of the committee on good amendments that continue to improve the legislation. But I can tell you, we have some real challenges throughout this country and throughout the world, and we ought to be focused on how we work together to resolve those that we can. Thank you very much, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. His comments are appreciated. Anyone else wish to be recognized on the legislation?
Gomer here. I'd like to be heard. Strike the last word.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized. Mr. Gomer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we have seen from other bills that encouraged wind energy, after being part of this committee for so many years, on the one hand, we've heard about how important it is to save species, endangered species, and yet not one word from those same people when we pass bills that encourage building of more bird chopping windmills. Windmills have killed hundreds of thousands of birds, and yet there doesn't seem to be any concern that we've seen in the past about endangered species. We also know, as the cap and trade bill was described by somebody who cared very deeply about senior citizens, it was not only a tax, it was a great big tax. And this is what this will do. We could also call it the empowering and profiting Russia, Iran, and America's enemies, because that's what it will do. I was interested in talking to some people that we met in China, and they said, this was during years before from the Obama administration. They said, we've been trying to figure out your energy policy. You keep making it more and more difficult to use your own energy. You have all this energy, more than most anywhere, and yet you keep putting it off limits and making it more difficult to use your energy. And it made no sense to us until we realized we think you must be putting your energy off limits so that you force everyone else in the world to use up their energy, and then you'll be the lone superpower yet into the future because you're the only country with all your energy. And I said, I would like to say, yep, you caught us, you figured it out, but that is not what we're doing. We really do have people who mean the best, they want to do the best, and yet they weaken America. They overwhelm our senior citizens with higher costs. They overwhelm working poor in America that cannot afford to keep seeing inflation. I saw this morning it's up 7.3% with this bill. I know it's not the intention, but you will see energy prices go up. You will see more reliance on countries like Russia and OPEC. We'll go back to the days when OPEC could completely control the price of energy in the world instead of us being energy independent and helping other countries avoid being blackmailed by the Soviet Union what was, and then Russia, and then the OPEC nations. We should not be looking at bills that will weaken us, because it does. It weakens us. It makes us more vulnerable to having people that don't like us control our inflation, our costs. We can produce our own energy, but when you look at and produce that without causing a environmental difficulty, in fact, if you look historically, it is only countries whose economies are vibrant who do the most good in protecting and helping the environment. It's why you see India struggling to deal with environmental issues. It's why China, because they're so afraid of people not working and becoming rebels and having another revolution, that they are more concerned about keeping people working than they are the environment. That's why we deal with the pollution from China's air as it floats around the world, including over the United States. This will increase their pollution because it will enable them to be more productive, us to be more reliant on their polluting resources. And I would just appeal, couldn't we have a study to look and see what this is going to do to our senior citizens and our working poor in the way of increasing costs of energy? As you know, when you increase costs of energy, it means you're going to increase the cost of everything. My time's expired. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I don't know, Mr. Gomer. I hadn't heard the phrase, but I guess it's part of the lexicon. Bird chopping. That was new to me. Unfortunately, I had not heard it. But anyway, anyone else wish to comment on the legislation before us before we go to amendments? If there's no further debate, without objection, the ANS offered by myself is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. Representative Huffman, you have the First Amendment, sir, designated as number 1, and you're recognized for 5 minutes. Mr. Huffman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And this is an amendment that would add the text of my soon-to-be introduced bill, the Keeping Ecosystems Living and Productive, or the KELP Act. This bill would authorize a NOAA grant program for kelp forest conservation, restoration, and management. And the reason for this is that kelp forests are some of the most productive ecosystems in the world. These underwater forests, sometimes referred to as sequoias of the sea, provide food and shelter for hundreds of marine species, and communities from Alaska to Southern California depend on these functioning kelp forest ecosystems to reduce wave action and buffer shorelines, to support important fisheries like abalone and rockfish, and to provide recreation and tourism opportunities. So kelp forests are a key part of our coastal ecosystem on the West Coast, and they also play a role in the climate crisis because they store carbon dioxide. But like what we've seen with other important coastal ecosystems, kelp forests are in real trouble. They are increasingly threatened by changing ocean waters. In my district on the north coast of California, we have seen in a very short period of time 95% loss of bull kelp. That's just in the last 5 years. There's been just a perfect storm of bad conditions. It includes ocean heat waves driven by climate change, and it's left us with a desolate underwater wasteland that should have been, that once was, that recently was, a healthy, thriving kelp forest with lots of biodiversity. So kelp, as the foundation of our coastal ecosystem, needs to be protected. And this is especially devastating for fishing communities, tribes, local recreation and tourism. Our abalone fishery, for example, has been shut down for several years on the North Coast and won't be open for several more years to come, even under the best of circumstances. That has tremendous economic impacts on stakeholders, scientists, managers of natural resources in my district across California are working really hard to try to get a handle on this, but they need federal help. And so this amendment will provide that federal support to local stakeholders, including fishermen, scientists, tribes, state agencies, and nonprofits, and aid in kelp restoration efforts that are so urgently needed. We need these healthy kelp forests for our oceans, our coastal communities, and our climate. So I urge adoption of this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Who seeks to be recognized? Hearing no further debate, the question is on the Huffman Amendment number 1 to the bill. And let me thank Representative Huffman for this very important addition to the legislation. It makes it stronger, and it's very it was needed in the legislation. Was very much appreciated. And I will pause so that members in favor. So now all those in favor of the motion to approve the amendment indicate by saying aye.
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 All those opposed say no.
No.
The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Moving on to Representative Harold, you have the next amendment designated number 1. You are recognized for 5 minutes. Do you have the Huffman Amendment number 1, or is it number?
No, Harold Amendment.
Harold Amendment number 1, and Mr. Huffman's amendment was approved. Ms. Earl, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
This is a simple amendment that ensures the full benefits of essential water infrastructure assets like dams, dikes, and levees are included in the proposed report on blue carbon ecosystems authorized by this bill. The underlying legislation requires NOAA to create a national map of blue carbon ecosystems, which includes infrastructure along river systems like dams, dikes, and levees across the country. As currently written, the map language in the legislation describes these infrastructure assets as detrimental to blue carbon sequestration without taking into account their full benefits to the communities that surround them. This is a curious oversight considering the report requires economic benefit studies for other activities. So this amendment would actually make the report a more well-rounded picture of the impact this bill may have in areas like my district. Mr. Chairman, I can attest firsthand to the importance of dams, dikes, and levees to our way of life in southern New Mexico, as they help to fuel 2 essential sectors of our economy, agriculture and tourism. For example, in my district, as it is home to the iconic Hatch Valley, where New Mexico's most cherished crop is grown, the Hatch green chili, in 2020 alone, the chili crop was valued at $52 million and provided hundreds of jobs to the region. This crop is made possible by a system of dams and reservoirs along the Rio Grande River to supply water for irrigation to farmers. The same dams and reservoirs also create jobs in the tourism sector along the river, most especially at the Elephant Butte Reservoir, where the small communities of Truth and Consequences and Elephant Butte see huge crowds of tourists from other parts of New Mexico, Texas, and the western states. Unfortunately, the persistent drought we have seen in our state and across the West for many years has caused great stress to these communities and the vital infrastructure like dams and dikes and levees, and they are essential to keeping the economy of these regions up and running. I fear that the underlying bill before us today puts these assets at risk, and I believe my amendment would go a long way to ensuring the full benefit of these assets and is put on the record. So I would ask my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Lady yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on Harold Amendment number 1?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Tiffany.
Representative Tiffany, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'll be brief in regards to this because I'm going to have an amendment that is along these lines. But what Representative Harold is proposing here is very important, that we make sure that we understand the economic consequences of removing dams, because let's make no doubt about it. There are groups in this country, extreme environmental groups, that this has been one of their goals is to remove dams. And I've seen it here in northern Wisconsin. We've seen the written word, we've seen the efforts to do it. In fact, one of the major, one of the dams on the Wisconsin River system in the community of Rhinelander, which is right near where I live, they proposed to remove the dam there. And the paper mill ownership at that time, this was almost 20, 30 years ago, they were smart enough to call a community meeting. And community members showed up and they said, this dam is so important to us, not just the paper mill and its jobs, but to the entire economy, to recreation, to wildlife. And what Representative Harrell is calling for here is balance to have that economic consequences be assessed for local communities. And that's the first thing we should be doing as federal legislators is we should be thinking about local people. And this amendment does that. I urge everyone to support this amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else? Mr. Huffman, you're recognized, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And this is one of many amendments to come, I believe, that are going to sort of fall into a pattern. I know that many of my colleagues and I would rather not, rise to the debate of every single one of these and debate all of them ad nauseum so that this markup becomes a war of attrition. So let me just say for the record, with respect to all of these various amendments that sort of fall into this pattern of creating a boogeyman out of maps and reports. That's what this is about. The first title of this bill seems to have attracted a lot of opposition across the aisle because it calls for maps and reports and consultation. But my colleagues might find it interesting to know that the language that they are so concerned about is actually from a bill by Senator Lisa Murkowski in the last Congress. The map that has caused so much attention might as well be called the Murkowski map. So I hope this information will give my colleagues pause to reassess what they're trying to do. But I also believe that this amendment tries to undermine efforts to conserve and restore blue carbon ecosystems, and we should oppose that. The amendment is also written in a somewhat unclear way. I believe it intends to have the working group report in a very narrow way just on the economic benefits of outdated and aging existing infrastructure, stuff that's already there, ignoring the nuance of figuring out what to do with perhaps obsolete structures and how to protect blue carbon ecosystems going forward, which is the whole point of this bill. So, Mr. Chairman, I do oppose the bill, and I hope that provides some context. I'm not going to rise to the debate on every one of these repetitive amendments, but everyone should know that this mapping and reporting boogeyman is actually something from the Murkowski bill in the last Congress. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Huffman, and thank you for the summary and the reference. Anyone else wish to be recognized on the gentlelady from New Mexico's amendment, Herald number 1?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Graves, sir, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, just very quickly, I just want to make note that this amendment simply requires an economic assessment. This is all about Republicans' efforts to try to bring more science to the table to make sure that we can make decisions based in an informed manner, looking at economic benefits, looking at the entire analysis rather than trying to wall off information or making decisions in a vacuum. I think that the gentlelady's amendment makes sense and brings more science, more data to the table to make informed amendments. And I yield my remaining time to Ms. Harrell to address any issues that she may have.
Thank you. Thank you, Congressman Graves and Mr. Chairman. I just want to reiterate how important this is. I think it's important that we are inclusive with this map, that we have, like he just mentioned, all data available, especially to the more arid climates across the country. For instance, New Mexico, where we are in drought situation, but we are going to see impacts to some of our rural communities that rely heavily on these dikes, these reservoirs, other means of getting water down to our precious crops and other things. I would just encourage everyone to support this amendment, because I think this is one place we can find opportunity to work together to improve something that we can see we all have different opinions on. But I think adding this amendment to the bill makes it stronger, makes it better, and brings more resources and information to the table. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Let me recognize myself just for a second. And reading information about the cerquias in New Mexico, the historic irrigation system, primarily up in the northern part of the state. The lack of snow melt in the mountains, the lack of precipitation, rain, has caused crops to be changed completely, reduced. The lack of watering to the areas, that's tied directly to a climate issue, as opposed to a hydropower damming issue. How do you, if I may, how would your amendment even reconcile the issue that's going on with the cerquias in New Mexico? Just as a question, if I may, because I was just reading about that today.
Yeah, I think.
Let me yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, like Congressman Graves just mentioned, it just brings a better, I think, more complete picture of what I think the overall bill is in terms of the intent of the mapping. And I think when we include these issues that have the impact, like you just mentioned, the acequias, I don't have them in the 2nd Congressional District so much as, like you just mentioned, they are very prevalent in the northern part of the state. And these are honestly water rights and issues that go back for hundreds of years. And so the fight in terms of water in the western states is very prevalent. But I think in order to really make sound policy decisions, it's just conducive of this committee to have a map that would have the entailed information on how these outcomes would affect areas such as mine, when we're relying so heavily on certain aspects of our infrastructure as it relates to dams, dikes, etc., for downstream users and products in terms of agriculture and tourism.
Yeah, I was just curious.
Mr. Chair.
Reclaiming my time. Thank you, Representative, for responding. I just see that example that I used in New Mexico as a vivid example of climate change and the effect on communities there that are seeing no abatement of that. And but I appreciate your response. Anyone else wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chair, Teresa Leger Fernandez from New Mexico.
Gentlelady from New Mexico, Ms. Fernandez, you're recognized.
I really want to thank you for introducing this legislation and moving it forward. I'd like to thank Mr. Huffman for his amendments that look at the multiple ways in which we must address climate change. It is absolutely true that New Mexico is one of many states that is ground zero for the climate crisis, because of the fact that we live in this beautiful place, but it is a beautiful place that has limited water resources, and we must look to every possible opportunity to address the climate crisis. As was laid out in the opening, this legislation looks to a place where we might not always look, right? Which is our kelp forest, which is our water resources, because we're all connected. I am a member of one of those acequias. I come from a family that depends on that water that flows through those acequias to feed our crops. And so I know the importance of making sure that we address on a wide level the climate crisis, because that directly impacts our rainfall, it impacts our snowfall, and we will not have water running in our rivers. We will not have water running in those streams and canals unless we address the climate crisis. And I am appreciative of your legislation for doing that. I yield back.
Lady yields, thank you. Anyone else wish to be recognized on Herald Amendment number 1? Hearing no further debate, the question is on the Herald Amendment number 1 to the legislation. I will pause so that members in favor can unmute. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Members will please mute themselves again, and I will pause so that members opposed can unmute. All those opposed indicate by saying no.
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 In the
Mr.
opinion of
Chair,
the, in the opinion of chairs, the noes have it, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr.
Yes,
Chair, I would like a recorded vote, please.
Gentlelady, Ms. Harold, Representative Harold, recorded vote has been requested. The vote will be postponed pursuant to the prior announcement. Thank you. Representative Obernaut, you have the next amendment designated as Obernaut number 1. You are recognized for 5 minutes. Sir, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me say, I very much agree with the goals of this legislation. However, I have some concerns about the restrictions on water use that will put in place if we pass this bill as it is written. I represent the state of California, which, like many Western states, is in the midst of a severe drought. That's causing some catastrophic impacts on the people that I represent, including the widespread of wildfires in the state. We are poised to have what will probably be the worst season in California history for wildfires. In fact, I had the poignant experience this weekend of helping my mother pack up her possessions because her community was under an evacuation warning. So this is a very personal issue to me. And I have concerns that some of the projects that rely on the Bureau of Reclamation water projects are going to be detrimentally impacted by this. For example, the Central Valley Project and the Colorado River storage projects, I think already having difficulties and would be impacted by this. So my amendment is a very simple one. It would merely prevent this bill from taking effect in states that the Bureau of Reclamation is recognizing as being in severe drought until such time as that drought ends. I think that makes perfect sense and would certainly still be in keeping with the goals of the legislation while protecting my constituents who are relying on that water in the short term. So I urge support for my amendment and I yield back.
Yields, anyone wish to be recognized on Representative Obernaut's amendment?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Mr. Huffman, sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me just say, as a fellow Californian and as a member whose district has been ravaged by wildfires as much as any place in this state, I certainly share the gentleman's concern about drought and fire and about the rough months ahead for many of us in California. But none of that connects the mapping and researching and reporting on protection of blue carbon ecosystems to any of those scenarios that the gentleman was concerned about. It is a quantum leap to say that somehow mapping and better understanding these coastal blue carbon ecosystems would ever impact the Central Valley Project or any of the critical water facilities in the state of California. It's just not a valid connection. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on this. Let's keep working on drought resiliency and fire resiliency and all of these critical issues that we all care about, but let's not draw invalid connections with protecting coastal ecosystems. I yield back.
Anyone else wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chair,
Who seeks to be?
Rosendale.
Yeah, sir, you're recognized, sir, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to offer my comments to support Representative Obernaut. As many of us know, the West is experiencing yet another week of hot, dry weather. 93% of Montana currently faces abnormally dry to extreme drought conditions, which has led the state to issuing a statewide drought emergency. Many of my constituents depend on the water supply provided by Bureau of Reclamation projects for municipal or private water, irrigation for agriculture, hydropower, recreation, and for preserving wildlife and watersheds. Just recently, in the Waters, Oceans, and Wildlife Subcommittee, we heard about the Milk River Project, which is in my district, which is known as the Lifeline of the High Line. The communities that rely on the Milk River Project already face several difficulties, including aging infrastructure. This bill has the potential to enable critical water infrastructure like this to be removed or bypassed with little community input. This would put the livelihood of those who rely on the Milk River Project and the livelihood of all in drought-prone areas who rely on Bureau of Reclamation at jeopardy. Our communities deserve better. They need more certainty than that. This amendment prohibits the bill from taking effect in Bureau of Reclamation states like Montana that are experiencing or have experienced at least severe drought conditions within the last 5 years. Throughout the West, water supplies are at critically low levels. We need to protect our valuable resources and water infrastructure that so many depend upon. I thank Mr. Obalnolty for bringing this forward, this important amendment, and I would urge support and passage of the amendment as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to be recognized on Mr. Representative Obernold's amendment? If not, I recognize myself. I oppose the amendment. This amendment would prevent the bill from taking effect in states that have had recent droughts or are going through droughts. Yet the Ocean-Based Climate Solutions Act advances policies to help reduce carbon emissions and address climate change, which is the actual critical threat to our nation's water supply. Climate change is making droughts much more frequent and severe. We can't avoid action any longer, which is the only thing this amendment will actually accomplish, to avoid action. These states and territories stand to gain the most from this bill. Billions of dollars worth of conservation, restoration, jobs, wind energy, fishing opportunities, and the list goes on. Before we consider amendment, before we consider any other members who wish to be recognized, do they wish to be recognized in this amendment? Can I yield back my time? If not, hearing no further debate, the question is on the Abernathy Amendment number 1 to the legislation. I will pause so that members in favor can unmute. Now, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Members can now mute themselves again, and I will pause so that members opposed can unmute. All those opposed, please indicate by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Moving on to,
On that amendment, I request a recorded vote.
gentlemen, request a recorded vote, and as the vote will be postponed pursuant to prior announcement. Representative Bilbert, you have the next amendment designated number 1. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair?
You're going to offer the amendment, correct? Mr.
Yeah,
Stubber,
Mr.
you're
Chair.
recognized to offer the Boward amendment designated as number 1. Sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the amendment at the desk is on behalf of my colleague, Representative Bolbert. The bill in front of us today has far-reaching implications in line with the Biden administration's attempts to return to the crushing regulations we saw during the Obama years. The blue carbon map proposed in this bill literally snakes its way up across any river, that reaches the ocean. My district, which features the headwaters of the Mississippi River and a large chunk of its watershed, is squarely in the crosshairs of this bill. The parameters of the so-called blue carbon map includes literally any upstream structures. Should we have any responsible development project, be it a road, bridge, mine, pipeline, dam, culvert, or anything else, this bill now requires another layer of NEPA, another layer of bureaucratic red tape, another layer of lawsuits, and the only beneficiary, activist lawyers, billing hundreds of dollars an hour, an hour to sue every time vegetation is cleared around a boat ramp or to begin construction of a road or elsewhere. Representative Bolbert's amendment today does the right thing. It clarifies that the blue carbon map in this bill will not be used to promulgate new regulations or require further consultation with more federal agencies. To ensure we can build our future, I urge adoption of my colleague's amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlemen, yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on Wilbur Amendment number 1? Hearing no further debate, the question is on the Wilbur Amendment number 1 to the legislation. I'll pause so the members in favor can unmute. All those in favor of the amendment indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Members can mute themselves again, and I will now pause so the members opposed can unmute. All those opposed indicate by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
a recorded vote is requested.
gentleman has requested a recorded vote, and it'll be postponed pursuant to prior announcement. Now, Representative Tiffany, you have the next amendment designated as number 1. You are recognized for 5 minutes. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. What this amendment does is this is a little bit broader than a couple of the amendments that are along these lines, but it's to eliminate the far-reaching mapping requirement that is called for in this bill. There is no limit on just how far upstream this map can extend. The watershed alone accounts for about 40% of the continental United States. And let's hold the backdoor waters of the United States. This has been a dream for a long time, and I know that because my United States Senator at the time, Feingold, about 20 years ago, introduced waters of the United States, and this is what he sought, was to regulate every drop of water at the federal level. Rather than allowing our states to do their job, every state has an EPA, has a DNR, they can do the management of this. This is an attempt, a backdoor attempt to regulate every drop of water. And my comments earlier were dismissed by one of the members on the other side, saying he was not going to answer every charge that was thrown out there. Well, just go back and look at the testimony from the person from NOAA who was there at our hearing. That person confirmed what I am saying here. This will offer as a map of the entire Mississippi River watershed, or can be used that way. This bill is supposed to be about oceans and coastal areas. It is not about every drop of water in the United States, which is ultimately what this leads to. But think about it. This goes all the way up to northern Minnesota, northern Wisconsin, and the upper peninsula of Michigan. This map will affect almost all of the United States. So, this federal initiative could be used as a pretense to justify the targeting of dams, levees, dikes, or other structures that are labeled threats to the health of the blue carbon ecosystem. And Mr. Chairman, I can speak firsthand. I was the dam tender on the Wisconsin River system, which feeds into the Mississippi River for 29 years. I've seen the power of hydropower, and I've seen groups that are targeting dams, dikes, and levees that want them removed. They want them all removed. And they have such incredible value for all of us that that's why I supported Representative Harrell's bill, and it's why I'm asking for people to support this. And I listened to the comments of Representative Costa from California. I took his comments very sincerely. This is a good amendment. This is too far overreaching, this provision in here. Somebody slipped this in that causes this to create a map that's going to have harmful effects for those of us that are in the interior of the United States. This isn't about just oceans and coasts. We also don't know how far upstream reach of these consultations will go. Will an activity up here in northern Wisconsin that is part of the Mississippi River watershed call for a consultation requirement? This is supposed to be about oceans and coastal areas. I urge members to support this. This really needs to be thought through. This is a very important amendment, Mr. Chairman, because this is overreach that you've allowed to enter into this bill, and it's going to cause great harm to farmers and others throughout the central United States if we allow this mapping requirement, because it's going to be used against us. We've seen it before. This is WOTUS, the Waters of the United States 2.0. I urge members to support my amendment. It makes sense to do it. Let's make this bill about coastal areas and oceans, not the Mississippi River watershed. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman?
Gentleman yields. Who seeks to be recognized? Mr. Hoffman, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, the only overreach is to argue that this bill that calls for the mapping of coastal blue carbon ecosystems is somehow a nefarious attempt to get rid of dams in Wisconsin and put northern Minnesota in the crosshairs. That's the overreach. This is giving paranoia a bad name, folks. If someone wanted, under the guise of this blue carbon mapping provision, which is the Lisa Murkowski map provision, if they wanted to take that and try to use it to get rid of dams in Wisconsin and Minnesota, they wouldn't get very far, because there is no regulatory authority under this bill, none, zip. And there are no new legal rights of action that could spawn litigation that could lead to all of these wild extrapolations that we've heard of. So folks, let's get back to Planet A and the actual bill and what it actually does. It's about mapping. It's about understanding blue carbon ecosystems. And the strongest provision in this bill to protect it simply calls for consultation. Let us dispense with all of these wild extrapolations. I know it's fun to dust off those Waters of the United States talking points from a few years ago, but that's not what this is. That's not what this does. And we should vote no on all of these amendments.
Gentleman yields back. Any further debate on the Tiffany Amendment number 1 to the legislation?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first of all, I heard Mr. Tiffany say that he was a damn bartender, and I'm not sure what that has to do with this amendment, but I'm gonna go ahead and let that pass for a minute. So seriously, Mr. Chairman, this amendment, look, this, as was stated, this establishes a national map by NOAA, and it's under the auspices of trying to I guess, protect or prevent the additional release of greenhouse gases, trying to maximize opportunities in the United States to sequester these greenhouse gases. Mr. Chairman, I think that many of us would take the majority more seriously on this issue if the majority wasn't out there celebrating efforts by Secretary Kerry to give accolades to a Paris Climate Accord that results in increased global emissions. I think that we would take the majority more seriously if and believe, I think, that the sincerity in doing this, if the majority didn't continue to advocate for additional penalties, imposition, regulations on Americans, while allowing the Chinese, that are currently emitting more than every developed country in the world combined, allowing them to increase their emissions another 50% between now and 2030 under the Paris Accords, and calling that a win. Mr. Chairman, I said this at the beginning of this debate on this legislation. In regard to the objectives, having healthy oceans and ensuring a great planet for our children, grandchildren, and generations to come, we're on board. We're on board. Take yes for an answer. But continuing to lay bureaucracy on top of bureaucracy, regulatory authority in Minnesota over what's happening in the Gulf of Mexico, it just seems like there's a connectivity loss there. That these are not regulations, are not solutions that are truly going to help solve problems. It's simply going to contribute to the bureaucracy. Mr. Chairman, many members of the committee on both sides, they represent these Western states, the states that are struggling with drought conditions. This potentially complicates some of the solutions that are available to some of those same states in regard to droughts. This bill, as I mentioned earlier, it's going to result in higher energy prices for Americans. It's going to take less options or solutions, or excuse me, it's going to provide less options or solutions for a clean energy future. It really is somewhat of a head scratcher. And I'll just say one more time, if the majority had, I think, a little bit more credibility in global reductions in greenhouse gas emissions and didn't give a pass to China or simply impose cost and regulations on the United States while giving a free pass, in fact, or contributing to a worse global environment in China and other countries, it may be that we could get on the same page, but it really is sort of confusing here. I think that this amendment makes sense and I think establishes a much better balance than the underlying bill does. I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
Gentleman yields, and let me recognize myself. I've been trying to be as disciplined as possible to move the meeting along and to allow members to comment. I think that the connectivity issue, I think, is an important one that Mr. Graves brought up. From our side of the aisle, and certainly from myself, and the comments that members have made today, the connectivity is this: that we connect strongly based on science, fact, and empirical information that climate change and the climate crisis are having a direct impact on our lives and the lives of the American people and the lives of the world. We all agree on that, I would hope. That's the connectivity. The part of the connectivity is that it also connects to the drought and the natural catastrophes that we're seeing time and time again, more severe. It is what we're going through in Arizona in terms of temperature and water availability, what's going on with the Colorado River, and the need to reform whatever compact had existed in the past because of a water situation. And so that the economic connectivity and what it would mean if we don't deal with this climate change now, as opposed to delaying, stalling, dragging our feet, and then ending up with a worse crisis for a generation to have to try to unravel. And then the last thing is also a security of our country in terms of dealing with this. I think we have a responsibility to lead, and this ocean solution is an attempt, a sincere attempt, to deal with the issue of the climate crisis in a comprehensive way, and not just on land issues, but include a resource, a natural resource to help us fight climate change and to change the equation that we're on right now. That's the connectivity that we have. And I think that if there's middle ground to deal with that reality, fine. But if it's middle ground to just prolong this process for another year, another session to find out who's in charge, and then begin all over again, then I think we're jeopardizing not just any action, but we're just jeopardizing, I think, making everything more severe for our constituents going into the future. That's the connectivity. But anyway, yield back.
Mr. Chair?
I will yield to the gentleman. I have a minute and a half left.
Oh, finish up, Mr. Chair. I thought you were done.
I'm done, but I'm yielding to you, so you can use the last minute and a half.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would say I appreciate your comments of connectivity. It's really interesting that you bring up. I support Congressman Tiffany's amendment, and when you talk about connectivity, I agree with you. So let's talk about the amendments that I have brought up. The Communist country of China has 2,363 coal-fired plants, and they're building 1,171 more for a total of 3,534 coal-fired plants. In the United States, we have 15, and we're building 0. So when you talk about connectivity, about carbon emissions, look at sourcing our critical minerals and our rare earth minerals from the United States. And I yield back.
Anyone else wish to be recognized on Tiffany amendment number 1? Hearing no
Mr. Chairman, if
further,
I could just make a quick comment.
sir, you're recognized. Thank
Thank you
you.
so much, Mr. Chair. You know, I listened to the debate back and forth and how we should never be concerned about the federal government coming in and trying to identify all of these areas. And I will just tell you that I've spent the last year listening to my constituents across the state trying to resolve inaccurate mapping by FEMA in flood zones. And we literally have got properties that are located in the flood zone that are being identified as not being in the flood zone, and other properties that are situated 10, 15, 20 feet higher elevations that are being identified as being in the flood zone, commercial properties, millions and millions of dollars of investment. And these property owners are being forced to either purchase flood insurance that has no relevance on their property whatsoever, they will never use, but it's been mandated because their lender comes in and says, sorry, FEMA has identified you. And so they're spending thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars in engineering to identify the elevations of their property or be exposed to purchasing flood insurance because the federal government, who we all trust to take care of this mapping, has done such a terrible job by just doing all these overlays. So you'll have to forgive me if I don't trust the federal government to go through and do mapping for the entire nation to identify what is or is not sensitive or flowing waters or perennial streams in the state of Montana. Thank you very much. I'll yield back my time to Representative Tiffany if he needs to make any more additional comments.
Gentlemen, yield.
Yeah.
Ms. Tiffany?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Rosendale. The map makes all the difference. I was a locally elected official for 2 terms, as well as serving in our state legislature. And I dealt with local units of government and the nexus with the federal government. The map makes all the difference. That's what is so important about this. When decisions are made, the federal agencies get the map out, and that's how they decide these things. And as Representative Rosendale referred to, that's happening with FEMA as we speak. It will be used in the same way here. And it does not give me any solace to hear the term consultation being used, because consultation means very little to local units of government. What makes a difference is the term coordination and consistency review, especially consistency review with a local land use plan. But that map is going to be hauled out when these local units of government say to the federal government, hey, hold it a second here. You're proposing this particular initiative. We want you to work with us. And then when the federal government gets the map out and they say, no, we have this ability, it was created under the law that was HR 3764, they're screwed. We should be looking out for local units of government on this issue. The map makes all the difference. I urge support. I go back to my colleague.
Yields back. Gentlemen, yields.
Mr. Chair, I'd yield back.
Thank you. Gentlemen, yields. Anyone else on Tiffany number 1? Representative Tiffany's amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is on the Tiffany amendment to the bill. I'm pausing so that members in favor can unmute.
I would be asking for a roll call on this, Mr. Chairman. Or for a recorded vote, excuse me.
Well, then just ask for the recorded vote, and then we'll follow the script and postpone it till the end of the meeting.
Yeah, I'll be asking for a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman has requested a recorded vote. This vote will be postponed pursuant to the prior announcement. Now, we recognize Mr. Tonko for his amendment number 1. Sir, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Am I audible?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Ocean-Based Climate Solution Act takes critical steps toward expressing the importance of increasing electricity production from offshore wind and net critical offshore wind goals and really seeking to remove common roadblocks in the industry. However, for many coastal communities, a significant barrier will still exist if we do not take action now. In September of 2020, President Trump withdrew areas off the coast of Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina from offshore leasing to prevent new offshore leasing for oil and gas extraction. However, due to the broad language of the memoranda, the 10-year moratorium, which started this month, also applies to offshore wind despite growing bipartisan interest in offshore wind development. This offshore wind moratorium imperils a critical new wave of offshore wind development. It threatens tens of thousands of high-quality clean energy jobs and wastes billions of dollars of investments either planned or already made for offshore wind projects. Congress has the authority to clarify that the restrictions do not apply to offshore wind, and my amendment would do just that. It would overturn the offshore wind leasing ban while leaving the offshore oil and gas bans in place to enable those in Florida and Georgia and North and South Carolina states with some of the highest offshore wind energy capacity potentials in the country to advance clean energy technologies in their communities. I do thank Representative Deborah Ross of North Carolina, who has served as co-lead on this amendment, and I thank her for her advocating on behalf of the amendment. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment in the nature of a substitute to ensure that the whole nation can benefit from the offshore wind programs outlined in the bill. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion on the Tonko Amendment number 1? Hearing no further debate, the question is on the Tonko Amendment number 1. I will pause so those members in favor of the amendment can unmute. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Members opposed to the amendment will unmute. All those opposed indicate by saying no.
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 No, no.
In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I request a recorded vote.
Representative Graves requested a recorded vote. The vote will be postponed pursuant to the earlier announcement. Representative Stauber, you have the next amendment designated as number 1, and you're recognized for 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment today strikes section 107, a provision that uses blue carbon as an excuse to further regulate our daily lives. Democrats on committee today would have the public believe that the blue carbon areas of significance only exist on the coasts. However, according to the bill, these areas of significance occur throughout any upstream structure, which includes the Mississippi River watershed all the way up in northern Minnesota. At Leech Lake, for example, in my district, the Army Corps of Engineers operates a boat ramp and recreation area. If the Army Corps of Engineers need to clean some overgrown lily pads from their boat ramp because it impedes access for recreation, this bill would require the Army Corps to consult with NOAA. Next, a radical group, activist group would sue because they argued the comment period was not long enough. The project, simply clearing overgrowth, is now a federal agency action in a blue carbon area of significance, and now takes months or years instead of days. Meanwhile, a family from Deer River, Minnesota, they lost access to the boat ramp. Jigging for walleyes on legendary Leech Lake with the kids would now require a long detour around the 100 square mile lake. Or consider the Enbridge replacement line 3. This massive private investment is in its 6th year of permitting and construction, but it was sued over and over again. It took years to get those high wage jobs to our region, and this bill only adds another layer of red tape. Section 107 would mean a decrease in recreation and further delays in high quality jobs. This provision and this bill would impede recreation and responsible development. I therefore urge adoption of my amendment. It first begins this entire piece of legislation, as my colleague from the great state of California recently stated. It first begins with consultation, and then it becomes an agency rule, and then it becomes law. Consultation, agency rule, and then law. That's the difference, and we can do better, and I yield back.
Gentlemen yields. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Anyone seek to be recognized?
Representative Tiffany.
Ms. Tiffany, you're recognized, sir, to speak to Mr. Stauber's amendment.
Yeah, I rise in support of Representative Stauber's amendment. It's very important. And I think it's very important to deliver this message, how far-reaching this is. And it goes all the way to the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. The Wisconsin River is a tributary to the Mississippi, goes all the way through the state of Wisconsin. Our state is named after that great river. But it goes all the way up to Lac Butte Desert. And I urge people to take a look at a map, which is all the way up to the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. You're getting very close to Canada at this point. That's the far-reaching effect, this mapping requirements and these other things that we've been trying to address here, how it affects them. But I want to speak specifically to a job that I had that I mentioned. Representative Graves referred to me as a damn bartender. So I have been a bartender, and I hope a damn good bartender, but I have been a dam tender, and I was for 29 years. I gave up the job when I came to Congress because I couldn't fulfill it any longer. But if you understood the incredible recreational and economic and societal impact that these dams have on Wisconsin, and it's true throughout our country, we have 25 alone that are hydropower dams here on the Wisconsin River system. And it creates clean power, hydropower, creates enormous benefits, including in the recreational industry. In a prior life, I owned a business called Bush Cruises. And it was just it was in a wilderness area here in northern Wisconsin, nearly 100 miles of shoreline on the Willow Reservoir, only 1 mile of it developed. That is because of a dam that was built up here. And it is deeply concerning that we're going to turn over to a mapping requirement that is going to be put on NOAA, and then groups are going to come in and use that to nitpick and prevent anything from happening up here without a lengthy process. We are already seeing that with NEPA, where we see projects that take 15 to 20 years in order to get permits. It's an incredible amount of time, and it's interminable, and it puts incredible costs on being able to complete projects, and most people just throw up their hands when they hear about it. Same thing is going to happen here, because the map means everything. All you have to do is look at what has happened with FEMA and the floodplain. The map means everything, and that's why we're so deeply concerned about this. This is going to have very harmful impacts, and it's going to take away local and state control and move it to the federal government, the worst place possible. I yield back.
Anyone, any further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Huffman, sir, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, my colleague's obsession with the Murkowski mapping language in this bill just kind of got me curious. And so I checked the DSM-5 to see if there's an actual listing of cartophobia, or fear of maps, as a disorder. It is not officially in the DSM-5, but it turns out the internet is full of stuff about people who have fear of maps. Some are afraid of the blank spaces in maps. Others are afraid of the maps themselves, how the maps will be used. I mean, people could start drinking, dancing, playing pool. Pretty soon there's trouble in River City. Folks, this is the Lisa Murkowski mapping language in this bill. It's not going to remove dams in Wisconsin or do any of the other things that have been suggested, and I urge you to vote no on these amendments.
Mr. Chairman.
Anyone wish to be recognized? Mr. Graves, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate my buddy from California continuing to just share his wisdom with us. It's very helpful. And importantly, I want to thank my friend from California for talking about, Senator Murkowski, because she supports offshore energy production. So if all my friends are so, I don't know, infatuated with her opinions, then that's great. And I look forward to y'all supporting my amendment later on today, which will allow energy production. It's a great runway that y'all have laid. I want to thank you all. Now back to the actual amendment at hand, Mr. Stauber's amendment. It's a simple amendment. It removes the blue carbon area of significance provisions, and the provisions mandate a designation of blue carbon areas of significance without the input of local stakeholders. Even worse, the designation, it creates a new consultation requirement for all federal actions that have the potential to cause an adverse impact. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure about y'all's constituents, but I got to tell you, there's not a day that goes by that I don't have constituents that call us, that I visit with, that say, please, more bureaucracy, more regulation, more red tape. Said no one ever. Mr. Chairman, this is complete silliness. Similar to the national map, if there are no upstream limitations to identifying structures that are impediments, will there be any limitations to how far upstream of federal action must be? This is NOAA, the oceanographic, yet they're having jurisdiction over Iowa, Nebraska, Minnesota, Michigan, states that because of the downstream flow. I know somebody's getting ready to say Great Lakes, but there's not a relationship to this bill, or it's tenuous at best, which means that this is simply laying more bureaucracy, more regulations. During our hearing, NOAA agreed that the National Blue Carbon Map could reach almost everywhere in the United States. And, I'll say it again, our communities deserve better. They need more certainty. We need to cut through red tape because, Mr. Chairman, we have all on a bipartisan basis worked on, in one of these few areas where we can agree on a bipartisan basis, worked on resiliency efforts, worked on improving the resiliency of our communities. And Mr. Chairman, this legislation actually complicates that. It adds more bureaucracy to the process for road projects alone. Mr. Chairman, for road projects alone, just the NEPA analysis takes on average 7 years. 7 years. Being involved in these types of activities for much of my life, I can tell you a road project usually takes 1 to 2 years to build. And so we're looking at 7 years already in environmental compliance, and y'all are adding more time to that. So I remind you, go out, go talk to real people, because I've never heard anyone say, I need more bureaucracy, more regulation, more red tape. Please, please give me more studies. I've never heard it. So I urge adoption of this amendment and yield back.
Gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion on the Stauber Amendment number 1?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Congressman Benz here.
Representative Benz, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think because of the repeated references to the neutral nature of this bill, I really do want to ask for someone to weigh in and explain the use of the language research, restoration, and protection, which I believe the administrator, right in the very first part of the bill, right in section 101 sub C, where the administrator is told to, and those are the 3 words, research, restore, and protect. And later on in the same section, I believe they use the words protect and restore habitat and waters. So if this bill does nothing, as we've been repeatedly assured, then I want to hear that those 3 words don't mean anything. Because apparently the administrator is being told to do this, yet we're hearing based upon the map, based upon the strategic plan, based upon the report, based upon the grant program. And then when we get to the suggested amendment here, what of course this amendment is trying to do is make sure that those 3 words aren't used to accomplish the red tape purpose that we've heard so much about. But we've been hearing that we have nothing to worry about. And those 3 words apparently are just surplusage. So would someone weigh in and explain to me why the words research, restore, and protect and mean nothing? Thank you. I yield back.
I'd be happy if the gentleman will yield the balance of his time.
And I do. Oh, wait a second. I'll tell you what, I yield you enough that you leave me at least 30
The
seconds.
gentleman yields. Let me recognize myself and yield to Mr. Representative Huffman, sir.
Certainly. Look, there are many ways to protect and restore and do the other objectives mentioned in this bill, well short of reaching up into Wisconsin and Minnesota and starting to remove dams. The point is, setting a policy objective of protecting these blue carbon ecosystems is critical based on everything we know, including the need to protect coastal communities against the impacts of extreme weather, rising sea levels, and climate change. But that doesn't mean that there are legal authorities in this bill that would actually lead to some of these extreme extrapolations that my colleagues have mentioned. So that's the explanation. Setting a policy course of protecting these ecosystems does not mean you're creating legal authorities to remove dams in Wisconsin and Minnesota and to breathe life into a Clean Water Act regulation that Republicans hated a few years ago. Those are just not grounded in anything that you see in this bill. And I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, parliamentary inquiry.
Reclaiming my time. Thank you, Mr. Hoffman, for that. Let me recognize Mr. Graves, and I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I just had a parliamentary inquiry. I believe that Mr. Rosendale had 3.5 minutes left and did not yield those back. Again, no problem with Mr. Huffman speaking or anything, but I did want to just note that I believe he still controls some time here, and he had asked to
I thought he had yield back. I thought he had yield back, Mr. Graves, and as such, I used the Mr. Hoffman wanted to speak, and I relinquished my time to him. I assumed he had yield back. If not, then he has 3.5 minutes. That's
okay.
that's
I think he wanted to quickly respond if he wanted to have that opportunity.
Yep. I would seek time, Mr. Chairman Gomert.
Mr. Gomer, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, I appreciate everything that's been said, and I really appreciate Mr. Huffman's warm smile when he was talking earlier about phobias, and if it weren't for his sense of humor and that warm smile, he would be up for Employee of the Year of Orwell's Ministry of Truth and Ministry of Love. No, you don't have to worry about more big government. You've got a phobia. It's a completely unjustified fear. Don't worry about more government. But I think about the comment that John Adams made when we talk about more and more government, more and more studies, more and more loss of control over to bureaucrats. John Adams said, liberty once lost is lost forever. When the people once surrender their share in the legislature and their right of defending limitations upon the government and of resisting every encroachment upon them, they can never regain it. We have seen that in my time in Congress. It's just an ongoing encroachment. No, you don't have to worry. We're going to take a little more control back and away from you and more government because we're out for your best interests. We're the ministry of truth and we're the ministry of love. This is more encroachment. This is more government control. Yes, it's an innocuous sounding study, but it has led every time. I've seen this happen. It plays out, more government control. And so I think we're wise to resist that. It means more cost to the working poor, more devastation down the road. It's what always happens. More cost to those on fixed income. And I think we're wise to resist that and not give more power through more studies and the legislation that inevitably follows. So I didn't know if Mr. Rosendale wished to respond, but I'd be glad to yield time to him.
to recognize him for a remainder of his time. If you wish to yield back, I'll
I'm good.
recognize
I
him.
cannot top that, Representative.
Well, thank you. Then I yield back my time.
Mr. Rosendale, you're recognized for your remaining time, which according to Mr. Graves is 3.23 seconds.
Mr. Tiffany, Mr. Stauber, anyone else have something to add? I would yield to you.
Mr. Rosendale, if you'd yield to me, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you very much. And my colleague from Texas, Mr. Gomert, said it very well. My good friend, Mr. Huffman from California, says we don't have to worry. Minnesota's covered. I'm just wondering if any one of my Democratic colleagues would eliminate the Mississippi River and the watershed in my great state from this amendment or from this piece of legislation and make an amendment. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized? If there's no further discussion on the amendment and hearing no debate, the question is on the Stauber Amendment number 1. I'll pause for members in favor so they can unmute. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Members will mute themselves. I will now pause so the members opposed can unmute. All those opposed indicate by saying no.
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 In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair.
Gentlemen recognized?
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Gentlemen request a recorded vote, and pursuant to prior announcement, it's postponed. Representative Stauber, you have the next amendment designated number 2, and I reserve a point of order. Sir, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate you giving this opportunity. I intend to withdraw this amendment, but I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Amendment number 2 would strike section 304 from the bill, which puts onerous requirements on vessels seeking longstanding loan guarantees from the Transportation Department. Believe it or not, under this bill, one needs to install solar panels imported from China, make an expensive engine replacement or retrofit, modify the shape of the vessel, or purchase new expensive fishing gear just to receive a loan. As ridiculous as it sounds, House Democrats today are exasperating our demand for Chinese solar panels by using them as a stick for our marine economic drivers. Mr. Chair, the Lakers leaving the port of Duluth, the most inland port in our country, and Superior, shared between my district and my neighbor Representative Tiffany's, make runs across the greatest freshwater lake in the world as late as late November. When delivering the iron ore used to make America's steel, 85% of America's steel is made from the iron ore mined in northeastern Minnesota. And these Lakers face turmoil and devastating conditions across this Great Lake under cloudy and gray skies, as you can imagine in November. Will solar panels work on these Lakers in cloudy gray skies? Will electric motors be able to match or exceed the powerful diesel engines to push our iron ore through rolling November whitecaps? My amendment will also strike section 1201, which levies heavy-handed reporting requirements on our transportation sector. It would require vessels weighing 5,000 gross tons or more to report their emissions on every single voyage. Mr. Chair, the Mesabi Miner, a well-known lake freighter named after our mining heritage, has a capacity of more than 6 times the bill's requirement alone. Every time the Mesabi Miner makes it to a dock, she would have to report on her emissions. Let's call this what it is, another attempt in this Blue New Deal to regulate every industry to death. Members of this committee have, in recent weeks, not only attacked our iron ore development, but now are attacking our iron ore transportation. We need this steel if we're to continue building this great country and our roads and our bridges. And that steel can't be made without transporting iron ore from my district across the Great Lakes. I would ask for unanimous consent to withdraw my amendment, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Without objection, sir, and I appreciate your willingness to withdraw your amendment and on the jurisdictional point of order. And thank you for that. And now we proceed to the next amendment. I'll remove myself from the chair and turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Hoffman, whose subcommittee and staff did a remarkable work on the legislation and other pieces of legislation that have come before this body and will be coming before this body. With that, let me turn that over to Representative Huffman, and thank you. I'll be back shortly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will try to fill in addition to my new title of Minister of Love. Thank you, Mr. Gomert. I like that one a lot. I will try to be interim chair here for a few minutes. So we are going to move on to the Rosendale amendment. I believe it is identified as Rosendale number 1 on page 17. Mr. Rosendale, you are recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. The bill before us today, while it claims to focus on the ocean, per the administration's own admissions, it could impact as far inland as the entire Mississippi River Basin and likely the Columbia River Basin, whose system of dams and related infrastructure is critical to the ratepayers and irrigators across western Montana. Recently, I visited Libby Dam, a concrete gravity dam on the Kootenai River in northwestern Montana that's part of the Columbia River Basin. Critical dams like this are located throughout the Columbia River Basin and across the country. They provide an incredible amount of hydroelectric power and are essential for flood management, irrigation, recreation, and environmental stewardship. Unfortunately, they have become the target of environmental extremists who seek to breach or bypass these dams with unclear goals in mind. My amendment today seeks to protect access to the water and hydroelectric power that so many Montanans and Americans depend on. My amendment would ensure that before dams are removed or dam management is impacted to reduce water or power for municipal, industrial, or agricultural purposes, we actually get the consent of those directly impacted by such actions, those who receive water or power from this infrastructure. I believe the hydroelectric power these dam systems provide is a key piece to an all of the above strategy. My home state of Montana produces the 6th most hydroelectric power of any state in the country. This power is critical to powering our homes, businesses, and towns, helping keep the lights on for tens of thousands of Montana families. I believe the ratepayers and affected municipalities should have a say before the federal government decides to remove or bypass any of these dams. Dams and other water infrastructure are also critical for our farmers and the ranchers who rely on them for irrigation, especially in the midst of the unprecedented drought crisis we're experiencing across my state. Our farmers and ranchers are the nation's backbone, and I believe they should have a say in this as well. I have previously opposed plans to breach or bypass dams in the Columbia River Basin and will continue to oppose any attempt to put energy and water access for the people of Montana in jeopardy. I believe this is a common sense amendment, and similar language has even won bipartisan support in the past. I hope we can work together to ensure that it is included as part of this package as well. Mr. Chairman, with that, I will yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Is there any further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Tiffany.
Mr. Tiffany, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It was said about me that I may have a disorder earlier, and I know it was said in an oblique manner, but that I may have a disorder in regards to concern about dams. But here's what's so important. By the way, that disorder I have is called freedom, liberty. I love those things. And the reason we're so concerned about this mapping issue and dam removal is that it has tremendous impacts, and we've seen it. I've seen it in my home territory here in northern Wisconsin. where people have actively went after dams and wanted them removed. And it has a real harmful impact. We heard Representative Stauber comment earlier in regards to boat launches. Will this affect boat launches? There are many, many homes, hundreds of homes up here where I live that are around these reservoirs that are built on the Wisconsin River and its tributaries, which ultimately end up in the Mississippi River. There is genuine concern by people when you talk about doing things like this. And I would just allude back to the map means everything. The map means everything. When the agencies get them out, they sometimes use them for purposes that are at cross purposes with local people's interests. And that's why I rise in support of Representative Rosendale's amendment. I don't think we can say it enough. This is deeply concerning, what is being proposed in this bill. We've seen it before. We don't want to see it again. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. Is there any further debate? Seeing no further debate, the question is on the Rosendale Amendment number 1 to the bill. I will pause so that members in
Mr.
favor.
Chair, I'm going to ask for a recorded vote if just to save you.
All right. I thank the gentleman. Then we will dispense with the voice vote, and the recorded vote will be called in due course. Representative Moore, I believe you have the next amendment. It's designated as Moore Amendment number 1. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Interim Chair. And just for the record, I actually wanted to switch my background around just to show that I do not have a phobia of maps. I love maps. I have them up in my office all the time. And then any staff that I have from the Moore team, if we could go and confirm, check with Markowski on my amendment and get a ruling from her, would be very, very appreciated as I introduce this one. Sorry, Representative Graves is my mentor, so I carry along with some of that humor.
Touche, Mr. Moore.
This amendment is simply about to summarize it, and I'll give some brief remarks on it. But it's just as this process goes forward, if the bill is successful, is to allow for private landowners, tribes to be able to weigh in and offer their consent if their land is going to be included in these maps. So it's a provision, the requirement found in section 102, that the administrator of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration produce and maintain a national map and inventory of coastal blue carbon ecosystems. I share with my colleagues from both sides of the aisle that they appreciate the intent around HR 3764, but I just wanted to highlight some of the concerns, and I'm doing that for this amendment. So according to section 102, the map must include data on nearby human activity, the condition of local habitats, an assessment of any upstream activity that could threaten ecosystems, the potential for carbon sequestration, and more. In our recent hearing on this bill, the NOAA confirmed that given how HR 3764 is currently written, this map could include the entirety of the Mississippi River watershed states. It's a colossal amount of information to collect. I firmly understand the value of having good data. I come from that background in data consulting. Access to accurate data is critically important. We hope we can use that to solve some of the challenges we face. I simply do not believe that it's appropriate to collect this much information without written consent from impacted private, tribal, county, or state landowners. My amendment would simply correct this imbalance by requiring that permission be granted to include this data from categories of landowners. And so with that, I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment, and I will yield back.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, Mr. Moore, I appreciated the Rosendale strategy of requesting in advance a recorded vote. It saves us the time of calling for the voice vote. Is that something
I was hopeful since there's no comments that it was going to be unanimously in support of this amendment, but I will also request a recorded vote because I've, 6 months into this gig, I see how these things go.
You are a quick learner, Mr. Moore, and that'll save us some time. So thank you. Recorded vote has been requested. The vote will be postponed pursuant to that. And I believe Representative Bentz has the next amendment designated as number 1. Mr. Bentz, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I too will ask for the recorded vote now to avoid the additional time otherwise required. So my amendment would read, this act will not take effect until the Secretary of Commerce, in consultation with the Secretary of Interior, determines the act will not negatively impact water supplies for municipal, industrial, and agricultural users. Of course, as we've discussed already a number of times in today's hearing, the West is facing one of the greatest droughts in modern day history, affecting some 70 million people. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for holding a hearing on this issue. Much appreciated. And for months, we, of course, have been discussing this drought, and I'm back in my district now, and I will tell you it's incredibly sad, the impact of the drought. Shows no sign of abating anytime soon. This bill carries serious implications for lands and inland waters, as has been discussed. The blue carbon ecosystem map mandated in the bill would include references to upstream storage processes and structures. This provision would require that NOAA identify structures and pollution sources that affect blue carbon ecosystems. The requirement has no limits on how far upstream that process might reach. And we've already heard about drainages across the United States, including the Columbia River system. Many reservoirs are reaching critically low water levels, and unfortunately, we're voting on legislation that could make managing these resources even more difficult. This amendment is simply a critical protection for these communities. I urge the support of my colleagues for this amendment. And Mr. Chair, I just want to go back again and mention that NOAA is instructed in the first part of the bill to research, restore, and protect, and then later on are directed to take other actions. So this is a bill that requires action, and by virtue of the nature of the mapping, one would assume that that requirement means that they would be looking at upstream structures when they're trying to restore and protect, and we do not want that activity to in any way interfere with our access to water. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and I recognize myself briefly in response. I do oppose this amendment. It inaccurately suggests that this bill will somehow negatively impact water supplies, and there are just no provisions in the bill that would do that. This amendment would delay the bill's implementation by requiring federal assessments of the bill's non-existent harmful water supply impacts before it could ever take effect. In truth, this bill advances solutions to help reduce carbon emissions and address climate change, which is the actual critical threat to our nation's water supply. If you want to know something that's impacting drought and water resilience, it's climate change. It's becoming much more frequent and severe, and we cannot delay policy responses, which is the only thing this amendment would actually accomplish, is to stand in the way of us doing something about it. So I do urge a no vote on the amendment, and I yield back. Is there further debate on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Graves, you're recognized.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, first of all, following up on Mr. Moore's comments earlier, we do offer our mentoring services to anyone, so I don't want to discriminate. If Mr. Chairman, if you'd like those, happy to help out. But seriously, back to what we're talking about issue at hand here. So I've heard our acting chair, and Mr. Chair, you are acting really well today. I've heard our acting chair repeatedly make promises or commitments about how this bill's not going to do this, it's not going to do that. And including that it's not going to cause impacts to drought or exacerbate drought conditions. So I think all Mr. Bentz is trying to do here is effectively codify those very commitments. Let's put that in the language to where we all do have a common vision. Going back to my friend Mr. Huffman's comments earlier, in the dialogue with Mr. Rosendale and Mr. Gomert, let's put that in the law. If we believe that the law could be construed to do this, this, and this, and you're saying, oh, no, it does this, then let's codify that. That way we have a common understanding. We can't have these verbal commitments on the record and expect that to outweigh what the plain text of the bill says. I think that Mr. Bentz's amendment simply tries to codify some of the very commitments I've heard my friends on the other side of the aisle make, but I think this only exacerbates our concerns whenever there's opposition to amendments like this. This amendment simply says this bill can exacerbate drought conditions. That's what it does. And so if my friends on the other side are going to oppose this, then effectively what I hear and what the public should hear, if anybody from the public is listening to this, my goodness, but if you are, then what this is saying is it's saying that this bill is going to exacerbate drought conditions. This is going to make it worse for people in California, New Mexico, Arizona, and wherever else. And I want to recommit my offer to Mr. Costa I made earlier, make it to any of you. We've had almost 60 inches of rain this year alone in Louisiana. 60 inches just this year, more than double what the average American receives in a year. And I want to offer any of that water to you all. You're welcome to take any of it. But this amendment simply just codifies the very commitments that my friends have made. And so you opposing it really does, I think, raise our antenna that this is exactly what you want to do. And it's very concerning. If you want to exacerbate drought conditions, oppose this amendment. If this bill doesn't do it, then all this amendment does is it reaffirms what you've said verbally. I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
Is there further debate? Hearing no further debate, the question is on the Bentz amendment number 1. Mr. Bentz, are you going to be requesting a recorded vote?
Yes, I am. Yeah, I am requesting it.
So the vote will be postponed for later in the hearing. And I believe that brings us to the Westerman amendment number 1. Ranking Member Graves, I believe that you are standing in for Mr. Westerman on this one, or was someone else going to be offering this amendment?
I believe Mr. Bentz is going to be offering, but if you
All
have
right.
I'm happy to do it.
That is correct. I'm offering it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Bentz. You're recognized.
Mr. Chair, this amendment would cause the act not to take effect until the Secretary of Commerce, in consultation with the Secretary of the Interior, determines the act will not negatively impact carbon-free energy sources, including but not limited to hydropower. Of course, as this is similar to Mr. Rosendale's amendment, but slightly different, hydropower is a critical component to our renewable portfolio. It accounts for almost 7% of electrical generation in the United States, and is still the largest renewable energy generating source. The hydropower has been around for generations, and the Bureau of Reclamation is the second largest hydropower producer in the nation. It is an energy source that we must protect, and this amendment does just that. It conditions the implementation of the bill on a determination by the Secretaries of Commerce and Interior that this bill would not negatively impact carbon-free energy sources such as hydropower. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment. And once again, Mr. Chair, I want to go back to the language at the beginning of the bill, which instructs the administrator of NOAA to protect and restore. To me, there's no qualifiers on that language, and this amendment would do just exactly that. So again, I urge and I vote and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and I recognize myself in response. Mr. Benz, that generic policy direction to the agency, unless it is accompanied with very specific legal authority, could never lead to the scenarios in Wisconsin and Montana and Minnesota that have been speculated about by so many of the speakers today. That's just a fact. This amendment suffers from some of the same problems. It suggests that the bill will somehow negatively impact hydropower. There's nothing in this bill that is going to take down a single dam or power station. And to my friend, Mr. Graves' point that somehow our refusal to codify all the things the bill does not do means the bill secretly really does those things. By that reasoning, I guess we have to codify that the bill does not prohibit time travel or teleporting as well. And you could go on and on and on, and you could pretty much fill up a long, painful markup with that reasoning. But people can also just read the bill with a little bit of common sense and see what it does and does not do. So this amendment would waste time, duplicate efforts, distract from the program's aim, and not to mention, the bill already includes provisions for public comment and determination of adverse impacts. So any legitimate concerns about that is already addressed. We cannot further delay climate action. This is what Americans need. This is what they want. They want us to do something about the climate crisis. So I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back. Is there further? I see Mr. Rosendale. You recognize, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And while I appreciate all your comments and input, I will tell you that I, as many of the members have said, gain no solace in having guaranteed a public hearing. I've attended many public hearings over my 61 years, and more often than not, they become sessions where the government is informing us of what they're going to do and then allows us to air our complaints, and very rarely takes input on what we would like them to do and utilize that in their processes. Sorry, I yield back.
Thank you. Is there further debate? Mr. Bentz, can I presume that you are requesting a recorded vote, or did you already tell us that?
I didn't, but yes, we are.
All right, thank you. Then we will postpone that vote pursuant to that announcement, and we'll move on to Representative Rosendale. I believe you have an amendment designated as amendment number 3. I reserve a point of order on this, and Mr. Rosendale, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I, along with many of my constituents and friends across the West, are deeply concerned with the Biden administration's June 9th announcement that they will begin to reverse President Trump's Navigable Waters Protection Rule. The Navigable Waters Protection Rule protected landowners, farmers, and ranchers across the United States from abuse from a rogue environmental protection agency that has in the past shown itself all too happy to trample on the little guy in our Western way of life. Take the example in case of Andy Johnson, a rancher from my neighboring state of Wyoming, spent most of his family savings to build a small stock pond simply for his cattle to drink water from. The EPA came in and claimed Mr. Johnson had violated the Clean Water Act and demanded he either return his property to its original state or face legal penalties of $37,500 per day, all for building a small pond for his livestock on his own property. As the legal fight wore on, Mr. Johnson had to sell off most of his livestock to pay for his legal costs and environmental studies, a crushing blow to the dream of self-sufficiency that brings so many of us west. The Obama administration's Water of the United States rule subjected private landowners with land near a creek, ditch, pond, or a piece of land that so much as comes close to a 100-year floodplain or within 1,500 feet of a high water mark. That is a quarter mile away from the high water mark, to the exact kind of abuse from a militant EPA as Mr. Johnson. President Trump's Navigable Waters Protection Rule made sure that this could not happen, and that's why preserving it and ensuring we don't return to the dark days of WOTUS is so important. I'm deeply concerned by provisions of this bill, while focused on the oceans, include provisions which would impact or encompass entire watershed systems throughout the country, including some in my home state of Montana. That's why I'm offering this amendment, to ensure that no funds from this bill are used in contravention of the Navigable Waters Protection Rule or to re-implement the disastrous Obama-era Waters of the United States rule. I believe this is critical to ensuring this legislation respects the rights of states, localities, tribes, and perhaps most importantly, does not infringe upon the private property rights this country was founded upon. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and I would yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendale. And I understand that you are aware of the jurisdictional point of order on this amendment, the committee's lack of jurisdiction over the matter you're describing. Would you be willing to withdraw your amendment because of that point of order?
I think it's unfortunate that the amendment is somehow not germane to this bill that supposedly seeks to reimagine the oceans and watersheds throughout the country, and even includes references to the Clean Water Act in the very title being amended. Regardless, I will continue to work to preserve this important rule and hope that we can work together to do so to defend the private property rights of all Americans against the often crushing hand of the federal government. And
All
with
right,
that,
so the gentleman does withdraw.
I will withdraw my amendment.
I thank the gentleman, and to Mr. Graves' great relief, I am going to hand the gavel back to Chairman Grijalva at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Huffman. And in an effort to satisfy Mr. Graves' great relief, I think, Mr. Graves, that you filed 19 amendments to this bill. We are, of course, prepared to consider each and every one of your amendments individually. We're with bated breath, waiting to hear you talk for 5 minutes on each and every one of them. However, I wanted to ask you whether you would consider offering some, or dare we say all, of these 19 amendments in block. I would reciprocate with extending the time if these are consolidated to perhaps 10 minutes, if not a little more. And if any response, Mr. Graves, yield to you on that request.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate it, and I certainly have no desire to prolong this any longer than it needs to be. I do think that a number of our amendments point out some very important issues, and as we discussed earlier, they do try to codify some of the commitments that I've heard verbally made. Mr. Chairman, if you'll allow, I'd like to. I will offer an en bloc, and I will actually take a pass on offering some of these amendments altogether. But I would like to start
Absolutely.
with offering a few of these standalone, and then I will, as you respond to some of my amendments, I'll go through and throw together a UC request to do an en bloc. Does that work?
Very kind.
All right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Graves. Very much appreciated. The next amendment we're calling up is designated as Graves number 1. Mr. Graves, sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we've heard a lot of discussion about the adverse impacts of the legislation, this underlying bill, and heard a lot of talk about how this could cause problems and we believe unintended consequences in some cases. I've heard people talk about and try and connect the dots about how this bill solves climate change, therefore addresses the drought problems. Well, let's bring a little bit of science to the table, Mr. Chairman. If the United States reduced all emissions, every bit of emissions from our country today, it would not do a damn thing. To quote Mr. Tiffany, it would not do a damn thing to address climate change. It wouldn't do a damn thing to address drought because the reality is, as climate models, no matter how liberal they are, they demonstrate that this is a global issue. And so you'd have to stop China from being the greatest emitter and more than every developing country in the world combined. You'd have to stop China from what Secretary Kerry agreed to allow them to increase emissions another 50% beyond their current levels in order to have a change. And even if the entire globe stopped emissions today, Mr. Chairman, you still would be looking at this significant lag before you would see any impacts, even under the most liberal climate models. Decades, some models show 75 to 100 years. So we need to make sure that we're talking facts and we're not misleading the public here. What this amendment does is it simply talks about this balance, and my friend Ms. Harrell tried to offer an amendment on this earlier. It tries to strike that balance. We've got to look at the impacts, the adverse impacts. We've got to look at the benefits of projects, of some of these things that are trying to be mapped and trying to be regulated. So this amendment, it very simply just modifies language to require NOAA to assess the economic, social, and environmental co-benefits and impacts of this blue carbon ecosystems. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back. And Mr. Chairman, if I can just remind you as you're responding, and I'm sure you're going to say all sorts of flowery things, if you talk slowly, it'll give me more time to prepare my en bloc UC. Yield back.
We appreciate Mr. Graves' amendment and support it. Our side of the aisle is a great believer in science and fact as a driving point, and comfortable with the information that is being requested in your amendment. With a great deal of confidence, it would validate many of the points that were made today regarding the need for this legislation, and as such, we would support this amendment and approve it. And with that, let me now go to Graves number 2, and Graves number 1 is adopted, and Graves number 2, sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. I think it's going to result in better legislation. Thank you. So number 2, Mr. Chairman, I believe that we have refiled this one. Okay, so what we did is we refiled number 2, and what we did is the underlying, the as submitted amendment establishes a categorical exclusion both for any additional regulation associated with this bill and NEPA. That's what the underlying amendment would do. And it would basically say that you can't apply any additional regulation from this bill or from NEPA on any projects to carry out coastal resiliency type projects, projects that restore the loss of coastal wetlands, freshwater, brackish water wetlands, projects to provide greater resiliency to severe weather such as flooding, hurricanes, or winter storms. Now, I want to be clear on this. What the revised amendment does is it just says if you're carrying out a project for resilience of these coastal communities, resilience of, like I said, projects to restore the loss of coastal freshwater or brackish water wetlands, or provide projects that provide greater resiliency to severe weather such as flooding, hurricanes, and winter storms. This is primarily something beneficial to our coastal communities, but others as well. What the revised amendment does, all it does is it says that this bill and all of the new pancaked regulations that it introduces, they do not apply to those types of projects. So to be clear, NEPA will apply. So the revised amendment only says that the projects for coastal wetlands restoration or resiliency, that this bill, additional regulations under this bill will not apply to those. So Mr. Chairman, I know that it's a on-the-fly change that we made. Just to give you a warning, we did it on our next one as well. So NEPA remains intact. And I just want to, I've got 3 minutes left, Mr. Chairman. I want to yield my additional time to anyone who may have questions about that, because I want to make sure that we're talking same language here.
Hearing no questions or requests for time, we need to pause for a second, Mr. Graves, to make sure that the revised version of Graves number 2, and I'm assuming now Graves number 3 as well, has been circulated, and the staff can let me know as once that's accomplished, and we'll just pause for a second to make sure everybody has it.
Mr. Chair, the amendments have been circulated.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on Mr. Graves' revised amendment number 2? Hearing no further debate, the question is on the Graves amendment to the bill. I will pause for members in favor to unmute. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Members will mute themselves, and I will now pause so the members opposed can unmute. All those opposed indicate by saying no.
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 No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed
Hold on,
to.
Jerry, they're voting. Jerry, hold on, they're voting.
Where are we going?
In the noes have it, and record it. Are you requesting a recorded vote, Mr. Graves?
No, sir, Mr. Chairman.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. I'm now calling up Mr. Graves' revised amendment number 3. Representative Graves?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, so this amendment, very similar to the last one. What it does is it says that this bill, the regulations that will result from this legislation shall not apply to border security projects. Mr. Chairman, it's not a secret to any of you that we have a crisis on our border. We have seen record illegal passage of citizens from other countries into the United States. It's been documented. These are citizens of Yemen, Iran, China. There have been citizens on the terrorist watch list. There's been record loads of heroin, fentanyl, and other narcotics that are coming across our border. Mr. Chairman, this is a crisis. And so rather than putting additional layers of bureaucracy, additional impediments to carrying out border security projects, this amendment would ensure that we don't further impede those projects that are so badly needed. Mr. Chairman, I visited the border a few weeks ago. I was able to slide through the old border wall in 8 seconds. 8 seconds. I know that Mr. Huffman, I know you're former Olympian, you could probably do it in a shorter period of time, but I was impressed with my 8 seconds. This isn't okay. And so we've got to carry out these projects. We should not be putting additional burdens or obstacles in place. So this amendment simply says that the existing arduous process, laborious process, ridiculous bureaucratic red tape process is all that applies. We're not going to heap more bureaucracy on top of it under this legislation. Not to mention the irony, in many cases, we're talking about desert or arid areas, yet ironically, as indicated at the hearing, this would likely impose new restrictions on those border security projects. So, Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is on the Graves amendment to the bill. Number 3, revised. I'll pause for members in favor to unmute. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Members would please mute again, and I will pause so the members opposed can unmute. All those opposed saying no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Going to amendment, Mr. Graves, amendment number 4. Sir, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to offer number 4, 7, and 10 en bloc.
Hold on. Pause 1 second.
4, 7. Okay. Mr. Graves, we can accept number 7, but if it's done in block, that'll make it difficult. It'll be part of a package.
Got it. Okay, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to offer number 4 and number 10 en bloc.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman.
Sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, amendment number 4 requires that NOAA guidelines for designating blue carbon areas of significance would be subjected to existing peer-reviewed data sources to ensure that no productive lands would be removed if determined that this would result meaning their removal would result in greater greenhouse gas emissions due to leakage or effectively the offshoring of energy sources. So let me see if I can distill that. Mr. Chairman, what this does is it basically says we've got to look at data, got to look at science to make sure that prohibiting activities on American lands today wouldn't simply result in greater global greenhouse gas emissions by replacing it with foreign sources of energy, which, Mr. Chairman, we've talked in this committee before. The National Energy Technology Labs have determined that U.S. gas exported to countries like Europe and Asia result in a 42 to 47% lower emissions than using similarly supplied Russian gas to those same continents or countries. And so, Mr. Chairman, if you are supportive of reducing greenhouse gases, then it seems like this amendment is something that you all would support. Mr. Chairman, number 10 allows private landowners to perform the coastal and marine blue ocean or blue carbon restoration and protection activities that would otherwise be the responsibility of the NOAA administrator, Fish and Wildlife Service director, National Parks director. The landowner would be able to receive credit for the work and to be used at a later date for Migratory Bird Treaty Act, Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act, or other things. This is similar to a banking concept we use for wetlands today and has been used for decades. And so, Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of, again, on block number 4 and 2.
Is there any further debate? If there's no further discussion, the question is on the Graves amendments in block 4 and 10. Those in favor, please unmute and indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, please unmute and indicate by saying no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the Graves amendments 4 and 10 are not accepted, and we move on to Graves amendment number 5. Sir, you're recognized.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, asking unanimous consent. Well, actually, I take it back. I'm not going to ask unanimous consent. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to withdraw 5 and 6, so I'm not going to offer those. Asking unanimous consent to offer amendment number 7.
Without objection, amendment 5 and 6 are withdrawn. You're recognized, Representative Graves, for your amendment number 7.
Amendment number 7 simply provides a little bit better, I think, standard for impacts. The legislation refers to adverse impacts, which, as we know, the term adverse impacts could be a very granular standard, meaning that even very slight, minimal, or barely even measurable impacts could be considered adverse. So what this does is it's an improving amendment, and it simply adds the word significant. Therefore, not having these microscopic or granular level impacts being considered impacts. And so it would require significant impacts. I urge adoption amendment, yield back.
Gentleman yields. We will accept this amendment. If there's no objection, the amendment is adopted. Mr. Graves, amendment number 8.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment ensures that any proposed alternative actions don't cause economic harm or undue risk. So this is, I think, an improving amendment, very simple amendment. Again, that's
this. How far away are we?
And I think Ms. Dingle supports it too. So it just, that's all it does, though. It just says that the proposed alternative actions don't cause economic harm or increase risk. I urge adoption amendment, yield back.
Amendment yields back on amendment number 8. Is there any further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Huffman, you're recognized, sir.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate Mr. Graves' efforts to find compromise and move these things along. I would accept the undue economic harm language in his proposed amendment. I feel like that's an appropriate assurance to codify, if you will, some of the things that we've explained about this bill. But the standard of increased risk is just incredibly overbroad, ill-defined. I don't even know how you begin to put that into a bill without inviting all sorts of uncertainty and confusion. So if Mr. Graves can live with just the undue economic harm part of his amendment, I would accept it and not object. If we're going to go with the blue sky, vague, increased risk standard, I will unfortunately have to object and oppose.
I would accept the gentleman's offer, Mr. Chairman. I'd be willing to strike increased risk while I do like both of them. Obviously, if we can make this bill less worse, I'd be willing to accept that.
Thank you, gentlemen, and appreciate that. And for the sake of continuity, we're gonna could we hold action on this, Mr. Graves, at this point, and ask you and Mr. Huffman to work on that language before we go to the floor? And then if by withdrawing the amendment, that would give us opportunity, and you have assurances that if it goes in the direction that Mr. Huffman was outlining, that you also
Mr. Chairman,
agree to, that we would go forward.
Asking his consent to withdraw amendment number 8 with the understanding that Mr. Huffman and I are going to work on tweaking language that I think is important enough, and I appreciate your
and acceptable. Thank you. Mr. Graves, Representative, you're recognized for amendment number 9.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, I just want to kindly remind you that if you can talk slowly, I'm continuing to work these amendments and getting you a UC request for the remainder. So in number 9, what this one does is it exempts existing valid mineral entry rights from the carbon areas of significance designation and consultation requirements. So, Mr. Chairman, this simply says that existing activities are not going to be subjected to new regulations. I think this is somewhat of a sanctity issue, a contract sanctity issue from the federal government, in that if someone comes in and conducts operations under conditions that they understood at the time, it is not fair or appropriate for one side to come in and unilaterally establish new conditions after having a contract or some type of contractual agreement. And so this, I want to be clear, while I don't agree with the base of this legislation, it would exempt existing activities and simply apply it to new activities. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of the amendment. I look forward to your very slow and dragged out response, and yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Huffman, sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the language of the bill, the plain language of the bill, is pretty clear that it applies only to new agency actions and not to everything that is already underway. This amendment is unnecessary, could cause confusion. Existing activities would not be subject to consultation under blue carbon areas of significance, that section of the bill. It is only new activities, and so existing mineral rights would be unaffected. We do not even have the authority, by the way, if we wanted to override existing contracts and mineral rights and things like that, to override Fifth Amendment taking remedies and things like that. So protections against encroachment on existing activities and those rights are already there. This amendment is unnecessary, and I ask for a no vote. Yield back.
Any further discussion on the amendment number 9? Hearing no further debate, the question is on the Graves amendment to the bill. I will pause so the members in favor can unmute. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Members opposed can unmute. All those opposed can indicate by saying no. No.
No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Mr. Graves, at this point,
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to offer numbers 11 and, oh, hang on. 11 and 12 on block.
We can take 12, we can take 11.
let me recommend, in discussions with
Mr. Chairman,
staff and committee staff,
Mr. Chairman, I'll withdraw number 11. I'll offer number 12.
If I could suggest, Mr. Graves, that if 12, 14, and 18, we're prepared to accept, can we do those in block? 12, 14, and 18.
Mr. Chairman, ask unanimous consent to offer, let's see, so here we go. So, Mr. Chairman, ask unanimous consent to withdraw number 11.
Okay.
Ask unanimous consent
order.
Ask unanimous consent to have amendments number 12, 14, and 18 offered on block.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, what amendment number 12 does is it modifies the definition of blue carbon ecosystem to include more of the Gulf of Mexico region. I believe that I understand that there is a national standard attempting to be applied under the legislation. I believe that excludes some of the areas in the Gulf that could actually benefit. And so this, to be clear, does not affect adjacent areas to that region. It just, I think, tailors the definition to our Gulf of Mexico ecosystem. Number 14 is simply a sense of Congress that says that the United States offshore wind resources must be used to put Americans back to work. Mr. Chairman, as you know, 80% of the components of wind turbines are manufactured overseas. Mr. Chairman, 80 to 90% of the rare earth and strategic minerals are monopolized by China around the globe. 80 to 90% of the investment in the production of battery storage technology, which of course is required for wind energy, is in China as well. So, Mr. Chairman, I don't have any desire to export jobs to China from the United States. I have a desire to export American innovation around the globe, meaning not stealing our intellectual property, our jobs, and this sense of Congress simply codifies that sentiment. Number 18, Mr. Chairman, amends the Coastal Barrier Resources Act to properly disclose. It's a disclosure requirement, meaning if someone is in that region, the Coastal Barrier Resources Act area, that there's a mandatory disclosure to that property owner because they could have impacts as a result of owning that property. And in many cases, we believe that folks are unaware of that during property negotiations or sales transactions. We think this is a really important disclosure issue, transparency issue to those property owners. Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption, again, 12, 14, and 18 yield back.
Gentleman yields, and on 18, the disclosure is very important. Unscrupulous and developments occurred in a mapped floodplain. People were sold the homes, never disclosed, and they end up having to bite the bullet, and the developer leaves, bite the bullet in terms of the cost that they now incur in order to meet the safety and health demands of being in a floodplain and what they need to do to mitigate their exposure. So yeah, I think that is very good. I think it puts people that promote those kinds of developments in an area that is already in a floodplain, and this would help toward that transparency, and I appreciate the amendment. Graves amendments 12, 14, and 18 are adopted. There's no objection by unanimous consent, and so Mr. Graves, you are recognized on your amendment number 13.
Mr. Chairman, I have a feeling that our great relations may be coming to an end on this one. I do want to thank you for the cooperation, though. So, Mr. Chairman, I noted earlier that that this legislation bans the production of American energy in the Gulf of Mexico. Mr. Chairman, this is an extraordinary source of energy for our nation. We had a nonpartisan career level employee from the Department of Interior who testified before this very committee when asked what happens when you stop producing energy domestically. Does it result in a decrease in demand for domestic energy? And that witness very clearly, unequivocally stated, no. What happens is it simply increases your dependence upon foreign imports of energy. Mr. Chairman, look, America may be imperfect, but we are by far the greatest country in the world. And we have strict regulatory requirements on how we produce energy. It is projected that by 2050, just in 29 years, there is going to be a 50% increase in global energy demand, a 50% increase on the extraordinary energy production that happens worldwide today. Mr. Chairman, natural gas alone is projected to have a 40% increase in demand over the next 29 years. Mr. Chairman, if there's a demand for something, I would like for that to be made in America, supplied by American workers, based on U.S. manufacturing, helping to offset the extraordinary trade deficit. Let me say it again, Mr. Chairman. I want to export American innovation, American ingenuity, American resources, not American jobs. Mr. Chairman, as you well know, under this administration, they are in control of the 5-year plan, although they're not allowed to stop it as they tried to do, and the courts told them they couldn't. But they're in charge of the 5-year plan, so they're the ones who get to decide which areas are leased, what not leased, the conditions, and so, Mr. Chairman, I think that it is a huge mistake for this committee to step in and ban options that we may need. What happens if there's another global energy crisis and we have some law that prevents us from being able to produce American energy? I think that it's a mistake. I've talked about the emissions reductions that would result from U.S. energy being produced and supplanting that of Vladimir Putin. So very simply, Mr. Chairman, because when you go back and you look at history, when we have decreased domestic energy production, we've become more dependent upon sources, the likes of China, the likes of China for renewable energy, and certainly with conventional fuels from Russia. I stated at a recent hearing that in May and June of last year that we imported 0 barrels of oil from Russia. In May and June of this year, we imported 6 million barrels, as I recall, in the month of May, and we were on track to import 7 million barrels of oil from Vladimir Putin to America for the month of June. Mr. Chairman, it comes down to very simple. If you support Vladimir Putin over American jobs, you vote no. If you support American workers and U.S. energy, U.S. resources, you vote yes. So I just want to make this as simple as possible. I urge adoption of the amendment, and I look forward to that role that we're on right now, Mr. Chairman, of accepting our amendments. Yield back.
It was brief, but it was interesting, Mr. Graves. I don't recognize myself. I don't have much to say other than, you know, I'm having to keep up with the scorecard. I guess that Putin is a bad guy again, and so I have to adjust my thinking that he's evil. He wasn't evil for 4 years, but I guess he's evil now. Those kind of things happen to human beings, I'm assuming. But let me say this about the remaining Graves amendments, but we should deal with number 13 right now, shouldn't we? We have 13, 15, 16, 17, and 19 left. Is that correct, Mr. Graves? If I may yield to you.
Mr. Chairman, I intend to withdraw number 16.
But you do want to speak to it, though, right?
No, sir.
Okay, 16. So we're talking 13, 15, 17, and 19, correct?
Yes, sir.
Well, I do want to tell you, Mr. Graves, I appreciate you offering some of these amendments in block. I'm pleased that we were able to accept 5 of these amendments. However, the remaining amendments that are before us right now are problematic, to say the least. They undermine NEPA, the Endangered Species Act, Migratory Bird Treaty Act, delay portions of the bill for no reason, punish commercial red snapper fishermen, and remove the provisions to permanently protect the vast majority of America's oceans and coasts from offshore oil and gas drilling. So obviously I'm going to oppose them all, but I now recognize you, sir. If you're going to do these in block or do them one at a time, you're recognized for number 13.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I believe we just debated number 13, and so I think we're at the point to see if any folks want to.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
this is Rep. Levin. If I could be recognized on number 13.
You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's important to set the record straight on this. Let's just first be clear what the amendment would do. Would remove the bill's provision that permanently protects the vast majority of America's oceans and coasts from offshore oil and gas drilling. I have said, my colleagues have said, will continue to say that we don't need and can't afford to expand fossil fuel development on our public waters. The extraction and burning of oil and gas fuels the climate crisis and the heat waves, droughts, and extreme weather our nation is currently experiencing. And I'm hearing quite a bit of background noise right now. I don't know. So in a district like mine, when you've got 80, 90% of the people against offshore drilling, it's pretty clear. I have had 250 or so public meetings in the last 3 years, and I always ask the question, does anyone here support more drilling off the California coast? We've got plenty of Republicans and independents that attend our meetings, just like we have Democrats. Not a single hand has gone up in 250 public meetings. No one wants to see more drilling off our coast. In fact, one of our more conservative cities just voted to support our Southern California offshore drilling ban. So they get it. They get it. And I think it's really important that, as for my colleagues' concern, that this bill somehow lead to more reliance on foreign oil. Couple things. First, the prohibition doesn't apply to leasing in the central or western Gulf, where most of the current production occurs. There are already thousands of active leases covering millions of acres of the ocean that won't be affected by this bill. Second important point, the United States is currently awash in oil, demonstrated by the fact that we're exporting nearly 3 million barrels of oil per day. Let me say that again. The United States is exporting nearly 3 million barrels of oil per day. So it's pretty clear that the whole argument that this is going to somehow affect gas prices doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Past data shows that at a time when drilling permits more than tripled, the price of gas doubled. In other words, prices are not directly related to permitting. So let me be very, very clear. Ending leasing in these areas will have an insignificant effect on the international oil market and accordingly an insignificant effect on gas prices in the United States. Prohibiting new leasing along the Atlantic, Pacific, and the Eastern Gulf and the Arctic is a small but critical first step that we need to take to rein in our emissions to combat the climate crisis. So I urge opposition to the amendment from my friend from Louisiana, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Who seeks to be
Chair
recognized?
Stauber from Minnesota.
Mr. Staubert, and then Ms. Harold after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I rise in strong support of my colleague's amendment. You know, Representative Gray represents a district absolutely reliant on outer continental shelf development. As ranking member of Energy and Mineral Resources, I stand in support of his amendment. His constituents and their way of life, just like he would my constituents, and he does when this committee attacks my district. Banning oil and gas development at a time when gas prices are skyrocketing off the charts and are sure to go higher illustrates just how out of touch this president and his Green New Deal Democrat Party is. My colleague made statements wants it to be built by Americans, made in America, mined in America, manufactured in America, and supports our U.S. energy production. I strongly stand with my colleague from Louisiana and his comments, and I yield back.
Representative Harold, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also stand in huge support over this, coming from a district that is a huge oil and gas producing state. I think the common sense behind this amendment strikes a chord that this entire committee should be supportive of, simply saying we don't want to cut off our nose to spite our face. No one on this committee can know exactly what the future is going to hold, and to put a mandate in place or a law in place that would prohibit production of oil and gas anywhere in our country is absolutely ludicrous. And I think it makes us look foolish to think that we could know what the future holds. And I will also say that while we may be exporting oil, we are now starting to import barrels of oil. And I will also tell you that Americans at large appreciate our American energy independence. So I think this is a very common sense approach. I think Graves is right when he's saying, let's just not cut off our nose to spite our face. Let's not get to a place some years down the road, months or years down the road, where we are completely reliant on energy from sources that may come from countries that are not our allies, or we may be paying too much. Because at the end of the day, while we're trying to protect our environment and everything else, who will be the most affected by this kind of a law would be those lower income, those lower wage earners, those in a poverty level situation where energy production, cost of utilities, etc., will be too expensive for them to afford. And I, for one, would appreciate being energy independent as the greatest nation in the country. And I think this is a very common sense approach. It's something we should all be able to acknowledge that this is the right thing to do. It's a smart thing to do. And it's just protecting our national assets in a way that makes sense. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman,
The gentle lady yields. Who seeks to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, Representative
Mr. Lowenthal. Sir, you're recognized.
Thank you. I oppose this amendment, and I don't want to get into what already Mr. Levin has pointed out, but I'd like to point out that almost all, if not all, as I understand it, Republicans and Democrats who represent the coastal areas that are impacted by this on the Atlantic, on the Eastern Gulf, and the Pacific oppose the expansion. Not just the residents in Mr. Levin's district, but I know of no Republican who represents a coastal area who will be impacted by this on the Atlantic, on the Pacific, or the Eastern Gulf. We know that both senators from Florida have introduced legislation to prohibit drilling on the Eastern Coast, both Republican senators, Mr. Rubio and Mr. Scott. So I think if we're interested in local control and listening to the members, we see that this bill is not supported by those that are, this amendment by those that are most impacted. And I urge a no vote to the amendment.
Any further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chair, Representative Moore.
Representative Moore, you're recognized.
Can I yield my time to Representative Graves, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Chairman, I've heard all sorts of fascinating things. I heard my friend from California, Mr. Levin, say that this would have a, quote, insignificant impact. Well, I for one, I view 7 million barrels a month from Russia as being significant. I do. And you know, doing the math on that, I mean, 7 million barrels a month, you know, multiply it times 12. I mean, what is that, 84? Is that right, Mr. Levin? My math, right, thanks. So that's 84. I mean, that's a significant 84 million barrels of oil. This isn't just importing Russian resources. This effectively is exporting U.S. dollars. It's exporting U.S. jobs. I actually, Mr. Chairman, you made a comment about Russia. Let's set the record straight on Russia. I have consistently opposed Vladimir Putin and his efforts. It is my friends on the other side. It is your party that carried out overly aggressive climate change efforts up in New England that resulted in having to import natural gas from Vladimir Putin. That was a result of Democrat climate change initiatives that resulted in importing liquefied natural gas from Vladimir Putin up into New England to the point to where Putin was trolling y'all on Twitter. I mean, who's supportive of Vladimir Putin and who's not? It is President Biden that lifted the sanctions on the construction of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline to export Russian oil to Germany, all across the European Union. That wasn't Republicans. President Trump put the sanctions in place. Democrats have said, no, Putin, come on. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. It wasn't under President Trump. It was during President Biden, the Biden administration, when the meatpacking plant was hacked by Russians. It was under the Biden administration that Biden called the Colonial Pipeline hackers terrorists and hackers, yet for shutting down the Colonial Pipeline, yet he shuts down Keystone and he's a hero. Who are we representing here? Are we representing America or are we representing Russia and Vladimir Putin? I'll tell you, that's really clear to me. I represent America. I represent American workers. I represent American resources. And so, Mr. Levin, if this is all about an insignificant portion, then let's put a number in. Let's do it. Let's put a number in. Let's put a number that says that once it crosses 84 million barrels, 84 million barrels of imported Russian energy, then we'll lift this ban. And let me be clear to my friend, Mr. Lowenthal. Mr. Lowenthal said that, oh, well, we don't want to produce off of Florida. Florida doesn't want production. A couple of things. Number one, lifting the ban that's in this bill, passing our amendment does not result in energy production off the coast of Florida, period. And so let's get that misnomer out there. That this simply doesn't put a ban in place. There is a very, very arduous process through the Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act that requires a 5-year plan to be put together, public comment, public participation. And as you can imagine, the Biden plan will approximately never include Florida. So let's not go out there and talk about these disaster scenarios, because that's not what this does. It simply doesn't put a ban in place, because we need to have those tools available to us, because every time these types of policies have been put in place, we've become more dependent upon foreign sources. We should be celebrating. We should be celebrating our energy independence, as Ms. Harrell noted earlier. It's taken us decades to get here. This isn't something that happened overnight. I remember when we had the white flags and black flags at gas stations because some of them didn't have gas, because we were so subjected to OPEC, to the cartel for our energy needs. We've achieved independence. We should be celebrating this, and we can do it in a way that continues our global leading emissions reductions based on U.S. resources and U.S. jobs. Under this strategy, all we're doing is going from OPEC to independence to China. I don't support that. So I urge adoption of this amendment. Let's not mislabel or misinform what this thing does. It's the same law. It's the same availability that's been around for decades, and we haven't produced off of Florida. So I urge adoption of the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields, and I'm assuming we're still on Graves 13, correct? Okay, thank you. And any further discussion on Mr. Graves' amendment number 13?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Huffman?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm sure we haven't heard the last of some of these arguments as we go forward with these amendments. And so now's as good a time as any for me to weigh in and just make sure the record is clear. Again, I won't be responding to every point in every speech, but some clarification of the record is needed on several of these points. First of all, with respect to Putin and Russia and OPEC, I share the chair's sense of whiplash. And I hope that our friends across the aisle will sort out, whether Putin is the good guy that President Trump trusts and believes over our own intelligence agencies, or whether he is Darth Vader and determined to make the world dependent on his oil supplies. But here's the more obvious point. the arguments we've heard from my friend from Louisiana are just built on an obvious fallacy that the world has only a binary choice. It's either our oil or Vladimir Putin's oil, and that is so absurdly oversimplified. The good news for everyone is there's another choice. We could transform this paradigm so that clean energy is an option instead of just our oil or Putin's oil. And if you think about it, if you're concerned about the geopolitical dominance of Putin or China or anyone else, a world that doesn't depend at all on fossil fuels is Vladimir Putin and OPEC's worst nightmare. Because in a clean energy paradigm, they got nothing. We've got a lot, and it's really good for our geopolitical interests, but they've got nothing. So let us not get too obsessed with this totally absurd false choice, our oil versus Putin's oil. That is not the way it works going forward in a clean energy economy. And as for offshore drilling, some of my colleagues have made this point, but the only people pushing new offshore drilling, with very few exceptions in this country, are people who don't represent coastal areas. In the coastal areas of this country, new offshore drilling is a non-starter. That is why Interior Secretary Ryan Zinke's drill everywhere agenda totally melted down, and he had to backtrack on Florida, and at the end of the day, it went nowhere. Offshore drilling is incredibly unpopular and is going nowhere in coastal America. New offshore drilling. Lastly, to the extent that my colleagues want to sort of wave their hands and pronounce U.S. oil and gas to be somehow clean and a climate solution and innovative, that's the new buzzword. The only innovation when it comes to oil and gas that I have seen is something that we saw in the Gulf of Mexico this week. Apparently, they've figured out a way to light the ocean on fire. A pipeline burst, and we have this spectacle of an eye of fire and this dystopic scenario of firefighting boats surrounding this portion of the ocean that's actually burning and spraying water onto the ocean to try to put out a fire that they couldn't extinguish. That, I guess, is innovation, and we would see a lot more of that going forward if we continue to promote new oil and gas development off our coasts and on the outer continental shelf. But again, that's not our only choice. We can go with clean energy, as this bill does, and the great news is there's never been a catastrophic wind spill. There's never been a wind explosion that firefighting boats couldn't extinguish. So great news. We actually have all sorts of alternatives to this dystopic oil false choice. We should oppose these amendments. The record will reflect the reasons why we oppose them, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Graves? Who's seeking recognition? I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair Stauber.
Mr. Stauber, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And to my colleague from California, appreciate your comments. So I would expect you then to support critical minerals drilling, exploration in our great state of Minnesota. The biggest copper nickel find in North America. We do it with the best environmental standards and the best labor standards. As you talk about transforming to energy, 95% of the cobalt that's used in our alternative sources of energy come from the Congo, which uses child labor. That's not my statistic, that's UNICEF, 30 to 40,000. So to my good friend from California who wants to transition, you have voted every single time against one of my amendments as we try to transition. Good paying jobs in my district, and you have voted every single time. So your comments just moments ago ring somewhat hollow to me as we try to transition our country. And so we have the ability to do it, but every single time you voted against the best labor standards, the best environmental standards, that we can do it better. And you have allowed the Congo to produce the cobalt and the nickel for our batteries in the transition. 7,000 plus pounds, 7,000 plus pounds of copper in each windmill. To my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, where are we going to get these? From countries that use child labor and don't have the environmental standards. I just talked to you about China and the thousands of power plants they have, and they're building more. So to my good friend and colleague, Mr. Huffman, who brings great debate, and I want you to know I have true respect for you. But then give us the opportunity to mine those minerals here in this great country. Nuclear energy.
Will the gentleman yield?
Can do it. 1 second, and I will, Mr. Huffman.
Okay.
Nuclear energy, let's do it. Let's put our investment into that as well. But every single amendment, Mr. Huffman, you voted against the opportunity for good paying American jobs, mined in America, mining dominance. So we don't have to rely on those foreign adversarial nations that you mentioned. And out of respect for you, Mr. Huffman, I will yield.
Well, I want to thank the gentleman for that and for the spirit of his remarks. And I will just say in response that I'm very comfortable getting rare earth minerals that we need for clean energy from the great state of Minnesota, from the Salton Sea in California, and any number of other domestic sources. You'll get no opposition from me on that as a goal. And I applaud the gentleman's enthusiasm for his district and the importance that mining plays to the economy and the people of his district. I just want to do it in an environmentally responsible way. And that's where we sometimes get bogged down. Do we need to create massive categorical exclusions and lower standards and declare every mineral under the sun a critical mineral? You know, we will have disagreements about how to get there, but there probably is room for us to work together on increasing standards and domestic sources for these minerals. And I'd be happy to work with the gentleman. I'll yield back with that.
Thank you, Mr. Huffman. I appreciate that. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the amendment?
Representative Tiffany.
Ms. Tiffany, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it very much. And I want to support what has been proposed here by Representative Graves. I think this is really important. So, you know, let's set the record straight. In regards to clean energy, America is leading. When you take a look back since the early 1990s, we are leading the way in reduction of greenhouse gases. And we have countries, including Western European countries, who have done lots of talk about they're going to be the leaders in reducing greenhouse gases. It didn't happen. It didn't happen. And that's one of the concerns Representative Graves has been bringing up through this, is that if we unilaterally disarm here, that we actually are going to drive up emissions. Because, for example, shutting down the Keystone Pipeline, how does that get transported now? That's going to get transported. It gets transported via rail. And we're going to use far more energy in order to transport that oil now as a result of shutting down Keystone. And let's be real clear also, while we're focused on making sure that we can continue to use fossil fuels on this side of the aisle, I believe most of us believe in, I certainly do, in an all of the above energy strategy. Let's do all of these, whether it's hydro, wind, solar, fossil fuels, including natural gas and other sources of energy. Let's use all of them, but let's make sure that they can stand on their own, because we have a very real lesson of Solyndra from just a little over a decade ago out in California, where tax-favored investors spent, what was it, $3-4 billion, something like that, of taxpayer money, and it came to nothing. We ended up wasting taxpayers' money as a result of that. Let's make sure that all these sources of energy can stand on their own, in particular wind and solar. They need to be able to stand on their own. And I would just close by saying this, is that there's three things at stake here with this amendment and the other amendments that we've been putting forward. Job security, economic security, and national security. We've seen so many jobs created in America over the last decade and a half. as a result of a robust energy sector. We have seen tremendous economic growth that's happened as a result of that. The best economic times that we can point to go right back to 2019 after the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, and we really unleashed American entrepreneurs, but in particular in the energy sector. And the final thing is national security. We know we are in a fight for the 21st century with the communist Chinese government. And we've already given them all the solar panels. Most of the solar panels coming out of China. As my colleague Representative Stauber talks about, we've given up our mineral advantage, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff a decade highlighted saying this is a huge national security problem for us. We have to get with it here and not unilaterally disarm ourselves in this great race with the communist Chinese government. Who is going to be the leader in the 21st century? That government that holds its people down, or us, the freedom-loving Americans? Let's not unilaterally disarm. I support this amendment, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. With great trepidation, let me say, is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is on Graves Amendment number 13.
Mr. Chairman, I am going to ask for recorded on this one.
The gentleman had asked for a recorded vote, and based on prior announcement, that'll be postponed. I recognize Mr. Graves for a UC request regarding the Tonko amendment we considered earlier. Mr. Graves?
Mr. Chairman, in light of all this debate about where we stand with energy and Mr. Stauber's comment about us supporting all energy, I'm concerned that without putting the Tonko amendment in context, that vote could be misconstrued. So asking unanimous consent to withdraw the request for the Tonko vote, the vote on the Tonko amendment.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Graves. Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Representative Graves withdraws his request for a recorded vote on Tonko amendment number 1, and the amendment is adopted. Mr. Graves. You have amendment
Chairman,
number 15.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to do on block number 15 and number 17. I remind you that earlier we asked unanimous consent to withdraw number 16.
Yes. Without objection, Mr. Graves, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we've heard a lot of discussion in this last debate about renewable energy, clean energy, domestic energy, foreign energy. Here's an opportunity to put your money where your mouth is. So all those people that are out there saying that we only support one type of energy, trying to allege that folks don't support clean energy or only support foreign energy or what have you. Here we go. This amendment says that the Secretary of the Interior is required to permit 12.5 gigawatts of offshore wind energy, and that it be transmitting power to the grid by 2025. And that if not, this bill doesn't take effect, or the impacts of the bill are withdrawn. So here's a forcing factor, Mr. Chairman. If everybody here is so supportive of renewable energy, we have the Tonka amendment that mandates that we offer offshore leasing for wind on the East Coast. We heard Mr. Huffman talking a little while ago about about clean energy and American clean energy, and made the curious statement that he wants American clean energy whenever the reality is China's the one that manufactures all of that, just as Mr. Stauber has noted. But what this says is it simply requires the Secretary of Energy to permit 12.5 gigawatts of offshore wind and be transmitting that to the grid by 2025. And if not, then the section of the bill is nullified. And so, Mr. Chairman, the reality is that my friends actually don't support the deployment of these clean energy technologies. I remind folks that it was actually Democrats led by Senator Ted Kennedy who opposed the Cape Wind project. I mean, here we have the states that are out there saying we want clean energy, yet when projects are proposed to provide clean energy in their own states, like, oh, no, not here, not here. That's going to mess up our viewscape. I mean, This is comical. I also, while I'm on my roll and my blood pressure's up a little bit, I'm gonna take advantage, Mr. Huffman. So you made mention of the burning, boiling in the Gulf of Mexico. You're exactly right. Thank you for making my points. That was in a foreign country. That's where you're asking us to import the energy from. That's what we're opposing. We want to do it here because we're safer. We want to do it here because it's lower emissions. Y'all are making our points for us. I am so sorry that facts inconveniently get in the way of your bad arguments, but this is an opportunity for us to do what you're saying you want to do. You want to reduce emissions. You want to have American energy. I'm giving you an opportunity to say yes. And so that's what number 15 does. Number 17 very simply says that the GAO has to do a study on the Coastal Barrier Resources Act that looks at the implications of including cost and expanding the definition of the system to private property rights, the ability to perform coastal restoration, coastline renourishment, and maintenance for navigational purposes, and await action from Congress before any implementation of the recommendations. And so that one's not as exciting, gives me a little opportunity to bring the blood pressure back down. But Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of these en bloc amendments. I remind you, it is China that makes 90% of the solar panels that are used globally. It is China that manufactures the battery and has the corner on the market, as Mr. Stauber often cites, for rare earth and strategic minerals that are required for these technologies. I understand these people folks may be on an emotional track right now in terms of what they feel about climate and energy, but we've got to actually bring an execution strategy to the table. And that's where you go beyond just these emotions and figure out how you're actually going to do this. So Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of, 15 and 17, and yield back.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Case, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you so much,
Speak
Mr.
on the
Chair.
amendment.
Yes, and I speak in opposition to both amendments. And I do appreciate Mr. Graves' last comment on the emotions of the moment. I'm going to try to maintain my cool here. And frankly, on 15, Mr. Graves, when I listened to your description of this amendment, I had to go back and make sure that I had the right amendment, because that's not how I see this amendment at all. This is what this amendment says to me. What this amendment says to me is that if we don't get to 12.5 gigawatts of offshore wind energy on the outer continental shelf within 4 years, then we are going to default to drilling on the outer continental shelf and essentially create for you and your advocated binary interest, as Mr. Huffman referred to it accurately, I believe, to an entitlement that you are not entitled to today. And so that's exactly what this amendment means to me. Now, if what you are saying, Mr. Graves, and I'm not exactly sure about this, that you actually do believe wind energy has a future in this country, I certainly hope you feel that way. It doesn't appear to it, since you're going to default within 4 years to the continuation of the very industry. That's the reason why we are at this bill immediately. Then I think that's another story. Now, as to a couple of your other points, first of all, you have repeatedly talked and your colleagues about losing jobs if we pass this bill, and if we somehow don't continue to pursue the fossil fuel industry. And from a wind perspective, that's simply inaccurate. There are many studies that indicate that development of wind energy will create tens of thousands of jobs. Even the provisions in this particular bill will power tens of millions of homes, will support major economic activity on a renewable basis. Oftentimes, wind energy is viewed as kind of a northeast thing because, of course, we do have the largest offshore wind farm underway there. But we forget that there's plenty of wind in other parts of the country, including your part of the country, where, in fact, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management is, as you no doubt know, working already with the state of Louisiana on an interagency task force to develop offshore wind in the Gulf. and is accepting public comments and information on potential offshore wind development off the coast of Louisiana, Texas, Mississippi, and Alabama. So clearly, wind energy is not only feasible but underway. And I would hope that you would have the wherewithal to support that effort. But in all honesty, what this really sounds to me like at the end of the day is to put us back on a track of it's got to be offshore drilling or nothing, and that's what this bill is trying to get us away from. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further debate on the en bloc amendments 17, 15 and 17?
Mr. Chair, may I, if it takes a unanimous, reclaim my remaining time? Because I did, is that okay?
Sure.
I did neglect to speak to 17, which seeks to require a GAO study, a Government Accountability Office study on the impacts of this legislation, which are to provide improvements to the Coastal Barrier Resource Act. And you recall from our hearing that there was very, very positive testimony to the contribution of the Coastal Barrier Resource Act over decades now of preserving many of our endangered coastal resources. And I think Mr. Grave would concede that our coastal resources are far more endangered today. In fact, you've spoken very passionately about that on many occasions. And so I don't know what the purpose of a GAO study is. I'm not sure, first of all, this particular provision asks us to pursue a pilot program in terms of the coastal barrier. I don't know why I need a GAO study to decide whether to do a pilot program. It also asks us to do a report on expanding the Coastal Barrier Resources Act to the Pacific Coast and beyond. And frankly, I don't know. I don't need the GAO to tell me to give me a report. I think we're perfectly entitled to make this policy call here. And so I urge opposition to your amendment, which appears to be intended primarily just to oppose any amendments to the Coastal Barrier Act itself. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman yields. I would, any further discussion on the en bloc amendments by Mr. Graves of 15 and 17? Hearing no further debate, the question is on the Graves amendments en bloc 15 and 17. I will pause for those members in favor to unmute. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Members opposed will unmute. All those opposed indicate by saying no.
No.
No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
This is Grijalva's view, right?
Hello?
Yeah, not mine.
Grade 19.
We are now moving to Graves Amendment number 19.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, number 19, pretty simple amendment, but before I go there, I'm just going to eat up a little bit of time. And one, the GAO amendment, Mr. Case had no pilot program in there. I'm not sure what that was referencing, but that wasn't our amendment. Number two, in regard to in regard to jobs being created, in regard to where this work is done, I guess I'm a little confused because, Ms. Case, you started out arguing that we were trying to default back to oil and gas production whenever the operations that are occurring now are those that were granted under the Obama administration under their 5-year plan. But then you ended by saying that there are wind energy projects off the coast of Louisiana right now, which of course I support. So it seems like you were somewhat undermining your own argument by saying that it would default to oil and gas, but then there are offshore wind projects in the Gulf. So I was a little baffled there. But let me go back to the amendment number 19. Amendment number 19 makes a point, Mr. Chairman. This bill determines that the District of Columbia, which is not a state, it's not. It's much smaller than any state geographically, not even close. It's the size of cities around the country, that it would suddenly be deemed a state and under the Coastal Zone Management Act. In effect, it is over 100 miles from the ocean. And so if that's our standard, then we're adding Vermont because it is less than 100 miles from the ocean. Mr. Chairman, this takes money away from real coastal states like my friend from Hawaii. It takes money away from Hawaii. It takes money away from coastal Louisiana. It takes money away from California. It takes money away from Virginia. I'm looking at the members on here. It takes money away from real coastal states, and this bill just deems that the District of Columbia is suddenly a coastal state under the Coastal Zone Management Act. There's criteria that says what a state is, a coastal state is, and DC doesn't fit. So I don't know, because just to be clear, when I say it's taking money from California and Louisiana and Hawaii and everybody else, there's a pie. There's a certain amount of money that goes to coastal zone management activities that is then divvied to the states and for them to manage their coastal resources. So we've now taken that pie and we're splitting it up among more people, which means states that have real coastal management, coastal resource management issues, like California, like Louisiana, like Hawaii, are going to get less money, like Virginia, are going to get less money. So we can manufacture that a cat is really a dog by calling DC a state. So my amendment just says, if roughly 100 miles is what we're going to say, then let's make Vermont a coastal state too. And they can manage their imaginary coastal resources, just like DC can manage their imaginary coastal resources. So urge adoption amendment and yield back.
Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields, and I recognize Mr. Representative Case for you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and in opposition to this amendment, but first in answer to Mr. Graves on the prior amendment, no, I didn't intend to say that there are wind energy projects offshore today, but I was intending to say very clearly that those are in development right now. So the argument that somehow Louisiana, to pick that example, is not eligible for wind energy, which would also produce energy and create jobs, would be the wrong argument to make. And as to wind energy and jobs, I think the basic comment there is to pretend that the fossil fuel industry is the only way that we can produce jobs and generate economic growth in this country from energy production. I think we left that somewhere 20 or 30 years ago at least. So as to this amendment, Mr. Graves, I'm very, very happy that you did not withdraw this, because I did a little bit of research when I was preparing to speak to this. The tidal gauge of Washington, D.C., the difference between high tide and low tide is 2.6 feet today. By contrast, the tidal gauge at Marsh Island, Louisiana, which is the closest I could get to your district that had a tidal gauge, is 1.5 feet. By the way, the tidal gauge of Lake Eden in Vermont, which is the largest lake in Vermont, is minuscule. Of course, they do have tides, but they're moon-driven, not ocean-driven. So, you know, a little education that when we're talking about the coastal zone, we're talking about the impacts of the ocean. And I would argue to you that the impacts of the ocean on Washington, D.C. are quite significant with the 2.6 tidal gauge gap. And I'm sure that we wouldn't want that to be the judge of whether Louisiana is eligible for coastal zone funding, or for that matter.
Well, the gentleman yield.
I will yield for any clarification you want to provide as to tidal gauge.
I appreciate that. And so the tides are based upon your latitude and longitude. So trying to say the difference in tides in DC versus Louisiana is even remotely relevant on the management of the coastal resources is fascinating. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Graves. And I think you've just made my point in spades, because it demonstrates a fundamental misunderstanding of why the Coastal Zone Management Act exists, and that is to manage the coastal zones, the zones that are impacted by the oceans. And clearly the coastline of Washington, D.C. is significantly impacted by the ocean, whereas the coastline of Lake Eden, Vermont is not, even though it may be closer to the St. Lawrence River. Certainly the coastline of Louisiana, I would concede to you, is impacted, and we're trying to help you with that too. So this is an amendment that's designed to make a point. We've had this discussion and we've had this kind of argument, and we've even had fun with it in the past. But in all seriousness, to my colleague, Washington D.C. Is impacted in the coastal zone and deserves it. And yes, I'm speaking to you as a representative from a location that does need CZM help and money. I would want to include the other parts of our country that need that help, to include Washington, D.C., and certainly hope we can work with you to grow that pie. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further on Amendment 19?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Gray.
Unanimous consent request. Mr. Chairman, it was my intent to offer and withdraw this amendment to make a point. I'm going to do that, but I also just want to make note that I do think that it would be really informative for the committee to have someone come in and explain the water levels in Washington, D.C. and the attribution and the differences between coastal areas and riverine areas. I think that would be very, very helpful. As a recovering coastal resource manager, I think it could be very helpful to the committee in some of the confusion that is being sent here. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I will ask unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment.
The amendment is withdrawn, so ordered. I venture to say now that is the last Graves amendment, and I hope I'm correct. Representative Fulcher, you have the next amendment, and you're recognized, sir, for 5 minutes, designated as number 1. Sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I hope you like the new streamlined look. Unfortunately, in my case, this is not intentional, but it does provide for some nice relief in the hot temperatures here in the West. And so look forward to moving forward with a whole new look here, at least until it grows back. But Mr. Chairman, I'm sure that the committee members at this point have noticed some common themes in the concerns from the members that are on my side of the aisle. And certainly what my amendment addresses is one of those common themes, and that is that the impact of this bill is not just in the coastal areas. And I appreciate the comments from my friend Mr. Huffman and my friend Mr. Lowenthal, but it's not just coastal areas. Idaho is my state. This would impact Bureau of Reclamation areas within the state of Idaho. We are not a coastal state. I do offer an amendment to HR 3764 that would limit the scale and the scope of the proposed NOAA national map, not coastal map, national map, to identify areas of pollution problems and potential blue carbon sequestration areas in the U.S. This would remove Bureau of Rec sites from the scope of the mapping process. Bureau of Reclamation projects, power plants, and dams serve the critical needs in agriculture, clean hydro, flood risk mitigation. This amendment would limit the Bureau of Rec from compiling the calculation of water allocations from being assessed in the proposed NOAA national map. And to be clear, the reason that this is a concern is this affects how Bureau of Reclamation treats future water allocations for prospective projects. And in my own state, we've got 11 Bureau of Reclamation projects, 5 Bureau of Rec power plants, 19 dams that would be affected by this overspill of in this case, bureaucracy. So that's it in a simple form. Mr. Tiffany has debated this very well. Mr. Graves has pointed out many of the points behind this, but please understand where this common theme of concern comes from. We've lived through WOTUS. We've lived through other federal programs that have just reached out and touched things that either, whether they were intended to or not, it's had a very significant negative impact. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge a yes vote on this amendment. And I will just go right up front and say I request a roll call vote when the time comes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman has requested a roll call vote, and as such, is there any further debate?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Huffman, sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do oppose this amendment for the same reasons that we've stated in response to similar amendments already, but I support Mr. Fulcher in his battle against cancer. Want to wish him the very best. He's a great colleague and really look forward to seeing him and his hair back in the Congress very, very soon. Take care, my friend.
Thank you.
Mr. Fulcher, all will be well. And you know, when I saw you, I was glad that you're able to function on with us and continue to participate in this. And more importantly, when I saw your haircut, I didn't know about the treatments, but I saw your haircut and I said, you know, when I got my haircut, I thought I went to an extreme. But then I looked at yours and I said, well, maybe it's not as bad, given the fact that he doesn't have any. But now that we all know why, that it wasn't a style choice or a particular haircut choice, all the best. And I echo Mr. Huffman's and all our colleagues on this committee's best wishes to you and your family, and the good health will come, no question. With that,
Mr. Chairman, I just might add that Mr. Sablon and Mr. Gomert and Mr. Stauber looked so good that I was just envious and I wanted to look like them. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
now you're getting carried away, Fulcher. You've got to let that go, you know. Anyway, any further discussion on Mr. Fulcher's amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is on the Fulcher Amendment number 1 to the bill. I will pause so that members in favor can unmute. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Members opposed will now unmute. All those opposed say no. No.
No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Mr. Fulcher had requested a recorded vote, and that's postponed pursuant to previous discussion. Representative Rosendale, you have the next amendment designated Rosendale number 2. You're recognized for 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I think this is a very clear and simple amendment. And as many times as I've heard from my colleagues that we don't have to worry about the diminishing production of oil and gas as we block off all these areas and restrict the leasing of these territories, I see again no reason why they wouldn't support this amendment. Montana is blessed with the most beautiful landscapes in the nation, bar none. And Montanans care deeply about protecting and preserving our public lands to be enjoyed and treasured for generations to come. I've always been a champion for our public lands and a supporter of critical conservation funding that maintains and conserves them. The past couple of months, I've had the absolute pleasure of visiting again and touring 2 of our crown jewels in the public lands across the country, Glacier National Park and Yellowstone National Park, which both I've visited many times before, and both are located in my home state of Montana. In my visits, the superintendent of Glacier National Park and deputy superintendent of Yellowstone National Park spoke to me about critical maintenance needs to roads, bridges, trails, water and wastewater treatment facilities, and to ensure the parks could continue to be enjoyed by visitors from across our nation for years to come. That's why I've always been proud to advocate for funding for important conservation programs like the Land Water Conservation Fund and the National Parks and Public Land Legacy Restoration Fund. Unfortunately, I believe that this legislation would be put the very funding for these critical conservation efforts in jeopardy. I'm extremely concerned by the provision of the bill, which would prohibit leasing for oil and gas exploration, development, and production offshore on much of the coastline, as well as impose stringent technological requirements on existing leaseholders. This hits these critical conservation programs exactly where they derive much of the revenue. Yet, this is the type of proposal we've seen time and time again from our Democratic members of this committee, this Congress. Apparently, that's a sacrifice they're willing to make on their war on traditional energy. My amendment would require that the Secretary of Interior to determine that there will be no adverse effects on the revenue streams for the Land Water Conservation Fund or the National Parks and Public Land Legacy Restoration Fund prior to the bill being allowed to take place. The revenue of which comes from oil and gas leasing for these programs is what allows American people to continue to enjoy the natural treasures God has bestowed upon our nation. I believe that we need to take a step back and allow for a thorough, nonpartisan evaluation to ensure this legislation would not impact those conservation efforts as I fear it would. I would believe to do otherwise would blindly put this funding in jeopardy to pursue a larger partisan agenda, would be deeply reckless and very irresponsible. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. And any further discussion on Rosendale Amendment number 2? Hearing no further debate, the question is on Rosendale Amendment number 2. I will pause so members in favor. Yes.
We're going to ask for a recorded vote also, Mr. Chair.
The gentleman has asked for a recorded vote. This vote will be postponed pursuant to my prior announcement. Any other amendments at this point?
Mr. Chair,
None.
point of
Yes.
order. Mr. Chair Stauber, here, is this, my computer was malfunctioning. Is this the Rosendale
Number 2.
amendment? Okay.
Yeah, number-
so this is
number
the nature
2.
of the substance. Okay. Due to my computer glitch, may I
Which one is it?
speak in support of it?
Of course. You recognize, sir.
Thank you. I stand in colleagues' amendment, and it's really important when we look at the National Parks and Public Land Legacy Restoration Fund, which was created by the American Outdoors Act, and which was such a bipartisan support by the House and the Senate, and of course signed into law. And I think that, for instance, the Voyager National Park in the district that I represent, it's $14 million in funding backlog, which means there's $14 million of improvement that need to happen at Voyager National Park as of this moment. And I think that we know that the Great American Outdoors Act is currently funded by much of the oil and gas development and the royalties. So what we need to do is make sure that the royalties, the monies going into these funds are not negatively affected, as Mr. Rosendale states. So I'm in strong support of this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendale. The gentleman yields back in support of Mr. Rosendale's amendment. Is there any further discussion? The amendment has been moved to the end of the meeting as with prior announcements, and so now we will move on to the next order of business. And I'm calling up HR 2780, Insular Area Climate Change. The item for consideration, HR 2780, offered by myself. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any time. I now recognize myself to speak on the legislation. U.S. territories and freely associated states, also known as U.S. affiliated insular areas, are on the front lines of climate change crisis. In recent years, some territories have experienced major natural disasters stemming from climate change, including Hurricane Irma, Hurricane Maria in 2017, and Typhoon Yututu in 2018. U.S. territories face sea level rise, coastal erosion, temperature increases, droughts, like other jurisdictions. But more so, these unique places experience additional vulnerabilities, such as unequal access to federal programs, an over-reliance on petroleum and infrastructure that fails to meet new hazard mitigation codes. Freely associated states increasingly are being forced to consider What would happen if rising seas wash over their lands? Specifically, will it mean a loss of their sovereignty and resources and having to decide where their people will go? My bill, the Insular Area Climate Change Act of 2021, was drafted in collaboration with climate change experts and local stakeholders, and I want to give much credit for the leadership and bringing together stakeholders to the chair of the committee, Mr. Sablan, for his leadership. The bill includes sections to create an interagency task force to identify ways to provide greater access to climate change related federal programs to U.S. territories, establish an Office of Insular Area Energy Policy and Programs within the Department of Energy to centralize and expand federal energy programs in insular areas, establish an Insular Area National Program Office within the EPA to centralize and expand renewable energy and sustainable infrastructure in insular areas, and create multiple grant programs to invest in renewable energy, sustainable infrastructure in these insular areas. I want to thank all the experts, the local governments, the private sector organizations who contributed to this effort. Climate change is real, and it already has caused thousands of deaths and significant damage to the territories and freely associated states. I urge my colleagues to support this piece of legislation. It's bipartisan. And before we consider amendments, does any other member wish to be recognized on this legislation? And if so, I would recognize them at this point.
Mr. Chairman.
Who seeks to be recognized?
Representative Tiffany.
Mr. Tiffany, you're recognized.
I would just like to request, is Representative Graves still on our conference here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I would yield to you if you were going to make a statement on this. I don't know if you were going to, Representative Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Chairman, HR 2780 is a bill that I think moves in a direction of a more heavy-handed approach for how our territories and freely associated states are governed. These are some of the most remote places on the earth. They all have individual needs and circumstances that should be given thoughtful consideration within Congress. They deserve a healthy environment and a healthy economy, and there's a understanding that these are linked. Domestic production of both conventional and alternative energy sources ensures that the best global standards will be used to power our nation and our allies abroad, as the U.S. has some of the most stringent environmental and labor standards in the world. This legislation actually infringes upon the ability of our territories and freely associated states to make decisions based on what portfolio of energy solutions are best for them. Mr. Chairman, I've often submitted into the record of this committee a letter from Senators Cantwell, Menendez, Markey, and Schumer that actually asked the Trump administration to have increased global oil production because they were worried about the impact of energy prices on American citizens. Mr. Chairman, I don't think it's a secret, and we have members on this committee that represent these areas. It is more expensive to live in these areas, yet this legislation is likely going to result in further increasing the cost of living in these territories and freely associated states. Even assuming renewable energy continues its recent growth trajectory, you're going to be in a situation where global demand for oil and gas is not expected to fade. And I noted earlier, 50% increase in increased energy demand, 40% increase in natural gas demand. What's clear is that if we try to move to 100% quote clean energy by 2030, it's gonna eliminate all of the current energy, I guess, effectively baseload and the millions of jobs, the trillions of dollars of economic activity associated with it. This is just a flawed strategy. The territories, the freely associated states, have their own plans on a clean energy future, on reducing emissions, and I don't think that Congress needs to step in and affect that. The bill authorizes and new grant programs that are often duplicative or redundant of existing programs, it is intended, I think, to cause positive impacts. I think the bill really misses the mark. It picks winners and losers by mandating selected renewable energy sources and trying to, quote, transition whenever we've seen how this has played out in the past. Majority continues to insist that legislatively mandating an energy transition is the only solution to combat climate change. Mr. Chairman, I know that I repeatedly, inconveniently interject facts into this markup. I'll give you another one. During President Obama, he set the Clean Power Plan to reduce emissions by 32% off of a 2005 baseline by the year 2030. Yet, when President Trump came in, he withdrew Clean Power Plan, and we didn't hit that Obama target in 2030. No, we did it in 2019, 11 years earlier, and the target was actually exceeded, meaning even lower emissions. So why the majority continues to move in a direction that is proven to not work, to be less clean, I don't understand it. I think that we should continue to pursue an all of the above energy strategy. We need to be all working together with the island leaders and strengthen existing programs and grants that are available. We need to promote innovation in the energy sector. We need to promote all of the above. And for these reasons, Mr. Chairman, I oppose the legislation, and I will generously yield back to you 1 second.
Thank you very much. Gentleman yields back. Any further debate before we begin the amendment process, or anyone wish to comment? If there's no further debate, we begin the amendment process. The first amendment is designated number 1, offered by myself, and I recognize myself to explain the amendment. This amendment requires that the interagency task force to consult with local governments and non-governmental organizations in insular areas with expertise on climate change during the process of providing recommendations related to the climate change in these jurisdictions. Number 1. The other one is it also makes other minor technical and stylistic revisions. Local governments and non-governmental organizations in insular areas have important technical expertise, and their recommendations should be considered by the interagency task force. These changes were recommended by local stakeholders and other members of Congress who recognize the importance of addressing climate change in U.S. territories and freely associated states. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and yield back. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is on the Grijalva amendment number 1 to the bill. All those in favor will unmute and indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Members opposed will unmute, and all those opposed indicate by saying no.
No.
And the member, in the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. We move to the next amendment is Westerman number 1, ranking member Graves. I understand that someone will be offering the amendment on his behalf. Ready to recognize that member?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Benz here.
Mr. Benz, you're recognized for Westerman amendment entitled Westerman number 1. You're recognized for 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I share Mr. Graves' concerns regarding the constraining nature of the bill. This amendment addresses in small part that concern. On page 3, lines 19 through 23, you'll find a definition of renewable energy. And that section reads, the term renewable energy means energy that has been derived from the Earth's natural resources that are not finite or exhaustible, including solar, wind, hydroelectric, geothermal, and ocean, parentheses, thermal and mechanics, close paren. This amendment would add the word biomass to that definition. According to U.S. Forest Service, roughly 80 million acres of 193 million acres that they manage are at high risk of catastrophic wildfires. Outside of regulatory, legal roadblocks, one of the biggest challenges we face in managing our nation's forests is finding markets for low-value, small-diameter timber. Biomass facilities provide a market for private landowners, local and state governments, and federal lands, so they can remove hazardous fuels and lower the risk of catastrophic wildfire. And sadly, Mr. Chair, we are suffering many of those wildfires as I speak. In my district, I have a biomass facility that consumes more than 330,000 tons of biomass. Without facilities like these, our forests would be in even worse shape than they currently are and would be more susceptible to the current drought. We should be supporting every solution that will protect our citizens, especially those like biomass that are carbon neutral, help restore our forests, and support American jobs. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment to recognize biomass as a carbon neutral renewable energy source and to provide the insular areas with the ability to use these funds to develop biomass facilities. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone?
No.
Let me recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. This amendment aims to add biomass to the definition of renewable energy that's already included in the legislation. While I understand and appreciate the ranking member Westerman's focus, I must oppose the amendment and recommend a no vote. As suggested by the name, the Insular Climate Change Act was drafted to address the pressing threat of our time, while providing U.S. territories and freely associated states with new tools and resources to ensure resilience in the face of warming temperatures, rising sea levels, and other effects of a warming world. Creating opportunities to develop clean and renewable energy resources is a critical component of the strategy. Insular areas must have opportunities to transition to a carbon-free economy, which is why we incorporated their input into the bill as it was drafted. Biomass was not an issue that came up in those conversations, and that's because it's not a significant or reliable source of energy in any of the insular areas. Instead, insular areas should pursue climate action, utilizing their abundant clean energy resources, including solar, wind, and ocean-based energy. I thank the ranking member for his interest, but ultimately will oppose this amendment and yield back. Any further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Who seeks to be recognized? Mr. Graves, seek to be recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, look, I'm not going to take much time. I just want to say that, let me give an example of where an amendment like this would really make a lot of sense, or why it makes a lot of sense. After Hurricanes Maria and Irma, I believe that was 2017, there were 10.4 billion tons of trees that were left to decompose. The hurricanes were so devastating on our territories, and that they caused 10.4 billion tons of trees that were left to decompose. And as you all know, decomposing trees results in what? It results in the emission of the carbon that was previously sequestered in that tree. According to Science Daily, trees damaged by Hurricane Maria alone will release 5.75 million tons of carbon. Last year, Global Fire Emissions Database estimated that the 2020 California wildfires, and I'm sorry for my friends in California for often implicating you in the discussion, but it generated almost 100 million metric tons of CO2. And according to researchers from Cardiff University, that is about 25% more than all of the annual conventional fuels emissions from the entire state. So more than all of the emissions, again, from conventional fuels in the entire state, which I want to remind my friend from California represents the 8th worst emissions growth in America. So, Mr. Chairman, I don't need to go on and on about this, but I'll just tell you that that actually looking at how this amendment, how this legislation would affect real world situations in our territories, it just goes to show that the comments that that others have made about tying the hands of the territories and the freely associated states doesn't make sense. If we retroactively applied this bill to what happened in 2017 alone, we would be talking about a gross emissions or increase in emissions from refusing to use the biomass that otherwise could be providing energy. So,
Mr. Graves, would you yield? Mr. Graves, would you yield?
Mr. Chairman, I'll yield to Mr. Benz my remaining time.
Mr. Chair, I just want to mention that although Mr. Westerman's amendment focuses on forests, biomass is also made out of seaweed, and I don't know why we would want to prevent our insular nations from utilizing that which they are surrounded by. So perhaps we are all operating under, and I certainly was until I suddenly remembered that seaweed is an incredible opportunity when it comes to sequestering carbon, both in its natural state and perhaps after it's been removed. So with that, Mr. Chair, thank you. I yield back to Mr. Graves. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Graves? Any more discussion on the amendment?
Representative Tiffany.
Mr. Tiffany, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, this does not recognize biomass as definition of renewable energy. In fact, I would predict that at some point, one of the insular territories is going to come back and ask for this after they have a devastating storm or whatever. I mean, and all you have to do is look at the example that Representative Graves gave, where if you have damage like that, being able to utilize that biomass and use it to burn it, to be able to create electricity, may be the best route for them to be able to use it. I can almost assure you that someone is going to come back at some time and ask for that change. But let's address why this is not included in here. Special interest groups who do not want to see biomass used for electricity, they're the ones behind this. The House Interior Appropriations Committee recently caved to these interests by changing a long-standing provision acknowledging the carbon neutrality of biomass, and it is carbon neutral. It is unfortunate. Our committee has a chance here today to fix what they did wrong in the House Interior Appropriations Committee, and we all know that's the case. I mean, I think about the term biomass, fancy word for what we used to call slash here in northern Wisconsin. Of course, we had the cutover that came through our northern states that largely cut all the trees here in our region, and then we had the great reforestation efforts that were so successful. But back 100 years ago, there used to be wildfires all the time as a result of that slash that was out there, what we now call biomass, and we've always been able to use it. Our forest products industry, paper mills and others, they use it all the time to be able to fire their wood boilers, and it's a part, just a component of what allows them to run successful operations and made Wisconsin one of the great paper-making states in the country over the past century. Continue to have a very robust forest products industry, and that's is fueled by biomass that work to be accepted, because I can assure you, we're going to come back someday soon with one of the insular areas, and they're going to say, we want biomass included. Why did you make change? Congress of 2122, House of Representatives 2122, why did you make that change when it had a long-standing history of having been in our legislation? I urge adoption of this amendment, because if we don't do it now, we will be doing it soon in the future. I yield back.
Gentlemen yields. Any further debate on the question of Westerman Amendment number 1 to the legislation?
Mr. Chair. Stauber
Mr.
from
Costa? No, who's seeking to be recognized?
Mr. Chair, Stauber from Minnesota.
Mr. Stauber, you're recognized. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand in strong support of this amendment as well. It's very well thought of, and I couldn't have said it better than my colleague, Congressman Tiffany out of Wisconsin. We too, timber is a big part of our economy, and using the biomass for energy is extremely important. And when Congressman Tiffany calls slash, what we call slash, part of the potential for energy, it has to be included. And also, when you include that in biomass, what you're doing in effect is increasing better forest management. And that's what we need. Right now in northeastern Minnesota, parts of our forest are burning because of our dry spell up here at this moment. So we know that we can manage our forest better. And by using allowing that non-merchantable timber to be considered and used as biomass for energy is extremely important, and we need to do it now. Congressman Tiffany is exactly right. We need to do it now, and for the 8th District of Minnesota, it's a big wood basket. We have the opportunity, I think, to lead in this environment, and I know that our loggers and truckers would certainly support this amendment being part of this legislation. So, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else? Any further debate on the question of the Westerman Amendment number 1? If not, hearing no further debate, I will pause for members who are in favor of the amendment to indicate by unmute themselves and indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Those opposed can indicate by saying no. No.
No.
And all members have, and the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Graves, you're recognized. Wish a recorded vote?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Recorded vote has been requested and then postponed pursuant to the prior announcement. The next amendment is Obernolt. You have the next amendment designated as number 1, and I reserve a point of order. Representative, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Tiffany for Representative Obernolt. May I make the presentation?
Congressman Tiffany, you're recognized, sir.
Okay,
And to represent Obernolt Amendment number 1.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll be offering this amendment on behalf of Representative Obernolt. This amendment is about giving the territories more options to support their energy grid, not fewer, which is what we've seen in the initial discussion here. I think we can all agree that electricity reliability and affordability is a right. Insular areas have very expensive electricity compared to the mainland U.S. As my colleagues from California would agree, expensive electricity can have major harmful impacts on lives and livelihoods of people in California. Let's put this into perspective. Energy in the United States costs 10.5 cents per kilowatt hour on average. However, that pales in comparison to costs in insular areas, which is 2 to 3 times more expensive with the average power price in the 50 states. For example, the Energy Information Administration says power costs in the Virgin Islands is at an average of a staggering 41 cents per kilowatt hour. My amendment would allow insular areas to take electric reliability and affordability into account when applying for energy grants, and would not limit that power based on the type of energy resource it comes from. For instance, natural gas created a domestic energy boom in the U.S., resulting in lower energy prices across the mainland U.S. and a steady decline in emissions, even as production has increased. Insular areas deserve the self-determination to choose what energy sources are the best fit for them to invest in. We should not be mandating energy sources they should and shouldn't use. If a renewable energy project is the most desirable, most cost-effective option for the residents of the insular area, then the project sounds like an excellent candidate for a grant, but we need to allow them the ability to choose. Once again, it goes back to choice.
Okay.
But limit the choices simply to wind and solar. Let's do it to all sources of energy, all of the above. That and advocating on this side of the aisle as Republicans, let's do an all of the above approach, including for our insular areas. I yield back.
Gentlemen, yields. Any further discussion on Obernolt Amendment number 1?
Mr. Chair, this is Representative Moore.
Mr. Moore, you're recognized, sir.
I'll continue some of these comments for this amendment by Representative Obernolte, and thanks for Rep. Tiffany for introducing it. I support this amendment offered by my colleague. This amendment is about allowing insular areas the ability to choose from all of the above resources and not simply be restricted to a few that may.
Well, I appreciate your asking, and of course, it's complicated for me by the fact that.
I'll continue on.
Thank you.
And now it allows them for all the above energy resources, not simply be restricted to a few that may or may not be most reliable or affordable. I'm a strong supporter of renewable energy development in our territories and throughout the United States. I'm not just saying that for optics. Like I seriously am. I want to be a part of the solution. Joining engaging with all of my colleagues from the leadership of Rep. Graves to John Curtis to really be part of this solution. So I reiterate that I am a strong supporter of finding these and finding unique opportunities to invest in it. But restricting the grants in this bill to only renewable energy projects would be a major disservice to energy consumers in the territories, who currently must endure a highly unreliable and extremely expensive energy source. American citizens living in the territory should have just as many options for their energy supply as we do on the mainland. Restricting the grant recipients to only renewable energy projects removes that option. All Americans should be able to access the reliability and affordability offered by a full range of energy sources. And this amendment attempts to bring that flexibility to new energy development in insular areas. I remember a debate or a hearing we had on this just a few weeks or months ago, where we have to be able to harness the options available to help diversify the economies of some of our insular areas, particularly Puerto Rico. I would love for Puerto Rico to become a manufacturing hub of important critical healthcare or otherwise other products. And they have to be able to have reliable and affordable energy to do that, and in improving and diversifying their economy in general, but also the having a more diverse energy capabilities are huge. And I just don't want to see them be limited. So I urge support for this amendment, and I'll yield back my 2.5 minutes.
Gentleman yields. Thank you. Any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing no discussion, Representative Tiffany, I understand that on behalf of Mr. Obernolt, there's a willingness to withdraw the amendment because of the jurisdiction point of order. Is that correct, or?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, is it possible to flesh that out a little bit more? What's the jurisdictional objection?
It's outside of our jurisdiction as a committee. That's the point of order.
Okay, I will remove the amendment then.
Thank you, and we'll proceed to the next amendment, Mr. Tiffany, and extend our appreciation to Mr. Obernolt. Now, let me, at this point, I'm going to turn the gavel over to someone who's not only educated me, but has been a leader to his colleagues on both sides of the aisle with regards to issues dealing with the insular affairs in the area that he represents. And so let me, at this point, for a short period of time, ask Mr. Sablan to assume the chair, and let me turn the gavel over to him. Mr. Sablan, sir?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, everyone. I have also been asked, I understand that we're going to sort of switch around some of the amendments process, and we will start with Mr. Graves' amendment number 1. Mr. Graves, you have 1, 2, and 3, and then we'll move on to other amendments as we go. So, Mr. Graves, you have amendment number 1, and I recognize you for 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sablon, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to you. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to consider amendments number 1, 2, and 3 en bloc.
Does anyone have any objection to that? I mean, I certainly don't have any objection to it. So hearing none, we will consider 1, 2, 3 en bloc. Thank you, Mr. Graves. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm starting to feel a little personally offended that the chairman walks away before I offer my amendments up, but it's great to have you, and I hope you're doing well. Mr. Chairman, amendment number 1, what it does is it simply says that if carrying out this legislation results in a decrease in wildlife habitat, and I'll explain, as you know, the footprint for putting out massive solar arrays, putting out massive wind turbine projects, it takes away habitat. And if we're going to force the territories and freely associated states, if we're going to force them to use these technologies, particularly within their own footprint, this is going to potentially have a devastating effect on the habitat or ecosystem in those respective areas. And so this says that the bill will not result in a net loss of wildlife habitat due to increased development of renewable energy sources. Number 2 amendment says that this bill cannot result in an increased dependence upon foreign energy sources. And as we've discussed in this committee before, my friends have often advocated policies that do result in increased jobs and increased energy production. However, it's not in America. And so that is very concerning. So this amendment would try to address that. It would try to ensure that we actually create jobs and energy development in the United States versus providing additional employment opportunities for those in other countries, like China, for example, or Russia, depending on your preference. Third, Mr. Chairman, this amendment says that the bill cannot result in increased blackouts and brownouts in these territories or insular areas. Mr. Chairman, look, this isn't anything that I'm sitting here just raising concerns that may or may not happen. Going back to the time travel scenario that Mr. Huffman brought up earlier. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to run through some statistics. I mentioned earlier that in New England, when they tried to stop natural gas pipelines, they had to burn home heating oil, which gave off greater emissions. They then had to import liquefied natural gas from Vladimir Putin, because that's what these overly aggressive climate change policies result in. In the state of California, that has taken these similar approaches. 8th worst emissions growth in America, twice the electricity cost in my home state of Louisiana, most dependent state for foreign energy. These are not really statistics or results that I would wish upon anyone. And so rather than going down a path that has proven to result in greater emissions, higher cost, greater dependence upon foreign energy sources, we're advocating for strategies that are proven to result in lower energy cost for those in our territories and insular areas, that are resulting in lower emissions, that are resulting in greater jobs in the United States, and making sure that we plot a clean energy future with America's resources. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of en bloc 1, 2, and 3, and yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Grace. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendments, Grace amendments 1, 2, and 3?
That of Tiffany.
Mr. Tiffany, you have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sablan. And I speak in favor of this unblock. And what I view this as a look back provision, which I advocated when I was in the state legislature, and now that I'm in Congress. I think it's really important to look back on the legislation that we put in place. In fact, I think we should put sunset on bills that we have out there to make sure that we are reviewing them. And I think what Representative Graves here has a very good look back provision, because it's specific in each one of these end blocks, where it says, let's go back and look at what is happening here. You look at number 3, will not increase blackouts and brownouts. Let's do a measurement. Are we going to have increased blackouts and brownouts? And if we are, then let's reverse course. And that's what I see in each of these amendments. And I think that's really important, because what we're seeing with some of the renewables that are favored by many these days is that there's disposal concerns. We are hearing of landfills that will not accept wind turbines and solar panels because of the heavy metals that they're deeply concerned about the impact to the environment in those local landfills. And then you have things like, you hear them referred to as flamers out in the West, where you have these solar farms where birds, including endangered species, try to fly through those solar arrays, and they just get torched. And sometimes those are endangered species birds. And I think it's really important for us to look back on those things to see if we're having a harmful impact in regards to the legislation that's being passed. And I think Representative Graves made probably the most important point. Are we going to subject the insular areas to the same thing that has happened to California, where you pay twice as much for electricity and it's on only half the time? And I know that's a bit of hyperbole, and I may get a response in regards to that, but that's the impression people across America are getting at this point. We don't want the insular areas to end up in the same position. So I support this amendment, and I hope everyone will vote to adopt it.
Thank you, Mr. Tiffany. Anyone else wish to speak to the amendment in opposition or in support of? All right, so let me recognize myself for 5 minutes. I oppose Graves Amendments 1, 2, and 3, and must urge a no vote. Amendment number 1 intends to avoid the loss of wildlife habitat due to an increase in renewable energy development. I support Mr. Graves' goal to prevent further harm to wildlife and their habitat, but climate change is one of the leading causes of biodiversity and habitat loss. This bill would address the impacts of the climate crisis head-on to prevent and reverse this loss, among other goals. Developing and investing in renewable energy is fundamental to halting climate change and reversing biodiversity loss, and thus renewable energy development is also fundamental to this bill. Speaking to Grace Amendment number 2, I also oppose that amendment and urge my colleagues to vote no. Grace Amendment number 2 is similar to ones we have debated before on this and other legislation, and the committee has rejected it. So I urge my colleagues to do the same here. We can work to meet our domestic energy needs while also implementing plans and programs to address climate change in the insular areas. But it is imperative that we do not postpone or delay efforts to help our fellow Americans protect their way of life from the destructive effects of climate change, which are very seriously, and in some basis fatally affecting the insular areas. And then I also opposed Grave Amendment number 3, and again urged a no vote. The amendment is, there's no denying that climate change is making it harder and harder to manage our electric grids, no matter where you are in the country. And unless we address the underlying causes of climate change, that is greenhouse gas emissions, we are at risk of seeing this pattern play out over and over again. There is no easy solution. Blaming clean energy as the sole culprit for this crisis does nothing to stop it from happening again in the future. But renewable energy is causing this crisis. Renewable energy is going to help us solve this crisis. So if my friends and colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to make investments to strengthen our electricity grid, I encourage them and to support the American Jobs Plan, which seeks to make historic investments in our electric grid so we can build a more resilient, low carbon system for the future. This amendment does nothing to address the underlying problem at hand, scapegoating America's insular areas and the freely associated states, which already have some of the least reliable electrical systems in the country, is irresponsible. But it is abundantly clear that renewable energy gives us the best chance we have at saving the planet from damage caused by climate change. At this time, I yield back. Is there any further discussion on the various amendments 1, 2, 3? Hearing none, just bear with me. Hearing none, I will pause so that members in favor can unmute themselves. And all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Those, no, you can unmute yourself for those other members, and those opposed, please say no.
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 All right. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it on, the nays have it on grace amendments 1, 2, and 3. All right. Thank you. I also know now we should go to the Bobert amendment number 1. I don't see Miss Bobert on. Is someone
No.
speaking for her?
Chair Sablon, this is Stauber.
Yes.
I will be offering the amendment on behalf of Congresswoman Boebert.
Okay, Mr. Stauber, Representative Stauber, yes, you have 5 minutes, sir, to speak to the bill,
Yeah.
to the amendment.
Prior to me speaking, I will be asking for a recorded vote to expedite when I'm finished here. So this is the amendment I offer today on behalf of my colleague is one I've offered 8 times in the past. It's a bipartisan amendment garnering 16 Democrat votes last Congress in the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. This bill simply asks that child labor abroad does not supply the minerals needed for the renewable energy technology expansion in the bill. For example, we are 76% import reliant on cobalt. Who is the top supplier of cobalt? The Democratic Republic of Congo, a country infamous for its use of child labor. Amnesty International and others have well documented and the horrific examples of children being forced to pick cobalt by hand near pits of acid or having to crawl underground.
That's scary.
Meanwhile, the Duluth complex in my district contains 88% of this country's cobalt. The projects proposed to extract this mineral have already signed project labor agreements with the Iron Range Building of Trades committing to union labor. If we're to have these massive expansions of renewable energy capacity, let's at least do it humanely and not allow child labor to be any part of our purchase of critical minerals or rare earth minerals. I urge adoption of this amendment and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Stauber. Let me at this time speak in opposition to the Bobert amendment number 1. I oppose this amendment and urge my colleagues to vote no. The amendment isn't about doing more to protect child and forced labor around the world. It's an attempt to block critical legislation to address climate changes in the territories in America's insular jurisdictions and the freely associated states from taking effect. Of course, we do not support child labor in the mining industry or in any other industry. The federal government is already reporting on child labor abroad and has the authority to prohibit the importation of anything produced, manufactured, or mined by child labor. This work is being done by Customs and Border Patrol, the Department of State, and the Department of Labor. In fact, just a few weeks ago, the Biden administration announced it would block the importation of certain renewable energy products from China unless the importer can prove they are not made with forced labor. The Biden administration also recently issued a comprehensive supply chain review of critical minerals and batteries like those needed for clean energy technologies and electric vehicles. This report gives us a roadmap for building a more sustainable, clean, and energy future, one that protects human rights and our environment here at home and abroad. I urge opposition to the amendment, and I yield back. Anyone else?
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Who has a point of order, please?
Yeah, as the member giving the amendment on behalf of the other member, do I get my 5 minutes of personal time?
I would think not, Mr. Stauber. You have your 5 minutes. To be safe, we could have someone
How are you? It's Miss
ask for
Simba.
5
How are
minutes
you?
and ask for time and yield to you.
Okay. Hey, can I ask you?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if you want to recognize me, this is Representative Tiffany. I think we can take care of our concern that's come up.
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Tiffany, you'll recognize for 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm just going to take a minute here and then yield. This is not an attempt to block the Insular bill. That's not the case at all. These are very serious concerns that are going on because we're not only seeing this with like solar panel construction in the Xinjiang area of Western China, but we're seeing companies like Nike and others that are using forced labor. That is something Americans have always stood against. And I think all of us on this committee believe that. But we also have to act on it. And this amendment allows us to act on it. And this is one of the most important geopolitical questions that we're going to deal with as we go into the 21st century. Is this going to continue to be an American century that's of freedom, opportunity, or is this going to be reflective of the communist Chinese government, which we've seen are cracking down on people in their own country, using forced labor, denying freedom to the people in Hong Kong, threatening other countries? And they will use their global dominance in regards to minerals because we've seen them do it in other ways. This is a very important question. And that's something this subcommittee could really strike a blow for freedom if we would do that. And plus, we have the minerals right here in America to be able to do this. I yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from Minnesota.
Robert, sir.
Thank you, Congressman Tiffany. Chairman Sablan, you had mentioned that that the Biden administration is supportive of critical minerals. It's interesting. I just want to share with you the facts. In October of 2020, then candidate Biden stated that for alternative sources of minerals to support our electric vehicles and charging stations, then candidate Biden said, we are going to mine those minerals domestically. In May of this year, President Biden then says, no, we're not going to mine the electric vehicles and charging station minerals domestically. We're going to purchase them from foreign nations. After the Secretary of Interior, who is an anti-mining individual who had shown her disdain for mining, comes forward, and all of a sudden the administration changes its mind. It's hypocrisy at its best. The candidate says they're going to domestically mine it. Once he becomes president, he's not, which is devastating to northeastern Minnesota and the people that I represent. We have the best labor standards, the best environmental standards. We have the resource available. The Duluth complex is the biggest copper nickel find in North America right here. And it's one company that can generate millions of dollars of economic activity every year for years to come using good union labor. And then there's other companies that want to continue that rich mining tradition we have in northern Minnesota. So when you talk about the Biden administration supporting critical minerals, it falls on, it's hypocrisy. It has fallen on deaf ears because he has changed his stance in support of critical minerals. We can have the mining dominance in our great nation if we're allowed to do it. And so I ask you and Mr. Chair and all my Democratic colleagues, including this administration, to support mining in the United States of America. It's the cleanest in the country and in the world. We can do it. So I will just reiterate that I appreciate your comments, but it's not the actual facts on the ground according to the administration. So critical minerals mining is extremely important. We ask that no minerals, this Boebert amendment, no minerals is secured and purchased by this country using child labor. That should not be a partisan issue whatsoever. We can lead we can lead the world in a humane way, and this amendment does just that. And I yield back.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I believe he's yielding back to me.
Oh, Mr. Tiffany, yes.
Because it was my time. I'm going to conclude very briefly. In 1960, John F. Kennedy was Hurley, Wisconsin, in Duluth County that Representative Stauber talked about. He went down thousands of feet into an iron mine, and he said, "Thank you to those miners for helping us win the Second World War." And that the 20th century was an American century. Is the 21st century going to be a Chinese century or an American century? Where we mine is going to decide some of those, is going to be a major determinant in answering that question. I hope everyone will vote for the Boebert Amendment. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak to the amendment? Mr. Rosendale, please, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Just a few statistics. Everybody likes to have good, hard data in this committee, and I sure like to listen to it. On a wind turbine, a single wind turbine can contain 335 tons of steel, 4.7 tons of copper, 3 tons of aluminum, and 700 pounds of rare earth minerals, as well as zinc and concrete. Solar, 33 tons of gallium, 99 tons of indium, 198 tons of selenium to generate 1 gigawatt. Electric vehicle batteries that we all seem to be trying to promote and trend towards, although they don't work really well in Montana because an average day we can travel about 600 miles. And I don't believe there's enough charging stations on the interstate to make sure that you don't end up on the side of the highway. Some common battery cells use approximately 29 pounds of lithium, 42 pounds of cobalt, and 132 pounds of nickel per 100 kilowatt battery pack. All of these elements right now need to be generated if you want to live on this renewable energy planet that everybody's promoting. And what I don't understand is that all of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle continue to make us consider the impacts of coal, clean coal. That's right, that nice clean coal that we try to export. They make us consider the impacts of it as it gets transported across the country, as it gets transported across the ocean, and as it even gets burned in another country, which we heard earlier has thousands in China alone of power plants powered by coal, where we're down to 18 plants. And we are forced to consider all of these impacts before we can do anything with our coal. Why wouldn't we then consider the impacts of what it's doing to the other environments and the other people across the globe when we're forcing them? We're literally forcing them to generate the elements that we need so that we can abide by this this new Green Deal that the Democrats are forcing upon us. The folks overseas have got tremendous violations for humanitarian treatment. They've got terrible environmental records, and the national security problems that it poses to our country, I don't even know that we can measure it. So all we're asking is that you take those into consideration as well when you force us to develop these resources overseas. And I would reserve the balance of my time in case someone else needs it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Does anyone wish to claim the remainder, the one?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Chair,
Is that Mr.
Sloan,
Stauber? Okay,
yeah,
Mr. Stauber.
if I can, thank you, Chair. I'll just claim a little bit of my colleague's time. I just want to correct my colleague. He said there's 18 coal-powered plants in the country. There's actually 15 in the United States. And I'll remind you that China currently has 2,363, and they're building 1,171 more for a total of 3,534 coal-fired plants in the country of China, and the United States is currently at 15. And I yield back.
Thank you. Times you back. Anyone else wishing to speak on the amendment? Let me just then add on that that no one is saying here that we wish to ignore child labor. We actually no, we don't. We human trafficking, child labor, are no good things, are bad things, or do harm to the wildlife, to the environment. There are laws, existing laws that addresses those issues. We can see again the Biden administration are taking going through a process. But this bill, this legislation is that rare time, and that it's never been more urgent nor greater that we address climate change for the insular areas and for the freely associated states. We are way behind. We're victims to other people producing emissions and all of those things. And islands here are getting inundated with water. Water is washing over some of the islands. Water is reaching into the taro patches of some of these people that I know. And so again, I urge my colleagues' understanding and in consideration also that this bill is really urgent, and the need is great. So he's saying no more.
Mr. Chairman?
No other. Mr. Soto.
Yeah, just briefly, looking at first copper mine production, we've been at between 1,300 to 1,200 in terms of thousands, so 1.3 to 1.2 million metric tons for literally the last 7 to 10 years. That's both under Obama and under Trump. So there's not a big shortage in copper. Also looking at iron ore, we were at 40 to 40, 47, 46, 49 million metric tons of iron ore produced by the United States each year. Again, it remains pretty steady. So I get that we want to develop new mining in different areas and in folks' districts, and you should passionately fight for it. But this idea that there's a shortage in copper of iron ore, even by our own statistics, show that that's just not true. We're not having a huge decline in either of these. And I'm sure, as we see in other areas, the supply is meeting the demand. And I agree with our colleagues across the aisle. We have to continue to develop them, but there's no shortage, though, in either of these areas. And so it's important to make sure the record's accurate as we're debating these issues. And
would the gentleman yield?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Soto, and I appreciate your comments. You are stating the obvious, and that's what I'm getting at. The iron ore we need to expand for Build in America, for our new infrastructure, for our roads, our bridges, our highways, our locks, our dams, our airports. The rebar made in America. We have to rebuild what the greatest generation built for us, and it's gonna mean more steel. The stats you're giving are static. We have to build and rebuild the country. And that's why, Congressman Soto, I appreciate your comments, because I want to illustrate the important need for that, the important need for copper, all of the above copper. I was at a Zoom meeting the other day. We talked about, you know, the reusable copper and working it out of, you know, current parts, reusing it, recycling it. That's part of all of the above. We're going to need more if we are going to transform into alternative sources of energy. And to my colleague Soto, you're absolutely right. You're making my
reclaiming
point.
Rep. Sauber, reclaiming my time. I agree, which is why we all need to support the American Jobs Plan to increase the need for infrastructure and steel to upgrade our economy, and perhaps with those greater demands, there'll be a need for a greater supply, and that could open up some of these other areas. And I know as a fellow problem solver, we may get your vote on that too. And it's something we all need to work together on. But I think the idea, there's no shortage, but I agree, we should be upgrading our infrastructure and thereby creating more demand where it may make it more economically viable for these different areas. And we shouldn't be importing steel from other countries to be, or steel or iron ore from other countries to be able to do it, which is why there's Buy American provisions in there. So this is something we can agree on, which is using this moment for bipartisan infrastructure package that then will help stimulate demand in excess of what we've been doing under either Democratic or Republican presidents recently. And your point's well taken. And I yield back.
Gentlemen, yields back. Any other claims for time to speak on the Boebert amendment? Seeing none, let me, hearing no further debate, the question is now on the Boebert amendment number 1 to the bill. I will pause so that members in favor can unmute. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Members will please mute themselves again. I will pause so that members opposed can unmute. And all those opposed, please say no.
No.
Okay, members will please mute again. And in the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed.
Mr.
Chairman.
Mr. Chair, I'll request a recorded vote, Mr. Chair.
Recorded vote has been requested, and thus this vote will be postponed pursuant to the chair's prior announcement. So now we will move to the Stauber amendment number 1. Mr. Stauber, sir, I recognize you for 5 minutes to speak to your amendment.
Thank you, Chair Sablan. And my amendment simply requires the Secretary of the Interior and other relevant federal agencies to ensure the underlying legislation does not make our current supply chain issues worse. As it stands right now, the communist country of China and other adversarials have a near monopoly on building and exporting solar panels due to their access to minerals. And we as a country are one of their best customers, unfortunately. And it's no wonder why. Democrats on this committee have attacked every link in our domestic solar supply chain. First, Democrats seek to lock up our resources forever by withdrawing or attempting to withdraw millions of acres from mining in my district and across the country. In fact, the current Secretary of Interior supported such legislation. The Democratic majority also proposes levying burdensome emission requirements, manipulating energy standards, and increasing taxes, all of which make manufacturing more expensive and therefore drive it further offshore. But it doesn't stop there. Policies pushed by those in power this Congress will increase demand for renewable energy materials. Democrats want to give tax breaks to wealthy EV owners and insist on more wind and solar at every turn. The energy requirements in this bill will undoubtedly lead to an increase in demand for more hard rock minerals. So let's mine and manufacture here and not prop up human rights abusers in China, Russia, the Congo, and elsewhere. I urge adoption of my amendment and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Anyone else having claim time to speak on the amendment, on the Stauber amendment number 1? All right. I'm going to. I think I yield myself 5 minutes. I oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to vote no. Look, we have seen this amendment before on other legislation, and the committee has rejected it. So I urge my colleagues to do the same here. We can work to meet our domestic mineral needs and protect our national security without blocking completely unrelated programs to address climate change in the insular areas, in the territories, and in the freely associated states. This bill is really, this bill is both urgent and it's never been greater. We cannot afford to postpone or delay anymore on their efforts to help Americans in the insular areas protect their way of life from the destructive effect of climate change. There are communities in the insular areas where people's way of life is being starched as taro, for example. And their taro paths are not, salt water is coming into the taro paths, and so these people have no other way to do subsistence farming for their livelihoods and the families put food on the table. So I urge my colleagues to please vote no, and I yield back my time.
Mr. Chairman.
Asking for time, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative
Tiffany? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, you're right. Yes, sir. You have 5 minutes, Mr. Tiffany.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was trying to beep in earlier and it was my fault. I'm sorry I didn't give you the last word. I'll yield time to you if you wish to have it when I get done here. And I was saying there that this is urgent for the insular areas, and I respect that. The urgency will not be stopped by this amendment. If we adopt this amendment, it'll serve as a look back provision that say, okay, the Department of Interior is going to have to assess, are we increasing the amount of minerals we're getting from countries that are hostile to us or have terrible working conditions for young people, those type of things. And they can make that judgment at this time. That will not stop this bill from being implemented. And but I would just like to address one point that Representative Soto made, and I know he gave it in, his comments were in good faith, but what he was citing in his statistics, what I heard, was a flat amount of minerals that are being produced, and he cited back a decade ago until now over both the Obama and the Trump administrations, and I'm assuming that his data is correct. That is the problem. And that is one of the points Representative Stauber has made. If we're going to move this route where we've got a lot more panels and a lot more windmills that are going to be built, Representative Rosendale talked about the inputs that are required to that. We're going to need a significant increase in the copper and other minerals that are copper in the average wind turbine. It is going to require an unprecedented increase in the amount of minerals that we produce or that are going to be consumed. And the question is going to be, are we going to produce them, or are we going to be dependent on China, Russia, and other countries like that that do not have our sometimes use forced labor? That is the question, because it will be an increase in the minerals that we're going to need. The choice on those countries that do not have our best interests at heart, or is some of it going to be produced right here in America, and it's going to require an increase in production here in the United States, and that's the genesis of the amendment that Representative put forward and stronger supported. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other Same
Mr. Chairman.
time for the debate. Mr. Hoffman?
That's right. Mr. Huffman. Yep.
Yeah.
And I support
Mr.
this
Hoffman,
amendment.
yeah. Yeah, 5 minutes, sir.
I'm sorry. I'm kidding. I'm really Graves, and apparently Huffman's on mute. Otherwise, he'd be.
Oh, my favorite guy on the other side, Mr. Graves. I am sorry. Look, I've been in front of a computer screen since midnight, and it's exactly right 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I know, Mr. Sublime. I just,
Please,
it's amazing.
I
that you-
apologize.
No worries. It's amazing that you power through these things. I actually was going to work on an amendment to move your island to a different time zone because I don't know how you do it. I think we just put some big motors behind that thing and we're going to move it. All right. So, hey, seriously, thanks for the opportunity to speak. And I want to thank Mr. Stauber. Mr. Chairman, in many cases, listening to debate or even just folks talking about what a clean energy future looks like, it seems like we're talking past one another in many cases. Let's talk about big picture. Mr. Chairman, do we support reducing emissions? Yeah, I think everybody supports reducing emissions and charting a clean energy future that builds upon the amazing success that the United States has had, reducing emissions more than the next 12 emissions reducing countries combined. And we've done it without gutting our economy, without getting rid of all these jobs. Mr. Stauber's amendment is based upon evidence of the appropriate execution strategy. Looking back historically, how have things happened? How have they worked? How do we chart a course forward? Learning from the evidence of success in the past. So Mr. Stauber's saying, look, if we're going to move in a direction of a clean energy future, and we're going to need greater mineral resources like these rare earths and strategic minerals, and right now, these available resources, China has 80 to 90% of that market cornered. That's a mistake because, as I said before, we're going from being entirely dependent upon OPEC to being entirely energy independent to now putting all of our eggs in China's basket in the future. Mr. Chairman, look at what happened at the early days of coronavirus. China was out there telling the World Health Organization on the one hand, nothing to see here, no, everything's okay. In the exact same breath, they were out there buying up billions of pieces of PPE, of masks and gloves and other things, buying them up, bringing them back to China when they were telling the World Health Organization, no, nothing to see here. This is the values, this is the country that folks are saying we need to put all of our future in. I don't agree. I don't think that country is one that we need to be giving that much leverage over the United States. And so I think we're all saying the same thing here. Everybody's saying they don't want China to be in charge. So Mr. Stauber is simply offering an amendment that ensures that doesn't happen. So I heard earlier the chairman saying that he doesn't support Putin, that he doesn't support Putin, dirty Putin gas. That's great. So let's make sure that we're putting this in the law to where in the future we make sure we're charting a course that does not create more jobs in China, does not create greater environmental damages by relying upon child labor and lax environmental regulations in the Congo. This is a pro-environment amendment. This is a pro-American jobs amendment. And while Mr. Stauber and I don't agree on this one, this is a pro-union amendment. It helps with union jobs. And that's important to him. So Mr. Chairman, I urge that folks take a careful look. I mean, this simply says that we're not going to become more dependent upon China, Russia, and the Congo, or other countries that are hostile to the United States for these resources. That this is red, white, and blue, motherhood and apple pie. We should all be supporting this. And so we have the ability to process, to mine these resources here. This is consistent with what everybody is saying. We're giving you an opportunity to allow it to be consistent with what you're doing. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield my remaining 50
Could the
seconds.
gentleman, oh, okay.
I yield my remaining 50 seconds to Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Stauber, you have 44 seconds.
Thank you very much. And to my point, if we need to hold the dependency of this nation in the palm of our own hands. We have to learn as we move on from COVID-19. We have to look back and say we can't rely on foreign adversarial nations any longer for our critical minerals, our PPEs, and others. We have to rely on ourselves and be dependent upon the American energy, American mining workforce to get this done. And we stand ready to do just that. And Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. Any other claim to time for the debate on Stauber amendment, the Stauber amendment? Look, hearing none, let me say no further debate. The question is on the Stauber amendment, number 1 to the bill. I will pause so that members in favor can unmute. All those in favor say aye.
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 Members will please mute themselves again. I will pause so that members opposed can unmute. All those opposed say no.
No.
No. No. All right, members will please mute again. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it and the amendment is not agreed to, but Mr. Stauber asked for the recorded vote, and so this vote will be postponed pursuant to the chair's prior announcement. The next amendment is Westerman number 2. Ranking Member Grace, I understand that someone will be offering the amendment on Mr. Westerman's behalf.
Yes, Representative Moore, Blake, I will do it.
I didn't get that. Which member?
Representative Moore.
Oh, Representative Moore. Sir, you have 5 minutes to speak to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Splon, Acting Chairman, for the recognition. I will be offering this amendment on behalf of Ranking Member Westerman. This amendment seeks to ensure that insular areas can choose for themselves the most reliable and cost-effective means of energy generation. Specifically, this amendment includes nuclear energy in the definition of renewable energy under this bill. It's actually a very, very short amendment. It's about 4 total words. Nuclear is a clean, carbon-free, and demonstrably reliable source of energy generation. According to the Department of Energy, nuclear power provided 52% of America's carbon-free electricity in 2020, making it the largest source of clean energy. It is also extremely reliable, operating at full capacity more than 92% of the time. This means nuclear is approximately 3 times more reliable than wind and solar. Restricting grant eligibility to only certain forms of energy production will limit the options available to the insular areas and threaten the reliability of their electric grid. All Americans deserve cost-effective and reliable energy, and as we consider the cleanest and most efficient options, nuclear must be on the table. I urge a yes vote on this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Lowenthal, you wish to speak to gentleman?
Yes.
Thank you. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The amendment, as you pointed out, aims to add nuclear power to the definition of renewable energy already included in the bill. And I understand and I appreciate the ranking member's interest in it. I think it's rational, but I oppose this amendment and recommend a no vote, and I'll explain why. The Insular Climate Change Act seeks to give residents of the insular area the tools they need to develop clean and renewable energy sources, especially because they are on the front lines of warming temperatures and rising sea levels. Why isn't nuclear a part of the solution for insular areas? And that's because what we haven't heard so far, and that is there are still dangers posed by storing, transporting, and disposing of the resulting radioactive waste. Further, the insular areas have abundant solar and wind resources that don't present the kinds of hazards that nuclear energy creates, that have not yet been solved, and that are both as clean, if not cleaner, and certainly more affordable. Lastly, distributed renewable energy, renewable power sources such as solar, wind, and wave can make the insular areas more resilient to natural disasters. While nuclear energy could create dangerous vulnerabilities for the communities in the event of earthquakes or hurricanes, I thank the ranking member for his amendment, but I personally have to ultimately oppose this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to vote no. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else claiming time to debate on the amendment?
Well, yes, Mr. Chair, Congressman Benz here.
Mr. Benz, you are recognized for 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know the timing of this amendment couldn't be better. I visited NuScale yesterday, a nuclear reactor and fuel design engineering company in Corvallis, Oregon. Spent about 2.5 hours going through their new modular, incredibly safe nuclear energy systems. They are, it's an amazing exercise. I recommend it to anyone, and it's been designed to avoid many of the problems that you just referred to, and that I'm sorry that the the person who just preceded me in testifying referred to. I would just say, Mr. Chair, that this is a technology that fits extraordinarily well in, I would say, insular spaces because of the small modular nature of these new devices. They are going to be available in about 6 years. It would be very sad that this bill did not anticipate the development of this type of technology. And I would also say that these are going to be cleaner in many respects than many of the types of technology we've been debating over the past several hours, given all of the incredibly negative impacts that certain solar panel manufacturers create. And I just highly recommend that everybody take a look at NuScale because it's an extraordinary advance in matters concerning nuclear energy. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Benz. Anyone else claiming time?
May I, this is Representative Moore, may I reclaim just about 30 seconds?
Would someone claim time and yield to Mr. Moore?
¿Qué pasó con esto?
Representative Tiffany,
Tiffany, you have 5 minutes.
I yield time to Representative Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Thanks, Representative and Chairman. I'll like to reiterate what my friend from Oregon said. We've seen a lot of technological advances take place. If we can embrace that and at least be willing to consider that, then I think we're doing a disservice to these insular areas. I represent, in Utah, we have a company here that goes and decommissions nuclear sites, right? These are from many, many, many years ago. There has been an enormous amount of technology increases that have taken place. One thing that I tried to focus on in my comments on behalf of Ranking Member Westerman was the piece about reliability. And in Representative Lowenthal's comments, I agree that there are many points, and I'm sitting here willing to recognize there are challenges that we need to be able to address with nuclear. The fact that reliability was my key point is something that I just wanted to emphasize. And that would be an ultimate boon, I believe, to some of the insular areas. And I'll yield back.
I yield my time back to the chairman.
Time's been yielded back. Anyone else willing to speak to the amendment? All right, let me just mention this as a matter of, for many of you, July 1946 may be historical, but for many of some of the citizens of the freely associated states, some of the insular areas, July 1946 was a time when we first experimented with the atomic bomb in the Marshall Islands. Today, the result of that experiment today still affects people, human lives, where some people cannot return to their home island in a place where there's very little land. And so it's not historical to some of the citizens of the freely associated states. It's life, it's real life. It's happening today as a result of training we did, which was not supposed to be, this destructive. And so just a perspective, point of view, I know that people are saying that there will be nuclear energy safe, but look, you never know. And then, so I continue to oppose this amendment with having seen no time for debate. The question is on the Westerman Amendment number 2 to the bill. I will pause so that members in favor can unmute. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All right, please mute yourselves again, and I will pause so that members opposed can unmute. All those opposed, on behalf of the citizens of the insular areas, please say no.
No.
No. Thank you. The members will mute again. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
While I was hoping that the ayes, it sounded like there was more, but I understand. On behalf of Ranking Member Westerman, I'll request a recorded vote.
All right, a recorded vote has been requested. This vote will be postponed pursuant to the chair's prior announcement. And at this time, I would like to yield the gavel back to the Chairman Grijalva. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Sablan. Appreciate it very much. And Representative Gonzalez Colon, you have the next amendment designated as number 1, and you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before speaking on my amendment, I'd like to briefly discuss my views on HR 2780. I commend the intent behind parts of the legislation. And as I mentioned when we held a hearing on the draft bill back in March, I will always welcome additional resources to help the U.S. territories address some of the climate challenges we face. But I'm concerned, however, whether some of these proposed grant programs may seem duplicative. I believe we should be focused first on studying how to increase awareness and access to existing federal funding opportunities available to the territories and other coastal communities across the nation. I also sympathize with the need to increase the use of renewable energy sources in the territories. And for example, in the fiscal year 2020, petroleum-fired power plant generated almost half of Puerto Rico's total electricity, while renewables accounted only for 2.5%. And it's clear that we must do better on that area. But Puerto Rico has an ambitious goal to reach as much as half of our power supply from renewables by the end of this decade. But exclusively counting on renewables to meet our energy needs, as this bill attempts to do, it's unrealistic. We must prioritize reliable power supply at low cost for the consumer in the territories. And reliable and stable power is crucial for Puerto Rico, especially to support and expand our pharmaceutical and manufacturing industries. And that's why I support an all-of-the-above energy approach. And that's the reason I'm a strong proponent of the use of American liquefied natural gas as an economical, clean, and reliable replacement to older fuel sources, together, of course, with renewables. Also, this bill includes a portion of the Offshore Wind for Territories Act, which was a bipartisan legislation I have introduced to study and, if feasible, authorize offshore wind energy development in federal waters adjacent to the territories. Unfortunately, it does not include my bill's revenue sharing and coral reef conservation provisions. My amendment seeks to address this exclusion, and it will restore language included in my bill to ensure that each territory is guaranteed a state equivalent share of all royalties payments made to the federal government by offshore wind developers. Territories will receive 37.5% of qualifying revenues, consistent with the same revenue sharing structure established for the Gulf Coast states under the Gulf of Mexico and Energy Security Act. My amendment, Mr. Chairman, just like the Offshore Wind for Territories Act does, will also direct that 12.5% of the revenues will be deposited into a coral reef conservation fund, thus providing dedicated funding for coral reef conservation efforts at no additional cost to the American taxpayers. This committee supported these provisions in the past, both in 2018 and 2019. We passed the Offshore Wind for Territories Act, including its revenue sharing and coral reef conservation language with unanimous support. While I'm disappointed that the committee is not considering the Offshore Wind Act as a standalone bill during this markup, I respectfully urge my colleagues to support this amendment to boost revenues in the territories and help protect our coral reef in the present legislation. And with that, I will yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lowenthal, you're recognized, sir.
Well, I very reluctantly oppose this amendment and must urge a no vote. You know, I support the goals of this amendment, which are to make sure that the territories receive economic benefits from any future offshore wind development, and that we adequately fund coral reef conservation programs. And while I do support these goals, I don't think that this amendment is the appropriate way to achieve them. And I say that while understanding that historically, the territories have not been equitably funded or fairly funded. They do not receive the same revenue stream as the states. But this amendment does something else. It establishes revenue sharing with the territories for offshore wind development. There are no other states that are currently entitled to the same revenue stream for offshore wind from the federal government. Second, it's my understanding that the committee is already working on a bipartisan reauthorization of the Coral Reef Conservation Act, which seeks to make sure that we address the harmful impacts to coral reefs in a comprehensive way across the entire country. While I'm unable to support the amendment at this time, I do commit myself to the Congresswoman that I will work with her to move forward these goals. The Subcommittee on Energy and Mineral Resources, which I chair, has already had legislative hearings on offshore wind in the territories, and this issue remains a priority for me, as I know it is for the Congresswoman. I unfortunately have to oppose the amendment at this time as it is written, and I urge a no vote, and I yield back.
Anyone else wish to be recognized on the amendment by Representative Gonzalez Colon? Let me associate myself with the comments that Chair Lowenthal just made. That, I think the first issue is that we're establishing a revenue sharing with territories for offshore wind development, and no other states that are currently entitled to the same revenue stream in the federal government have such an existing authority. That doesn't prevent that. It just points out that there is some level of consistency that we need to look at as well. The second is, as the chairman of the subcommittee on Energy and Mineral Resources pointed out, his committee and staff are working with the sponsor of the Coral Reef Conservation Act, the representative, to work out a bipartisan standalone legislation on offshore wind in the territories, and we look forward to that as well. I want to thank the representative for her amendment, but unfortunately, as Mr. Lowenthal indicated, I oppose it this time. I urge a no vote, and I yield back. Is there anyone else wish to address the amendment? I don't have my list. Hearing none, could I, all those in favor will unmute themselves and indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed will unmute themselves and indicate by saying no.
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 The noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask for a recorded vote.
According to the previous decision, the vote on Representative Gonzalez Colon's amendment number 1 to this legislation will be postponed. And now we are at the point of beginning the process on the 2 bills that regular order bills. Returning to HR 3764, the question is on the unfinished business, the amendments to the ANS introduced by myself. The first amendment is designated Herald number 1. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Sablon.
Sablon votes no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman.
Aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
No.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves.
Aye.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen.
Aye.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Leger-Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leger-Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster.
Mr. Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Stansberry.
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon.
Aye. I vote aye.
Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez. Mr. Fulcher. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle votes no.
Ms. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl.
Aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale votes aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Moore.
Close that door, que no escuché cuando me llamó.
Aye. Moore is aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Boebert.
Aye.
Mrs. Boebert votes aye. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte.
Aye.
Did you say? Mr. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCollum.
No, McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Bentz.
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Tonko.
Votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Tlaib.
Tlaib votes no.
Ms. Tlaib votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Mrs. Gomer, how am I recorded?
Mr. Gomer is not recorded.
I vote aye.
Mr. Gomer votes aye.
Madam Clerk, how am I recorded?
Mr. Baltar, you have not been recorded.
Ms. Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no.
How's Mr. Lamborn recorded?
Mr. Lamborn is not recorded.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye.
The clerk will read the names of any members not recorded at this point. Or are there any members who wish to vote or change their vote also?
Mr. Westerman? Mr. Young? Mr. Costa? Mr. Gallego? Mr. Gosar? Mr. Heiss? Mr. Fulcher? Mr. McEachin? Mr. Soto?
No.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. San Nicolas? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Han?
If there's no other members who wish to vote or to change their vote, the vote is closed and the clerk will report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 17 and the nays are 20.
The nays have it. The amendment to the bill fails. And we move to amendment designated Obernolte number 1. The clerk shall call the roll, please.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman? Mrs. Napolitano? Mr. Young? Mr. Costa? Mr. Gomert? Mr. Sablan?
Sablan votes no.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Huffman? Mr. Whitman? Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego? Mr. Gosar?
I missed it. You got to be faster.
Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves?
Aye. Graves, aye.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin? Mr. Heiss? Ms. Porter?
No.
Okay.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radawagon?
Aye.
Mrs. Radawagon votes aye. Ms. Leger Fernandez?
No.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster?
Mr. Webster votes
Yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Stansberry?
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon?
Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye. Ms. Velazquez?
Ms. Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velazquez votes no. Mr. Fulcher?
Fulcher votes aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. DeGette?
No.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber?
Mr. Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle?
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl?
Aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. McEachin? Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale votes aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore?
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas? Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Bobert?
Votes aye.
Mrs. Bobert votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte?
Video.
Ms. McCollum? Mr. Bentz?
Mr. Bentz votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Cohen?
Hello?
Hey, sorry, I just want to
Mr. Tonko?
Yeah, I got it. Hold on, I got to jump in and vote on this. Hold on.
Sorry, this is Rep. Levin. I was not able to unmute myself. How am I recorded?
I will get back to you, sir. Mr. Cohen?
No, I vote no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Lee votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. An?
How's Mr. Whitman recorded?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to get a second round, please.
Read the names of, the clerk will read the names of any members not recorded or members who wish to vote or change their vote.
This is Gomert. I vote aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye.
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye.
Napolitano votes no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no.
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye.
Levin, no.
Mr. Levin votes no.
Members wish to vote or change their vote at this point?
Mr. Chairman, this is McCollum. How am I recorded?
How's the gentlelady recorded?
Ms. McCollum is not recorded.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no.
I must have jumped in.
Should have closed it. The vote, if there's no other members who wish to vote or change their vote, if not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 17 and the nays are 20.
The amendment designated Obernolte number 1 fails, and we move on to amendment designated Bobert number 1. The clerk shall call the roll, please.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman? Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa? Mr. Gomert?
Vote aye for both.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablan?
Sablan votes no.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Huffman. Mr. Whitman.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman.
Aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves.
Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Badawagon.
Aye.
Mrs. Badawagon votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
Leisure Fernandez votes no.
Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster.
Mr. Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Stansberry.
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon.
Gonzalez-Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez.
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher votes aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl.
Aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Rosendale.
Is aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soda.
Votes no.
Mr. Soda votes no. Mr. Moore.
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia is a no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Bobert.
Bobert, aye.
Mrs. Bobert votes aye. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCullum.
Repairs and submarine repairs, particularly the attack submarines, which
Ms. McCullum.
have really struggled.
Mr. Bentz.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Bentz.
Mr. Bentz is an aye.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Han.
No.
Member wishing to vote. Are there any members who wish to vote or change their vote?
Mr. Chairman, how is Mr. Lamborn recorded?
Mr. Lamborn's not recorded.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye.
Is the other May 24 recorded? This is Congressman Cohen.
No, Mr. Cohen, you're not recorded.
I'd like to be no. Hey, Doug.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Anyone else wish to vote that has not voted or to change their vote?
I vote yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye.
Where are we at? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 19 and the nays are 21.
The amendment fails, and we are now at amendment designated Tiffany number 1. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Sablan.
No.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves.
Yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss.
Heiss votes yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen.
Aye.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Leger Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster.
Mr. Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Stansberry.
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon.
Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez.
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher votes aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl.
Aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore.
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Sam Nicholas. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Garcia.
No.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Bobert.
Bobert votes aye.
Mrs. Bobert votes aye. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum.
Votes no.
Ms. McCullum votes no. Mr. Bentz.
Mr. Bent votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
Votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib.
I'm so sorry. I always forget I'm right after him. I vote no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no.
How's Whitman recorded?
Mr. Whitman is not recorded.
Mr. Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye.
Gomert votes aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye.
Or to change their vote. Are there any members who wish to vote that have not voted or want to change their vote? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 19 and the nays are 22.
The nays have it and the amendment fails. We now move to amendment designated Stauber number 1, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Sablan.
No.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn, the other May 24th votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman.
Aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves.
Yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss.
Heiss votes yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen.
Aye.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Leger Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Stansberry.
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon.
Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velazquez.
Velazquez votes no.
Ms. Velazquez votes no. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
No.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Mr. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl.
Aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore.
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia is no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Bobert.
Boebert, aye.
Mrs. Bobert votes aye. Mr. Case.
Sorry, no.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCullum.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCullum votes no. Mr. Bentz.
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes no.
Mr. Lee votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Mr. Trahan votes no.
Any members who have not voted and wish to vote or to change their vote?
Gohmert votes aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye.
Anyone else? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 19 and the nays are 22.
The amendment fails, and we move to amendment designated Rosendale number 1. The clerk would please call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa. Mr. Gomert.
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablan.
No.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Woodman.
Aye.
Mr. Woodman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
No.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves.
Yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin. Mr. Heiss.
Ice, yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen.
Aye.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Leger Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Stansberry.
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon. Ms. Velazquez.
Velazquez votes no.
Ms. Velazquez votes no. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher votes aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
No.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl.
Aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. McEachin. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore.
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Garcia.
I don't know how to do it. Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Bobert.
Boebert, aye.
Mrs. Beaufort votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCollum?
No, McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Benz?
Vote yes.
Mr. Benz votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no.
How is Mr. Cohen recorded?
Mr. Cohen is not recorded?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded? Mr. Costa?
Mr. Costa is not recorded?
Mr. Costa votes aye.
Mr. Costa votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, I want to be recorded as a yes. Jennifer Gonzalez.
Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye.
What's the score now? Are there other members who wish to vote that are not recorded or to change their vote? If not,
President back out. It would be down here.
if not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 19 and the nays are 21.
The nays have it, and the amendment to the bill fails. Next, we go to amendment designated more number 1. The clerk would please call the roll. Thank you.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman? Mrs. Napolitano?
No. It just seems like such
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa?
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablan?
No.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego? Mr. Gosar? Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin? Mr. Heiss? Ms. Porter?
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radawagon?
Aye.
Mrs. Radawagon votes aye. Ms. Leger Fernandez?
No.
Leger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Stansberry?
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon? Ms. Velasquez?
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Fulcher?
Fulcher's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Gett?
Get votes no.
Mr. Gett votes no. Mr. Stauber?
Votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Mr. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle?
No.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl? Mr. McEachin? Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore?
A strong yes.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. San Nicholas? Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Boebert?
Bert, aye.
Mrs. Boebert votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCollum?
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Bentz?
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Mr. Lee votes no. Mr. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Mr. Han votes no.
Any members who wish to vote that have not voted or to change their vote?
Can,
Votes
Carl,
no.
Identify yourself.
Votes no.
Carl is an aye.
Well, list one at a time so the clerk can have an opportunity to recognize.
Votes no.
11 votes no.
Gonzalez Colon, what are we recorded?
Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon, you're not recorded.
Yeah, I would like to vote yes.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
How about Carl?
Mr. Carl, you're not recorded.
Aye, please.
Mr. Carl votes aye.
How is Mr. Lowenthal recorded?
Mr. Lowenthal, you're recorded as a no.
Any other members who wish to vote that have not voted or change their vote? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
1823?
That's what I.
Chairman, just a moment, please.
No problem.
This one's a nail biter, everybody.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 18 and the nays are 23.
The amendment to the bill fails, and we move to amendment designated fence number 1, and if the clerk would please call the roll. Thank you.
Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa. Mr. Gomert.
So votes, this the Benz amendment?
Yes.
Aye.
Mr. Costa votes aye. Mr. Gomert.
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablon.
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman.
Aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss. Ms. Porter.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes. Aye.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radwagon.
Aye.
Ms. Leger Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster. Ms. Stansberry.
No.
Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez.
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
No.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl.
Aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore.
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Sam Nicholas. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia's a no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Bobert.
Over, aye.
Mrs. Boebert votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCollum? Mr. Benz? Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Benz?
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes aye. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Han?
Han votes no.
Mr. Han votes no.
Member who did not vote or wishes to vote or change their vote?
Webster votes yes.
Amatra Radawagan, how am I recorded?
Mr. Webster was.
Votes aye. Mrs. Radawagan was not recorded.
Aye.
Mrs. Radawagan votes aye.
Score.
How's Lamborn recorded?
Mr. Lamborn is not recorded.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye.
Graves votes aye.
Mr. Graves votes aye.
Was Webster recorded?
Yes.
Mr. Webster, I have you as recorded as a aye.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Is there any other members who wish to vote that have not voted or to change their vote? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 20 and the nays are 22.
The amendment to the bill fails. We now move to amendment designated Westerman number 1. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman? Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa?
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Sablan?
No.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman? Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego? Mr. Gosar? Mr. Neguse?
Really just.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves?
Graves votes yes. Graves is yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss? Ms. Porter?
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radawagan?
Aye.
Mrs. Radawagan votes aye. Ms. Leger Fernandez? Mr. Webster?
Mr. Webster votes yes.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Stansberry?
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon?
Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez?
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Fulcher?
Fulcher's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Gett?
DeGette votes no.
Mr. Gett votes no. Mr. Stauber?
Votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Mr. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle?
Dingle, no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl?
Aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. McEachin? Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto?
No votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore?
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. San Nicholas? Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Boebert?
Boebert, aye.
Mrs. Boebert votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCollum?
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Benz?
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes aye. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Han?
Trahan votes no.
Mr. Hand votes no.
You don't have a mask? Oh, yeah, I need to get mine out too, thank you.
Are there any members who have not voted who wish to vote
Gomer votes aye.
or to change their vote? Mr. Gomer?
Mr. Gomer votes aye. Okay.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes aye.
Ms.
Whitman votes
Leger,
aye.
Ms. Leger Fernandez, how do you vote?
No.
No. Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no.
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Woodman votes aye.
Does anyone else wish to vote that has not voted or to change their vote? Mr. Lambert, do you wish to change your vote? Just checking. If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 18 and the nays are 23.
The amendment to the bill fails, and we move on to Graves Amendment number 13. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa.
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Sablan.
No.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Woodman. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar. Mr. Neguse.
No. Neguse votes no.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves.
Yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radawagon. Mrs. Radawagon?
Aye.
Mrs. Radawagon votes aye. Ms. Leger Fernandez?
No.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Stansberry?
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon?
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez?
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Fulcher?
Fulcher's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. Deget?
Get votes no.
Ms. Deget votes no. Mr. Stauber?
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee?
No. Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle? Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl?
Aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. McEachin? Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Who votes no?
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore?
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas? Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Bobert?
Votes aye.
Mrs. Bobert votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCullum?
No.
Ms. McCullum votes no. Mr. Bentz?
Mr. Benz is yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib
Mr. Han?
votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Han?
Mr. Han votes no.
Mr. Han votes no.
Are there any members who wish to vote that have not voted or changed their vote? Please identify yourself to the clerk and so she can record your vote.
Gomer votes aye.
Mr. Gomer votes aye.
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye.
Are there any other members who wish to vote or change their vote? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 18 and the nays are 23.
The amendment fails, and we now move to amendment designated Fulcher number 1. The roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman? Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa? Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablan?
No.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego? Mr. Gosar? Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss? Ms. Porter?
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radawagon?
Aye.
Mrs. Radawagon votes aye. Ms. Leger Fernandez?
No.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Stansberry?
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon?
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez?
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Fulcher?
Fulcher's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. DeGette?
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber?
Votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee, no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle? Mrs. Dingle?
Vote was no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl?
Aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. McEachin? Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto?
No.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Sam Nicholas? Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia, no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Bobert?
Bobert, aye.
Mrs. Bobert votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCullum?
No.
Ms. McCullum votes no. Mr. Bentz?
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Mrs. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no.
Any members,
Mr. Chairman, how
vote?
voted?
Mr. Costa, how's Mr. Costa recorded?
Mr. Costa is not recorded.
This is the vulture measure. Which measure is this?
This is Fulcher.
Fulcher number 1.
Aye.
Mr. Costa votes aye.
Anyone else wish to record their vote that is not recorded or change their vote? If not,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 18 and the nays are 22.
The amendment to the bill fails, and we move to the last amendment, which is designated Rosendale number 2.
Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa.
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert.
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablan.
No.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman.
Aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
No.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves.
Yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radwagen.
Aye.
Mrs. Radwagen votes aye. Ms. Leisha Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leisha Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Stansberry.
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velazquez.
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velazquez votes no. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle, no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl.
Aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore.
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia, no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Bobert.
Aye.
Mrs. Bobert votes aye. Mr. Case.
Nope.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCullum.
No.
Ms. McCullum votes no. Mr. Bentz.
Mr. Bentz votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no.
Anyone else wish to be recorded on the amendment? Clerk will report, please.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 18 and the nays are 23.
The amendment to the legislation fails, and now we move, the question is on the ANS to HR 3764 as amended. Members in favor will unmute. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Members opposed will unmute and indicate their opposition by saying no.
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 In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the ANS is agreed as amended. The question is now on adopting HR 3764 as amended and ordering favorably reported to the House. I understand that a recorded vote will be requested, so we will proceed with a roll call vote. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
Yes.
Mr. Grijalva votes aye. Mr. Westerman. Mrs. Napolitano.
Yes.
Mrs. Napolitano votes aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa.
Aye.
Mr. Costa votes aye. Mr. Gomert.
No.
Mr. Gomert votes no. Mr. Sablon.
Aye.
Mr. Sablon votes aye. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes no.
Mr. Lamborn votes no. Mr. Huffman.
Aye.
Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Whitman.
No.
Mr. Whitman votes no. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes aye.
Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. McClintock.
No.
Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar. Mr. Neguse.
Aye.
Mr. Neguse votes aye. Mr. Graves.
No.
Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Levin.
Aye.
Mr. Levin votes aye. Mr. Heiss. Ms. Porter.
Aye.
Ms. Porter votes aye. Mrs. Radawagon.
Yay.
Mrs. Radawagon votes no. Ms. Leger Fernandez.
Aye.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes aye. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes nay.
Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Stansberry.
Aye.
Stansberry votes aye. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
No.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes no. Ms. Velazquez.
Velasquez votes aye.
Ms. Velazquez votes aye. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher's no.
Mr. Fulcher votes no. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes aye.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, no.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle votes aye.
Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Carl.
No.
Mr. Carl votes no. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, no.
Mr. Rosendale votes no. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. Moore.
No.
Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Sam Nicholas. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes no.
Ms. Harrell votes no. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia, aye.
Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mrs. Bobert.
Bobert, aye.
Mrs. Bobert votes aye. Mr. Case.
Aye.
Mr. Case votes aye. Mr. Obernolte.
No.
Mr. Obernolte votes no. Ms. McCollum.
Aye.
Ms. McCollum votes aye. Mr. Bentz.
Mr. Bentz is a no.
Mr. Bentz, sir?
A no.
Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Cohen.
Yes.
Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes yes.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes yes.
Ms. Talib votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes yes.
Ms. Trahan votes aye.
Madam, let me ask the clerk, how is Ms. Bobert recorded?
Ms. Bobert is recorded as an aye.
We have an opportunity here for members who wish to vote that haven't to do so or to change their vote.
Heiss votes no.
Mr. Heiss votes
Mr. Heiss.
no.
If there's no other members who wish to change their vote,
Mr. Chairman, can I ask how I'm recorded?
Mr. Graves, how's Mr. Graves recorded?
Apologize.
Mr. Graves is recorded as a no.
Bobert votes no. I'd like to change my vote.
Ms. Bobert votes no.
Ms. Bobert changes her vote to no. Mr. Graves is no. Is there any other people, any other members who wish to record their vote?
Recorded.
Yes.
How's Mr. Whitman recorded?
Mr. Whitman is recorded as a no.
Thank you.
If not, if there's no other members, if not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 23 and the nays are 19.
Ayes have it. The bill is adopted as amended and ordered favorably reported to the House. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the long title of HR 3764 is amended. And at this point, let me recognize Ranking Member Graves for his motion on the views.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, under Committee Rule 5C, I give notice of my intention to file additional or dissenting views in the bill just considered and all bills considered in this markup, and asking unanimous consent that this notice be extended to all members.
Without objection, so ordered. Thank you. Now we return to HR 2780, the Insular Climate Solutions, HR 2780, on the unfinished business. The first is the amendment designated Westerman number 1. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa. Mr. Gomert.
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablan.
No.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman
Aye.
votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
There's
Lowenthal votes no. Mr.
six
McClintock.
pieces of legislation.
Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss.
Yes.
Heiss votes aye. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radawagon.
Aye.
Mrs. Radawagon votes aye. Ms. Leger Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Stansberry.
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez.
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher votes aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Trying to help out the poor Irish. We're going to have the worst of it.
Ms. Brownlee. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
No.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl.
Aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore.
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia is a no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Bobert.
Bobert votes aye.
Mrs. Bobert votes aye. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCullum.
No.
Ms. McCullum votes no. Mr. Bentz.
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye.
Any other members besides Mr. Lamborn that wants to be recorded or want to change their vote?
Mr. Chair, how am I voted?
Mr. Costa?
Mr. Costa is not recorded.
Mr. Costa, no.
Mr. Costa votes no.
Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye.
Anyone else? If not, the vote is closed. And the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 19 and the nays are 22.
The amendment to the legislation fails, and we move to the amendments en bloc from Representative Graves, Amendment 1, 2, and 3 en bloc.
No.
Is that correct? Let me ask the clerk, is that correct? The amendments that were on are in block 1, 2, and 3?
No, those failed.
Those failed by voice vote.
Okay. So we move on to amendment designated Boebert number 1, revised. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
Yes, please. No.
Mr. Grijalva.
I said yes, I thought you were calling me. I would have had to change my vote. Thank you for stopping me.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa.
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert.
Vote yes, like the chairman did initially.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablon.
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman votes no, like Ms. Boebert finally did in the last series.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman.
Aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss.
I joined two of my grandkids and vote yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Badawagon. Mrs. Badawagon votes aye. Ms. Leche Fernandez.
Aye. No.
Ms. Leche Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Stansberry.
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez.
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher votes aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
Votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl.
Carl, aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore.
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia is a no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Boebert.
Boebert, aye.
Mrs. Boebert votes aye. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCullum.
No.
Ms. McCullum votes no. Mr. Bentz.
Mr. Spence votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib.
Sorry. Talib votes no. Sorry.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no.
Are there any members who wish to record their vote, or like myself, who had an epiphany, change their vote?
Graves, yes.
Without an epiphany, okay.
Graves, was that Graves? Yes. Graves
If,
versus.
Is Graves recorded? Is Graves recorded?
Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye.
Thank you. Anyone else? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 19 and the nays are 23.
The amendment to the bill failed, and we move to stubborn number 1. The clerk will please call the roll, please.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman? Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa?
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablon?
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego? Mr. Gosar? Mr. Neguse? Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin?
Goose votes no. Sorry.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss?
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Ms. Porter?
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radawagen?
Aye.
Mrs. Radawagen votes aye. Ms. Leger Fernandez?
No.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Stansberry?
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon?
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez?
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Fulcher?
Fulcher's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. DeGette?
Jeff votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber?
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee? Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany. Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle? Mrs. Dingle?
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl?
Aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. McEachin? Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. San Nicolas? Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes yes.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Bobert?
Bobert, aye.
Mrs. Bobert votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte?
Aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCollum?
No.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Bentz?
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no.
Are the members who wish to vote who are not recorded or to change their vote?
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Thank you. If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
You should go. 23. Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 18 and the nays are 23.
The amendment fails and to the legislation, And we move to amendment designated Westerman number 2. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa.
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert.
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablan.
No.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman.
Aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves.
Yes,
Mr. Graves.
yes, sorry.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss.
Aye, yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen.
Nay.
Mrs. Radewagen votes no. Mrs. Leger Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster.
Yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Stansberry.
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
No.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes no. Ms. Velasquez.
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl.
Aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Moore.
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Sam Nicholas. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Bobert.
Can I help you?
Bobert, aye.
Mrs. Bobert votes aye. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte.
Aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCullum.
No.
Ms. McCullum votes no. Mr. Bentz.
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Taco votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Mr. Trahan votes no.
Lamborn votes aye.
Any member wishes to vote that is not recorded?
Which is
Mr.
voted aye.
Lamborn?
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye.
Anyone else? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report. What's going on? Clerk, your report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 18 and the nays are 24.
The amendment to the bill fails, and we move to the last amendment on for HR 2780, amendment designated Gonzalez Colon number 1. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa.
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert.
That would be aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Sablan.
Aye.
Mr. Sablan votes aye. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Sure.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
Huffman, no, please.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Yes, Mr. Sublime?
Yeah.
Mr.
Hello?
Whitman?
Aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal? Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Gallego? Mr. Gosar? Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss?
Heiss, yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Ms. Porter?
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radawagon?
Aye.
Mrs. Radawagon votes aye. Ms. Leger Fernandez?
No.
Leger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Stansberry?
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon?
Yes.
Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye. Ms. Velazquez?
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velazquez votes no. Mr. Fulcher?
Fulcher's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. DeGette?
Get votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Stauber?
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mrs. Dingle?
No.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Carl?
Aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. McEachin? Mr. Rosendale?
No.
Mr. Rosendale votes no. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. Moore?
Is this Gonzalo Colon number 1?
Correct.
I vote aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas? Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Garcia?
No.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Bobert?
Aye.
Mrs. Bobert votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Ms. McCullum?
No.
Ms. McCullum votes no. Mr. Bentz?
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Sorry, Talib votes no.
Mr. Lee votes no. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes no.
Mr. Trahan votes no.
Any member who wishes to vote that's not recorded or to change their vote?
House Gomer voted.
Mr. Gomer, how's he voted?
Mr. Gomer is voted as an aye.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
And if not, if there are no other members, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 20 and the nays are 22.
The amendment fails. No. The amendment passes and thank you. I'm being corrected by staff, but I was right the first time. The amendment fails and to the bill. Now the question is on adopting HR 2780 as amended and ordering it favorably reported. We'll proceed with the roll call vote. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
Yes.
Mr. Grijalva votes aye. Mr. Westerman? Mrs. Napolitano?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Napolitano votes aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa? Mr. Gomert?
No.
Mr. Gomert votes no. Mr. Sablon?
Yes, aye.
Mr. Sablon votes aye. Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes no.
Mr. Lamborn votes no. Mr. Huffman?
Huffman, aye.
Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Whitman?
No.
Mr. Whitman votes no. Mr. Lowenthal?
Aye.
Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
No.
Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar. Mr. Neguse.
Aye.
Mr. Neguse votes aye. Mr. Graves.
No.
Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Levin.
Aye.
Mr. Levin votes aye. Mr. Heiss.
No.
Mr. Heiss votes no. Ms. Porter.
Yes.
Ms. Porter votes aye. Mrs. Radewagen.
Aye.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Leger Fernandez.
Aye.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes aye. Mr. Webster.
No.
Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Stansberry.
Aye.
Ms. Stansberry votes aye. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Yes.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Velasquez.
Yes.
Ms. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher's no.
Mr. Fulcher votes no. Ms. DeGette.
Taket votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes aye.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, no.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mrs. Dingle.
Aye.
Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Carl.
No.
Mr. Carl votes no. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, no.
Mr. Rosendale votes no. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. Moore.
No.
Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. San Nicholas. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes no.
Ms. Harrell votes no. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia is an aye.
Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mrs. Boebert. Mr. Case.
Aye.
Mr. Case votes aye. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, no.
Mr. Obernolte votes no. Ms. McCollum.
Aye.
Ms. McCollum votes aye. Mr. Bentz.
Mr. Benz votes no.
Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Cohen.
Ah.
Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Mr. Talib.
Talib votes yes.
Mr. Talib votes aye. Mr. Han.
Trahan votes aye.
Mr. Han votes aye.
And are there members who wish to vote or change their vote?
How am I recorded, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Costa, how is he recorded?
Mr. Costa is not recorded.
Mr. Costa votes aye on final passage.
Mr. Costa votes aye.
Anyone else that is not recorded or wish to change their vote?
No.
How is Ms. Bobert reported?
Ms. Boebert is not recorded. Ms. Boebert?
I think I clearly heard a no, but
I don't have a visual, sir.
okay. Ms. Bobert, we have a visual in terms of the vote?
I have a visual.
How is Ms. Bobert recorded?
She's not recorded.
Are there members who wish to vote or change their vote?
Mr. Chairman, I heard Ms. Boebert say no.
The part of the protocol and the requirement is that there be a visible presence of the member so that the clerk can attach that vote to that member, and that's what we're waiting to try to get a visual of Ms. Bobert so that we can record her. I perceived it to be a no vote, just like you did, but there was no visible connection.
Mr. Chairman, you're probably getting her mixed up with somebody else. She's the one wearing the red hat with the 45 on it.
Can you see it?
Okay.
I don't see it.
Ms. Boebert, how are you? I guess Ms. Boebert, do you vote no? If you can give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
It shows that she's having technical difficulties.
Yeah, Cohen votes aye.
Mr. Cohen, I have you as an aye.
I love Cole.
Are we in a vote now?
Yep, we're waiting for one final confirmation of a vote.
I'm doing two things at once. I'm trying to vote in committee by Zoom, and I've had to switch devices, and I'm trying to find out if we've voted.
Mr. Chair, are we done voting? Because I have a 6 o'clock I need to get to.
Yes, and the rest of the meeting, and thank you so much for, appreciate it very much, the people's
Hello?
attendance.
Are we in the middle of a roll call?
We're waiting on one.
This is Cohen. I vote for the bill.
Gotcha. You're so recorded.
Mr. Chairman, is Lauren Boebert. Can you hear and see me now?
Yeah, but we need to have a visible. Yeah, we can hear.
Cohen, aye.
Okay, Boebert, we are still on that bill.
Thank you.
This is the final passage. How do you vote on the bill, Ms. Boebert? Oh, come on.
She said no again, Mr. Chairman.
You're looking for a show that covers everything from voting rights to climate.
She's got a thumbs down, Mr. Chairman. Check it out.
She's giving thumbs down to her hat,
Yeah.
the number 45 or whatever.
There we go.
The clerk recorded the vote as a no vote.
What's the total now?
And wait, it's, if there's no one else,
25-7.
the vote is closed and the clerk shall report. Get ahead of me.
Mr. Chairman, is Boebert recorded as no?
She is,
Okay.
the clerk will affirm that it's a no.
Yes, Ms. Boebert voted as a no.
Thank you.
This is for final passage. Insular. The clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 25 and the nays are 17.
The ayes have it. The bill is adopted as amended and ordered favorably reported to the House. And the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. We are now going to move to the UC package. Essentially, the recorded votes have been taken, and those members that have an urgency to be somewhere else. And I want to thank you very much. You know, when we have votes that are precedent setting in terms of legislation, as these two pieces were, it's going to be time consuming, and there's going to be general debate and discussion over much of the time that we're, and I appreciate the fact that members have, and some of you being in leadership roles in other committees, have taken the time to stick it out with us, and I appreciate it very much, and thank you for that. And if members now need to be somewhere else, that is appropriate as well.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Costa.
thank you very much for your time and your patience. And you're right. It's two important bills, long hearing, 6 hours. Question, have we voted on the unanimous consent package? Because I don't know if I was recorded aye if we.
No, we haven't got to that yet. That's the last part of it. And
Okay, wonderful. Tremendous.
let me sashay into that. With the cooperation of the ranking member, Mr. Westerman, and other members of the committee, it appears that we have worked out an agreement on 12 pieces of legislation scheduled for markup today. I want to thank all the members involved, the primary sponsors of the legislation, for their cooperation and willingness to work it out so that we could have a unanimous consent on 12 pieces of legislation. I might add, evenly divided between my Democratic colleagues and my Republican colleagues. And with that, let me ask, is any member seek time to speak on any of the bills in this unanimous consent package? I'm going to recognize myself at some point to speak to one piece of legislation, but with that, let me open the floor to any member seeking to speak on any of the bills in this unanimous, the 12 bills on the unanimous consent package. let me now, there's a bill on this package, HR 4300, the Veterans in the Parks Act. Now, this piece of legislation was promoted by Representative Miller Meeks from Iowa's 2nd District. She is a military veteran in the Army. I want to thank the gentlelady. The bill is, as we get into the rest of the legislation, we'll see that it has been with the support offered by the ranking member and importantly by the member who was the primary sponsor of the legislation, the original co-sponsor, Ms. Miller Meeks from Iowa. I want to thank her and her staff for their graciousness and their willingness to hear our rationale for asking that the legislation be entitled and named the Alexander Laughlin Veterans in the Parks Act. Very quickly.
Chairman.
And with that, I want
Chairman?
Yes.
Chairman, sorry, this is Representative Moore. I would appreciate an opportunity to speak on behalf of the bills that I have in the UC package.
Let me finish what I'm doing right now, and I'll get right to you.
Copy that. Thank you.
No problem. Now, Alexander Laughlin was assigned to our office, and we were very fortunate here in Tucson. Assigned to our office to work constituent services primarily with veterans. He was with the Wounded Warrior Program, which has been a tremendous resource to a lot of offices, bringing young men and women who have served honorably in the military and come back and seek to continue to serve not only their veteran brethren, but also the community as a whole. And Alex was one of those individuals. He died a tragic death on an outing in Death Valley, and died. And his loss has been felt by all of us here locally. It's been felt by the veteran community that he worked with closely, and he was one of the biggest proponents for using our public assets, our lands, primarily in our waters, as both a way to reconnect with nature, but more importantly, as a therapeutic exercise and activity for returning veterans that have to deal with some of the consequences of reintegration into our communities. He went through a lot, endured a lot, and struggled with some of the ghosts that came back from these conflicts. Yeah, the young man was his benefits as a person are without reproach, but I think the future trajectory that he was on and the service that he was going to provide is a loss for all of us in the long run. And we presented this point, and we will send information on the young man to all of the offices involved if this is approved, so that you'll know that this is not a lark. It is a sincere example of young men and women serving their country, doing their duty, dealing with the consequences of that conflict, and coming back and providing service and attention to the people that they're working with, and an honor to the service that they provided. I'm so deeply grateful to Representative Miller Meeks agreeing to name this bill after Alex. Thank you very much. And with that, let me recognize Mr. Moore, who wishes to speak to some of the items that are on the unanimous consent calendar. Mr. Moore, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. That is a great tribute, and that's glad to be a part of that today as well. Thanks for the opportunity to speak on behalf of these bills. I'd like to specifically acknowledge and thank Chairman Grijalva, Ranking Member Westerman, and their staff for working with me and my team so that we can consider two of my bills in today's unanimous consent package. HR 3113, the Mapland Act. Again, that same theme of my embrace of maps and my love of maps. Sorry, I couldn't pass it up. And HR 3616, the Bear River Heritage Area Study Act. I'm also grateful that we are considering HR 1664, the National Medal of Honor Monument Act, which Congressman Vesey of Texas and I were proud to introduce together. Those who live in my live and visit my home state of Utah know that some of life's best memories can be made in our incredible outdoor spaces. One of my top priorities on this committee has been to advocate for legislation that makes it easier for people to enjoy our public lands. That is why I'm particularly proud that both the Mapland Act and the Bear River Heritage Study Act are being considered today. As those who visit our lands can attest, there is a dearth of information about which lands are open to the public, whether certain roads are open, or which vehicles are allowed to enter certain areas. Furthermore, tens of thousands of access files are currently only held in paper form, which makes it needlessly difficult to enjoy our lands. The Mapland Act would address these challenges by digitizing and standardizing mapping records so that Americans can use modern technology to access critically important information about public lands. The practical benefits of this bill are numerous. The Mapland Act is about helping families find the best trails for hiking and biking, helping fishermen and hunters access the best lands and rivers and more. The value of this bill is reflected in the broad list of organizations that support this important effort. In addition, I'm encouraged to see that this bill has received a hearing in the Senate, and I'm hopeful that its consideration can continue expeditiously. I'm also grateful that we are considering H.R. 3613, the Bear River National Heritage Area Study Act. The Bear River Basin, which is located in northern Utah and southwest Idaho, is culturally, historically, and geographically, it's a very rich region in all those elements. Native American tribes, Mormon pioneers, explorers, and adventurers have all called the Bear River Basin home. The history of this region is, in many ways, the history of the American West. Today, this special place is home to thriving communities that support jobs in the tech, agriculture, education, manufacturing, service, aerospace, and tourism industries. After working in close collaboration with these communities, I was proud to introduce the Bear River Heritage Study Act, which would conduct a study to determine the area's suitability for a National Heritage Area designation. This bill enjoys significant local support, and I'm hopeful that this study will provide the Department of Interior with the opportunity to hear firsthand from these community members just how much this place and that entire region has to offer. In addition to those two bills, I'm incredibly grateful that we are also considering H.R. 1664, the National Medal of Honor Monument Act. This was my first bill that I got to co-introduce in Congress, and the fact that this got added into the unanimous consent package is great. Congressman Vesey and I introduced this bill to honor the giants among us whose unparalleled courage has earned the Medal of Honor. Creating a monument in Washington, D.C. honors these heroes to honor these heroes will uplift and inspire visitors to our nation's capital for generations. This monument will allow us to teach the enduring values of courage, integrity, patriotism, and sacrifice. These values unite us as a nation, and this monument would go a long way towards reminding us of this. Thank you again, Chairman Grijalva. Thank you again, Chairman Grijalva and Ranking Member Westerman, for this opportunity. I'm grateful for my colleagues who've co-sponsored these bills, which all have strong bipartisan support, and to the community members who have helped shape these bills throughout their invaluable feedback and insight. I look forward to the committee's consideration of HRs 3113, 3616, and 1664, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Moore, and appreciate your comments and the work on the legislation with you and your partners on all three of them. Let me, anyone else wish to address any item of these 12 on the calendar?
Yeah, Chairman Grijalva, Sablan, please.
Mr. Sablan, you're recognized, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Chairman Grijalva, I'm in for, and thank you very much for your bill on the Insular climate change bill. As many of you will know, every November, I write to each member of Congress thanking them and their constituents, the American people, for all the help they bring to my district, the Northern Marianas. But today is a bill, we consider the bill that is really comprehensive in nature. It's that rare occasion when Congress gives the insular area some attention, the attention that it badly needs. All of you who worked on this bill and all the staff and our witnesses and experts, this is a bill that will have lasting impact on the insular areas, and I am grateful. And I know I speak for many people through the territories and the freely associated states when I say thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sablan, and your comments are well taken, and I don't think you should be remiss in, I don't want to be remiss in not thanking you for your leadership and in dealing with the comprehensive issues that face the insular areas and the communities and the citizens in those areas. Your advocacy and your advocacy in behalf of those areas and the people you represent has, I thought, brought this committee a long ways in acknowledging and now paying attention to. So congratulations to you, sir. Anyone else wish to comment on any of the 12? As we've done before, I'll make a single UC motion to discharge the agreed upon bills. I ask unanimous consent that the subcommittee on national parks, forests, and public lands be discharged from further consideration of HR 820, HR 1154, HR 1664, HR 1908, HR 2278, HR 2444, HR 2497, HR 2899, HR 3113, HR 3616, HR 4300, and I ask unanimous consent that Subcommittee on Water, Oceans, and Wildlife be discharged from consideration of the following. HR 972 and HR 3113. And now I ask unanimous consent that the following bills be adopted and ordered favorably reported as described to the House of Representatives. HR 820 with an amendment number 1 offered by Ranking Member Westerman. HR 972, HR 1154, HR 1664, HR 1908, HR 2278 with an amendment number 50 offered by Representative Neguse. HR 2444 with an amendment number 1 offered by Representative Gonzalez Colon. HR 2497 with an amendment 49 offered by Representative Neguse. HR 2899. HR 3113 with an amendment number 1 offered by Representative Moore. HR 3616 and HR 4300 with an amendment number 1 offered by myself with the support of the ranking member and the original sponsor of the legislation. Without objection, so ordered. Without objection, the motions to reconsider are laid on the table. And without objection, the long titles of HR 820, HR 2278, HR 2497, and HR 4300 are amended. With that, again, my sincere thanks to all of you and for a productive markup. And with that, meeting's adjourned, and we'll see you next time. Thank you.